season that was, I think, is it the record holder or
It's
did it just get broken?
It holds the lap record for TA2, and that's eligible to be broken here in just a few minutes' time for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 qualifying session.
With the conditions today, I think we'd both be surprised if it doesn't get broken.
Yeah, yeah.
No offense to Mike Skeen because he's one of the best.
Absolutely, yeah, but we've already seen times threatening that lap record for sure. And we've already had a couple laps under the Trans Am lap record held by Matthew Brabham. So we'll see how that shakes out as the qualifying sessions heat up here this afternoon.
If you're joining us on Racing America TV YouTube, leave us a comment. If you know anything about the drivers or the cars or have some great information, or if you want to yell at us, if we get something wrong, yell at us in all caps. We'll try to address that, but we'd love to have some information from you guys, and we'll be streaming the rest of the afternoon here, brought to you by Racing America and Road America, and please join us in the chats.
Thanks again to Road America for allowing us to tap into their big screen feed, the Jumbotron feed for this streaming effort. Of course, tomorrow we'll have the full Live Race Media feed from our streaming partners, and they will be on the air tomorrow for the two big races, of course, the Trans Am Sprint race, followed by the Trans Am and GT class race at 10:05, and then after one of the heat races for our FRP Formula Atlantics, we'll have the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race coming up right after the lunch break, including a fan walk, and then two more FRP races to round out the weekend. But a full day of racing tomorrow. Brad McAllister still quickest, down to a 2:12.9 now. John Atwell's the points leader, second quick at a 2:15.2, so he's about 2.5 seconds behind McAllister. Jim Gallagher's third, about 3/10 behind Atwell. Jim Guthrie another second and 3/10 in the fourth spot. Bruce Raymond about 2 seconds behind Guthrie. Kakperix in the number 27, about a second and a half behind Raymond. Christina Lamb about a half a second behind Kakperix, and Nazol Olkowski rounding out the field of the 8 cars there. He's about a second and a half behind Christina. With Brad McAllister setting the early pace at 2:12.427. Again, the TA2 lap record is a 2:09 and some change. And these are basically TA2 cars in this championship.
They are TA2 cars.
They are TA2 cars, yeah.
And Brad McAllister is running basically the racing lap time with that Bentley we saw earlier in IGT. But just, at Road America, 3 seconds off of the lap record in TA Sprints. That's pretty good.
That's pretty stout, yeah. No question at all. No question at all. And I'm guessing we're going to get a little lower than that before this qualifying session's over. Atwell, as we mentioned, winning the first race of the series at Sebring. Bruce Raymond finishing in second spot in that race.
And it was a great race.
It was a good race.
Because he had to come from behind.
Yeah.
And here we have a pass. Gallagher on Christina Lamb coming into Mission Foods turn 5.
Just looking for some racing room for Gallagher. Again, this is not a race, it's a qualifying session, but he's hunting down Brad McAllister, and he's got a couple seconds to make up.
Yeah.
So,
and Jim Gallagher, Brad McAllister, both from the Pacific Northwest.
Right.
And maybe Christina, she might have thought, well, Jim's got more laps here than I do. I'm going to follow him around for a little bit.
I might learn a thing or two. Yeah, absolutely. Christina in her inaugural season with us.
And man, I love having her in the paddock as Olkowski goes a little deep into 8.
A little bit, yes. Left that braking a little too long. He'll say, no, I was just building up a gap, so I won't have that disturbed air to deal with.
Ooh, second corner in a row, I'm hearing from producer Tom.
So maybe Olkowski's got a brake problem.
Maybe. And here comes Guthrie. Maybe he's waiting for his teammate.
Yeah, that could be.
Into the kink. Jim Guthrie runs a clean line.
He does indeed. Well, like I say, he's got IndyCar seat time. Whew. That was close.
That was a little too close.
A little too close for comfort.
Yeah.
I think Naz maybe got caught by surprise there. Not sure.
Maybe. Team SLR, if you're watching, you might want to spot her over at the kink.
Yeah. By the way, on my way back from lunch, I did swing by and had a chance to chat briefly with Amy Ruman, and she verified that she's done for the weekend.
Oh, no.
That incident up at turn 7 was not her fault. The steering arm broke on the car, and she was a passenger from that point forward.
Well, Amy, if you can hear us, if you want to come up to the booth and call with your friend John, I will gladly step away with your guys' Mid-Ohio connection, but you know so much. You could offer some great color commentary on the TA Cup GT qualifying.
Yeah, I especially want to hear what she says off the mic. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Amy, the thing I love about Amy is there's very little filter.
Yep, exactly.
You know where you stand with Amy. I know when she's mad at me, and
Yep.
I know when she's happy.
Yep, no question about it. I asked her, I says, are we going to see you at the Glen? And she says, I don't know. You know, right now, no.
That's frustrated
Yeah,
Amy.
right
Yep.
now, no. But he says, by Monday, I might change my mind.
Yeah. Jim Guthrie coming into Mission Foods turn 5. So how many cars do we have on track right now? We're minus Tim Carroll, so it looks like we have 8 active.
Yep.
All of them seem to be in the 5-lap range. And the fastest, Brad McAllister, is at a 2:12.4.
Yeah, he's about 2.5 seconds quicker than Jim Guthrie in second. And then Jim Gallagher, another half second back in third. John Atwell, who was quickest earlier this weekend in testing, only about 0.5 of a second behind Gallagher. Bruce Raymond, another 3 seconds back in fifth, and Kakproix just about 0.5 second behind Raymond. Christina Lamb, a second and a half behind Kakproix, and Naz Olkowski rounding out the field. He's about 0.5 second behind Christina as they run right now. Jim Guthrie swings by. Now Jim Gallagher moves up into second spot. Gallagher with a 2:14.4 closes to within 2 seconds of Brad McAllister at the front.
Nice. And he's coming up on Bruce Raymond right now, but I was just watching Christina Lamb through that section, and she looks like she's running a pretty tidy lap.
Yeah, she just clicked off a 2:20.1, so she's picked up a good deal of time. She's closing down on Kakproix, who is fourth in the points. Rob finished fourth at our first race at Sebring.
And like I said, I don't feel like Christina's out there to qualify. I think right now she's out there to just get some seat time and learn the track.
Yeah.
Her race is tomorrow in her head, I'm sure.
Of course, yeah.
But here comes Gallagher trying to catch up to his friend Bruce Raymond. These two have raced together in different parts of the TA2 series for a few years now. Like I said, Bruce Raymond, I think our runner-up 2 years in a row in the Pro-Am. And 1 year he was real disappointed. He was second to Sam Mayer. And I'm like, Bruce, don't worry about it. 5-10 years, you're going to be bragging that you were second to Sam Mayer. Because in his mind, he's like, I'm second to some kid.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that's not just some kid. That's some kid that Scott Lagacy's been working with for a long time, and there's great things to come with him.
No question.
From here, I think from Franklin, Wisconsin, is Sam Mayer.
May well, yeah.
And here's the two Mustangs coming into the kink. The snake eyes of Bruce Raymond, and then Jim Gallagher with that regulator Ford Mustang.
Gallagher with the Cope Race Cars Mustang, and again the Brad McAllister in the Periodontal Associates Ford Mustang.
And I know I've said this earlier, but Brad McAllister, longtime TA2 competitor in the Western Championship, but also he's come around and he does the tracks that he wants to do in the National, but he's one of the fastest at the Rose Cup every year in Portland. I think he'd call Portland his home track. Also in the GT2 and SCCA, which is a TA2 car, but I think they add a little bit of weight in the GT2 class.
Yep.
So he is very experienced in these cars. I was actually surprised to see him not running in Pro-Am like a lot of the Western people are doing at this event. But I like seeing him in the TA2 sprints or in the TA sprints. Bruce Raymond's currently 5th with a 2:17.6. Here comes Christina into the Garage Living turn 3. Look at the photographer over here to the right, listening to music and kind of rocking out, dancing a little bit while taking photos. I like that. Here come these two teammates with Team SLR, Jim Guthrie leading the pack here.
Olkowski right behind him in the 18. Olkowski's found a little pace as he's moved around Christina to take over 7th spot. Christina's best lap of 2:19.6. John Atwell comes by and sets his best lap of the session at a 2:14.8, as he is a fraction of a second behind Jim Guthrie. Just 0.06 of a second separating Atwell from 3rd.
It looks to me, and I hate to predict races, John, but it looks to me the fight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the race this afternoon in TA Sprints is going to be a banger.
Indeed.
They're all in that 2:14.
Yep. Gallagher, Guthrie, and Atwell. Jim, and John.
When they change the track like that, like now it's the Motul Bridge, but it's been the Johnsonville Bridge for years, and you're the track announcer, does it take you a while to remember it's not that, it's this
Actually, with the great images that Tom and Caitlin give me, no, it's never a problem because I can see I can read it off the screen, so yeah. But yes, you're absolutely right.
Mid-Ohio, like when you're up there doing the PA announcing and they change something.
They changed the bridge, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the drive-over bridge at Mid-Ohio's got Firestone on one side of it now, because IndyCar is coming next weekend. So,
or it's still, and that was probably, 4 or 5 years ago, the Honda Bridge, that's no longer there.
Right, it's gone.
Mm-hmm. But I do love seeing the Mission Bridge and the Screaming Sicilian.
Yep. Over the Screaming Sicilian pit lane.
Here comes Bruce Raymond into pit lane.
Raymond back in 5th position right now. His last lap prior to this one was his best, so he's got just about 5 minutes remaining. So if he hustles, he's got time for one more lap, but he'll have to hustle.
And I see it looks like the F1600s are next.
They are indeed.
That's usually a really good race.
You bet.
It looks like Bruce Raymond, he's in his pit box. For a while, the body language of the car looked like he was
it looked like he was heading back behind the wall, but again, he's running out of time to get out and get one more flyer in. So I think a inside row 3 starting position may be the best he can hope for in this session.
Here comes Jim Guthrie. Guthrie's Garage coming into Mission Foods turn 5 in that beautiful Team SLR Camaro.
Christina disappearing through turn number 7.
Christina Lamb is with TRB, and
yes.
I'd be really surprised if Jared Odrick, who's her teammate, isn't out there somewhere on a headset spotting for her. There's a lot of camaraderie in Troy and TRB in their tent, and as much as Jared Odrick loves racing, and he's wanting to learn as much as he can, I'd be real surprised if he and Crystal aren't out on a hill somewhere helping to spot, because a spotter at Road America, you might need 5 or 6.
Yeah. And you were, talking about Jared. He came up through SCCA Racing and won a championship in GT2 and in basically the same car with, like say, a little more weight, whatever. So made the transition to a Pro-Am competition, and he's done so much winning in Pro-Am that he's going to end up in the Pro Series before too much longer.
Yeah, I think I don't quote me on this because I haven't read the rule book, but I've heard them say you should, if you win Pro-Am, you should be able to defend it. But if you win it again, I think you might get moved. So we'll see what happens there. This would be our first time that happening.
Yeah, because he's the reigning champion and the points leader in this year's championship. Guthrie finds a little more pace as he gets a little closer to Brad McAllister. A 2:14 at 2:16, so he's down to about a second and a half behind Brad McAllister. Jim Gallagher about a quarter of a second behind Guthrie. John Atwell in the pits is about 4/10 behind Gallagher. And Bruce Raymond, 2.5 seconds behind Atwell. And now Kakporix moves around Bruce Raymond to take over 5th spot. So Rob Kakporix in the 27 5x5 Brewing Machine up into 5th position.
This is going to be a 13-lap or 40-minute race. They have to race on the tires they qualify on, but that's, in Cube 3 TA2 series, it's 100 miles. So
right.
I don't think the qualifying laps really matter. I think right now everybody's just trying to get some seat time. Where in TA2 qualifying today, it will matter.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to want to do it in about 3-4 laps.
Yeah, they don't want to burn the tires down, because they have to start the race on the same tires they qualify on, as you mentioned. Good shot of Christina working her way through the carousel.
But look at these times at the bottom, 0.2 of a second basically between Guthrie and Gallagher.
Yep.
It's going to be a shootout for that second podium spot, I think.
Yeah, and another 0.3 back to John Atwell, the points leader. So he'll be one to watch coming from row 2.
And I think Bruce Raymond's going to turn it on for the race as well.
Yep.
Looks like we're winding down here.
Just about a minute to go.
Christina's still out there. Just come on. She's wanting to beat the flagger so she can just get one more lap out there.
Yeah, like I say, this is an extended practice session for her. Yeah, she's going to get under the flag before the checkers come out. So she'll get one more. And her last lap was her best at 2:18.8.
Nice. And
she closes to within half a second of Olkowski.
Wow.
In fact, that second group of cars, equally closely matched.
Yeah.
Kakporix in 5th, Bruce Raymond in 6th, Nassel Olkowski in 7th, and Christina Lamb in 8th. They're all separated by just over a second. So it's going to be a couple close battles in this race coming up at the end of the day today.
Team SLR has a Naz and a Laz. Laz is their PR person.
Right.
And Naz is their mechanic, crew, and driver.
You're right.
All the drivers have been informed by race control that they can finish the lap that they're on. They don't have to come into pit lane. They can come through starters to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, if they're on a good lap and they want to complete it, they certainly have that option. As Kakporix comes down the pit lane, he's going to stand on his 5th place position. So the only driver to improve on that last lap was Christina Lamb. And now Bruce Raymond. A 2:17.092 for Bruce on his last lap. Gets a little closer to John Atwell.
That was sneaky.
Yeah.
Didn't know he was on track.
Yeah. I think he and Christina are the only two still out circulating.
Here she comes into the kink. She's moving now.
Down into Canada corner.
When you're friends with all the drivers, it's hard not to root for all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hate to ever sound biased or anything like that, but knowing the hard work that she has done this last year, I think the whole paddock is pulling for her.
Sure. And like I say, she's such a pleasant person, got a great personality, and she's always got a smile on her face.
Oh, she came into pit lane.
Yeah, she's not going to take another flag. So hopefully this little extra practice time gives her a chance to get a little more comfortable with this racetrack, as we are getting ready to move on to our first race of the afternoon, and that's for F1600 heat race number 1 coming up in just a couple minutes. We'll say goodbye to Ben, and he'll be back with us for Trans Am and GT qualifying at 150.
Well, race fans, we've got a couple of heat race action coming in here in just a few moments. We got a guest walking in here, but a quick 60th birthday shout out for John Veldboom from Oostburg Concrete, having their 12th annual company outing here over near Turn 5. And Parker Johns over there catering for the event as well. So 3 generations of Veldbooms here. And thanks for being here, John, for your birthday. We appreciate it. Oostburg Concrete, their 12th annual company outing here at America's National Park of Speed. 60 years young for John, but welcome to the National Park of Speed. Racing coming up.
Mission Foods is proud to be the official tortilla and tortilla chip company of Racing America. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos, whatever you crave, Mission has the products you need to take your race day to the finish line. So keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. Pirelli is the dominant force in global motorsports, serving as the exclusive race tire supplier for Trans Am and International GT. Known for their high-performance P0 range, they supply over 350 championships nationwide. Worldwide, I should say. Pirelli also serves as the official street tire of SVRA. So for more information, visit us.pirelli.com. OMP and Bell racing products are trusted at every level of motorsport, from world championships to amateur competitions, contributing each year to countless victories and titles across multiple disciplines. OMP and Bell, the official racing product supplier of Racing America. Our first race of the weekend for our Formula Race Promotions F1600 class making its way out on track. And joining me here in the commentary booth is a driver who we should see in his race car, Scott Rubinzer. Scott, I understand your power plant kind of gave up the ghost on you this weekend.
Yes, the engine didn't cooperate and couldn't be fixed at the track. And sometimes that's the way it goes.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens. But anyway, thanks so much for joining us here in the commentary booth.
You bet.
Let's introduce these racers to you. As we see your name at the back of the starting grid, but I know you're not going to be there. John Farmer will start in 13th position in the number 94.
He's out of it as well.
That's right. He did not turn times in the qualifying session. Greg Peluso in the 03 will start in 12th position.
Right. He's in a new car with limited time in it, so he's
Yep.
working at it.
Yep. And same story for Christian Moniz, right? He's the points leader in F1600,
Right.
and he's had a struggling weekend.
Right, he has a rental car basically because the team's cars, which are origin in Canada, they couldn't get across the border.
Oh, man, that's awful.
So that their equipment's still in Canada, and they rented cars to compete in this event. You know,
Got it.
To
And so
keep,
he's
keep us leading the championship.
chasing that down. Jack Haydu then in the number 8 cars. We'll start in row number 5. Jake Leroy, one of the 2 Leroys in the field, in the number 3. In row number 4 is the 85 of David Livingston Jr., another one of our Masters drivers. And then Axel Leroy in the 75 starts alongside him. In row 3, Bob Reed, a longtime competitor in the series. In the number 12, another of our Masters drivers alongside David Adorno in the number 33. In row number 2, we've got the 6 of Boss Patel in the F1600, followed by Phil Kingham. He is the lead Masters qualifier for this race, starting 3rd in the number 47. And on the front row, 2 drivers who've been quick all weekend. The 06 of David Ybarra has been atop the speed charts in most of the testing and practice sessions, and Cooper Travis has been right there with him. And Cooper's going to start on the pole for this one. But those 2 on the front row are going to be the ones to watch. They've been quick all weekend.
For sure. And Ybarra and Adorno were here for the June sprint, so they have some additional experience, which doesn't hurt here.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this track, it's all about placing yourself at the right place at the right time, because the draft is huge here.
Oh, yeah.
So
With
it
all-
makes it very interesting.
All these long straightaways, obviously drafting is so important, and the F1600s do it better than anything else because you don't have any wings to mess up the air.
That's correct.
That's why the competition is always so close. Scott, of course, your home is in Brookfield, Wisconsin, so
Yes.
this is a home race for you.
Yeah, home race. The family was all going to be here, and, and lots of people to invite. And, most of them showed up, but no show from Scott.
It wasn't to be. Well, hey, you're here in the commentary booth, and they'll be cheering you on from the sidelines
Right.
as we do that, as we see the drivers working to get a little temperature into these Hoosier tires, as these drivers working their way through the kink. Is the kink flat in this car?
The kink is flat typically on a good track.
Yeah.
It's easy flat.
Yeah.
But when you're in the draft and things are a little dicey, it gets hairy.
And with full tanks, it's probably a little different than when the fuel's burned off a bit.
And if you miss the apex a little bit, get too much on the inner curb, it can upset the car enough to spin. And, it happens.
That's not a place you want to do that.
Not a good place. Not a good place. Yesterday, a car spun and avoided contact, which
Yeah,
was miraculous.
We saw that. That was miraculous. That just almost never happens. When we hear the corner workers come on the radio and say, "Oh, spin at turn 11," I think, "Uh-oh, that's not going to end well." But that was a good one. But they're beginning to form up 2 by 2 now.
Yeah, the track just offers a mix of everything. The drafting, some technical sections like from 5 through 8.
Yep.
Carousel's kind of cool. The whole layout is just, it's nice, and man, the grounds are superb.
Oh, we've been bragging on Road America all weekend long about how this place never sits still. There's always something improving. As James Rogerson in the Ray Skillman safety car about to pull off into the pit lane and turn the field over to Jake Leroy and Greg Peluso. Or excuse me, Cooper Travis and David Ybarra. I had the wrong button pushed on my timing screen. And they're climbing the hill.
2 young, aggressive guys up front with some grizzled veterans right behind them. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, what's the old age and treachery over youth and enthusiasm or something? Cooper Travis gets the jump as they make their way down this long straightaway into turn number 1. 4 wide, no surprise. Get used to that. You're going to see lots of side-by-side racing here as they head down into turn 1. It looks like Cooper's going to hold the lead. Is Ybarra? Oh, somebody spins.
It is Jack Haydu, I think.
Haydu went a little bit too deep into turn number 1, and there's a change for position. I think is that Ybarra getting up into the into the lead?
Yes, it looked like Ybarra. He's very aggressive and makes few mistakes, so he's a tough guy.
Yeah, but here comes Cooper Travis right back on him in the run under the Sargento Bridge, down through what they call the Moraine Sweep into the best passing opportunity on the racetrack. And Travis is guarding that inside line, but Ybarra trying to go around the outside. And the over-under move right out of turn 5 into 6 is a very popular passing opportunity too.
It sure is.
Up under the Corvette Bridge into turn 6, beginning to form up line astern now as everybody's getting settled in. And now it's all about picking a drafting partner as they head down the hill. Hurry downs, they call it, down into turn 8. Another great passing opportunity. But our pole sitter, Cooper Travis, at the point.
Yeah, they're being very nice to each other at the moment. You know, the key here is to be around at the end.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be too aggressive at the beginning, but you try to see where your car is strong. You know, can you maybe draft up the hill to the checker, or is it better into 12 or wherever? That's what they're trying to figure out at the moment. I
Yeah,
think.
we just saw Ybarra duck to the inside and take that inside pass
Right.
through the kink. That's a brave move. And Boss Patel right there behind him as they're coming down into Canada corner now. Still sorting themselves out as they work their way through the northernmost point of this racetrack. And down into Thunder Valley through the Bill Mitchell Bend. Used to be a bridge there,
These cars are just a blast to drive.
I can imagine.
The lack of downforce, it kind of makes it fun, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Because the cars move around more, and I've run a mix of stuff, and I came back to these because they're just fun.
Yeah.
And the racing is superb. You know, a lot of these kids come out of kart and they know how to race.
Yep. And
Some
this
of them might be a little too aggressive at first, but this teaches a nice aggressive calmness almost,
Yep.
which I think advances them farther in the future.
Cooper Travis at the point, David Ybarra second, Boss Patel third, but David Livingston, the Masters driver, just turned the fastest lap of the race from 4th position.
Yep, he's getting that toe from the the front three.
Yeah.
And a lot of times being 4th, 5th in line will give you the fastest lap.
Yeah, and of course, on the last lap coming into turn 14, you have to decide just where you want to be in that group.
Right. The problem is everyone has their the same idea. So hopefully your idea works the best.
Yeah. This track is famous for photo finishes. Oh, look, we've got a balloon bouncing across the racetrack. A lucky fan lost their hot air balloon, looks like. Coming up, Ybarra's beginning to stretch it out a little bit at the front. Cooper Travis there in second.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he gets away.
Yeah, oh yeah. All they have to do is line up behind him and they'll run him down in a heartbeat.
But sometimes that happens if you start mixing it up too much. A guy can gap the second pack, so to speak, and hold it if everyone's racing too hard for third place or second place.
That's when you see the drivers raising their hand and going like this, you know, line up, line up.
That's right.
Let's run them down. Good stuff. Kind of a 3-car breakaway at the front and then a nice 4-car pack just behind them. David Livingston, I think, at the head of that. David Adorno, Axel Leroy, and Phil Kingham all in a bunch. And once again, popping out here, coming down through Kettle Bottoms.
Yep.
Cooper Travis back to the point. Some side-by-side racing there just behind. So that orange and blue machine of David Livingston. Top 3, nose to tail, then a little gap back to the 4th place battle. That's Livingston. Right behind him, David Adorno, another good one. Adorno second in the tied with David Livingston for second in the Masters points behind you, I might add.
Right. Dave is really he's been doing this probably about 4 years now, I think, and he's really gotten to be pretty good, a real force to be reckoned with. He was always fast, but a little, you know, too many mistakes maybe initially, like all young drivers. But,
Sure.
But now he's settled in. He's a tough guy to beat, I'll tell you that, and he's really been doing a good job this year.
Boss Patel played the draft perfectly down the front straightaway back, and he's got to the point here. But I have a feeling he's not going to hold it very long.
Side by side again.
Yeah, once again, it's Patel and David Ybarra going after that lead now as they come down the hill toward turn 5.
What this class teaches you is how to be a good racer.
Yeah.
And if you graduate out of these, you can pretty much drive anything and do a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, yeah. situational awareness is what Scott Goodyear, the race director of our Formula Series, talks about constantly. Know where you are, know where your competitors are. And, it's all about giving each other racing room. Race hard, but race close.
Right.
Give each other room. There's no point in, running up over somebody's wheel and putting yourself on the top,
All right. You lose most of those situations, and you create a lot of enemies.
Exactly right. Exactly right. That's one of the things that the youngsters, when they come into this class of racing, they have to learn because, go-karting's a little more argy-bargy. There's a little more bumping going on, and they have to learn. In a race car of this size, you got to respect, your competitors and respect yourself.
Right, they're going 130 down the straights here, and you touch wheels with somebody, and it won't be pretty.
Yeah, if you're going for a ride. Down into the Canada corner. Ybarra now at the point. Right behind him, Boss Patel.
Right, that's one of the rental cars. That's not his normal ride. So
Got it.
He's doing a tremendous job.
Patel, another of our Canadian drivers, Christian Moniz, Jensen Raybould, who did not make it here this weekend, another one of those drivers from Ontario.
Christian's car didn't run all week.
Yeah,
we were working on it this morning, and I think we found a bad master switch. So I don't think he had one complete fast lap.
Yeah.
So this is it. This is his practice qualifying and everything. So it looks like it's running a lot better than it was yesterday. So
yeah. Axel Leroy sets fast for the fast lap of the race from 5th in that grouping. As once again, Cooper Travis back to the front. They work their way down into turn number 3. This is a deceptive turn. It's one of the more challenging turns on the racetrack. It's so easy to get wrong.
Very easy, and it's a key corner because it leads on into a massive straightaway.
Yeah, exactly right. And a downhill straightaway to boot.
Right.
So.
And the last corner, turn 14, getting through the carousel, and 3 are probably the 3 most important spots on the track to get right.
Yep. It looks like, the entire field all in a pack here, and this is just so common in F1600 racing.
Right.
These cars just put on the best possible racing show. And like I said, it's got to be like a barrel of monkeys to drive one of these. Here comes Travis once again. He's got Ybarra behind him, and they're going to draft
They
by
both get by.
Patel. Yeah. And then David Livingston is there as he goes side by side with Patel, trying to take advantage. He's going to try to go on or around the outside on the carousel. That's hard to make stick.
It's kind of hard to do. It's right. You pick up a lot of rubber on the tires running that wide groove, and a lot of times the car just won't stick there.
There's Ybarra again, that inside pass coming into the kink. That's a brave move.
I told you he was aggressive.
No question about it.
They're all aggressive.
Yeah,
and they're all really good drivers.
Yeah. Livingston got shuffled back a little bit in that little contretemps.
Yeah.
He's back at least one spot. I think that was Axel Leroy getting around him. Are the Leroy's brothers?
Yes,
Axel?
yes, they're brothers. And this is basically their first year, and they're getting better and better and better every event.
Yeah, they're 11th and 12th in the points table coming into this weekend.
They've had a few mishaps. Otherwise, they'd be up higher, I think.
Yeah.
But they're learning. 3 abreast.
At the line, the top 2 were separated by 13 thousandths of a second.
With 7 laps remaining.
Yeah, here we go. We got lots of time left. Boss Patel's going to slot into the lead once again.
Yeah, hard to say who's going to control this one.
I don't think anybody's controlling it. I think everybody's just hanging on.
I see Phil Kingman, the last car in the group. He's a master driver.
Yep.
And very experienced, good driver. And where he's sitting, I kind of like his logic so far.
Yeah, just sit back and kind of
Let it
observe
sort
how
out.
things are going. Yeah, sort it out, see how things are going.
Because he was fast in practice, fast in qualifying.
Yep.
He's got the pace if he has room to move it or use it.
Oh, 2 cars come together, go a little wide at the exit of 5,
Yeah.
but I hope there's no damage.
I think that was Boss.
Yeah, Boss was one of them.
Oh, and
And Cooper, yeah,
And
was the other
Cooper.
one. So 2 of our front runners. So Ibarra is now alone out in front.
right. See, that's all it takes.
Yeah, just one little mistake.
There's 7 laps remaining. My guess is
Oh,
another,
now one of the little Roy's goes wide
right.
and repays the favor.
Yeah, another little mix-up in the front group, and the 2 will catch right back up.
Oh,
again.
sure. Yeah, like I say, all they got to do is line up. They'll run them
Right.
down. 2 cars is faster than 1, and 3 is faster than 2.
Right. But if the front guys run clean, they can pull away.
Yeah, yeah.
But usually, temptation is too great. Someone gets aggressive, and they start slowing each other down.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this, Scott?
50 years.
Wow, good for you.
I'm 76 now.
Yeah, yeah. You and I are the same age. I've been announcing for 40, so you got 10 years
Right.
on me.
I ran Formula V's, Formula Fords.
Right,
Won
right.
the runoffs here in Formula Ford
Yep.
back 2009 or 10.
Yeah, I called that race. So
And Formula V's, long time up here.
yeah,
A lot of experience at Elkhart.
V's another class of racing
Oh,
that
yeah.
puts on such a fantastic show for the same reason these are.
Right.
They're underpowered compared to these cars, but the racing is just as good.
Right. For sure.
Yeah.
But this class is really good now. The cars are the motor packages are really even, and it's all, set up, getting the car the way you want it, and executing, There's no magic chassis of the week like
Yeah.
happens in some classes, and it's just good racing.
That's Adorno up in 3rd spot now
Yeah.
in the 33, so he's making his presence felt.
Another wily veteran. But he's a youngster. He's only 40, I think.
Oh yeah, he's just a kid.
But it qualifies him as a master.
Yeah, yeah. Is it 35 is the difference between masters?
39 is a master.
39 is the master. Okay. Every race series has a little different
Right.
threshold. Yeah.
I kind of wish it would be 70, but
You could have the masters all to yourself.
no such luck.
Are you the oldest driver in the field?
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never took a poll, but I look in the mirror and kind of figure it out.
Ibarra dives to the inside of David Livingston.
That's it.
And Adorno right there to pick up the pieces.
And Cooper's caught the pack.
Yep, he's right back.
Boss is struggling a little.
Yeah,
on his
he's
own
lost
now.
he's lost the draft. That's gonna be an uphill struggle to catch
Yep.
back to the front pack, I
I
think.
agree.
If he could just get a drafting partner, he'd be fine.
Here's Christian right behind him, so he's advanced pretty good,
Yeah, he started at the back and he's up to 9th now.
right?
Yeah, he's working with Bob Reed as they're trying to
Mm-hmm.
run it down.
Yeah, Reed's another veteran. He used to run Indy Lights cars
Yeah, yeah.
and came back to this because it's good racing and just a lot of fun.
Sure, sure. Are these cars pretty bulletproof? I mean, do you have to spend a lot of time keeping them up, or do they run pretty good?
They're pretty good now. Like my engine malfunction, that's a rarity.
Yeah, yeah.
You can almost run these things. The Honda, they run restrictor plates to keep them at a level.
Oh, we got a spin.
Oh, that's one of the. Oh, that's Adorno.
Yeah. As they made contact, he made light contact with the retaining wall.
Yeah, they must have. I missed the start of it, but they must have been in drafting mode, and one zigged when the other thought they weren't going to, or something.
Yeah, just a little tap on the gearbox will send you around for sure.
Doesn't take much.
Yep. Showing a yellow flag here at the start stand because that car off course.
Right.
Looks like we're going to go full course yellow here. So the safety car coming into play. 5 laps remaining in this one.
Oh, that certainly jumbled things up.
That'll certainly, yeah. Boss Patel's saying yes.
Exactly. And we have 5 laps remaining. They should be able to get him out of there if he's stationary.
Yeah. It looks like it's still rollable, so they should be able to get a tow rope on it and get
Right.
him out of harm's way.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, no kidding. If they have to dispatch a wrecker, that'll take a little long. That's one of the advantages with the long lap here behind the safety car.
Right.
That gives the safety crew a lot of time to get these incidents resolved.
And Elkhart's crew is normally cracker.
They're pretty good. Yeah, no
they're
question
pretty
about it.
fast compared to a lot of places I've been to.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite racetrack? I would guess this is it, but do you have another one?
No, I kind of like Road Atlanta,
Do you?
and it's probably my favorite.
Okay. Pre-dip or
This I like too.
with the dip or without?
Both ways. I kind of like the new layout
Yeah.
because it gives you
Another passing
much
opportunity.
better passing opportunity. You could pass before in the dip, but it was hairy. It was hairy. I won the runoffs in Formula V at Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of last lap braking contests going in under the bridge there. And,
Yeah.
some you survived and some,
Some you don't.
didn't.
Yeah. No kidding.
So now it's a little more predictable in that
Yeah.
respect. Not as exciting for the fans probably.
Yeah.
So we have Livingston leading and Cooper second.
Safety car will pick up the field at the pit exit. There he is, James Rogerson, our safety car driver. He's-
Cars, Dorno's still sitting there.
Yeah. James is motioning to the field to get over to driver's right. Guessing there may be a little debris on the racetrack there, perhaps they're trying to avoid. So let's reset the field for you. David Livingston is your leader. Cooper Travis in second. Phil Kingham up to third. That's a good recovery drive for Phil.
Yep.
Boss Patel in fourth. Again, he's happiest because he's able to catch up with the field. Bob Reed in fifth. Christian Moniz finally getting his weekend untracked up to
Right.
sixth. Axel Leroy just in front of his brother Jake. Then Greg Peluso in ninth. Jack Haydu in 10th spot as he comes across in the pit lane. I wonder if Haydu might have been the car that got together with Adorno.
It could be. He was having some heating problems the other day, so I don't know. And I missed it as it occurred. I didn't see what triggered the Adorno thing.
Yeah. Oh, and we've got another car off as
Oh,
this.
that's
That's David Ybarra.
Barra.
Yeah.
Maybe he was the
That's at turn one.
maybe he was involved with Dave Adorno.
Conceivably, yeah. Maybe they're the ones that touched because
Right.
they were at the sharp edge of the field when that happened.
Because where he's sitting, it's kind of an odd spot
Yeah.
to end up, unless you drove it off that way,
Yeah. I would think it on the inside of turn one is kind of an unusual place to park it up, so I don't think he did that by choice.
Right.
So Ibarra and Adorno falling out of the order. Jack Haydu, the last car running, but he's in the pit lane. So Greg Peluso, the last car in the pack behind the safety car. So we got 9 cars surviving here. 4 laps to go as the field working its way down toward turn number 8.
Yeah, it's too bad the field was so small this week in just a lot of circumstances because earlier in the year we've been averaging mid-20s.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
we were 27 at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah.
Good, strong fields.
Yeah, I mean,
Still a good, strong field. It's just less players than normal.
there are 29 cars that have scored a point in this season's competition so far. So that's a pretty good indication of how strong these fields are. Yeah, that's just a tough break. All the guys from Canada couldn't get across the border.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the team owner.
Yeah, we go up to Mosport every year
Oh.
for Trans Am and a couple of our formula classes as well. And every year, where everybody kind of holds their breath that everybody's going to get in and get out without having any troubles. But
Right. I've been to Mosport a couple times and had to write up a manifest of all the equipment.
every nut and bolt, every
Right.
wrench. Yeah.
And of course, I never was stopped once either way.
Oh yeah. So I've had the same thing every time I've gone up and back. They wave you through, no problem.
And Brian Graham, who owns that team, he's been doing this over 20 years
Right.
as team owner, I think, and he raced himself and crossed all the time and never had an issue ever.
Yeah, yeah. Is he the importer of the Pipers? I mean, is that one of his
No.
roles, or
In Canada, I think he's the Piper. He's the Piper man,
the
whatever
Piper dealer, whatever that
right?
is?
Dealer, distributor, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the title is, but
Yeah.
he's a good guy and does a good job for them. I used to race with him in the USF 2000 series back in the early 2000s.
Got it.
When he was a driver himself.
Got it. Got it.
And Brian ran the Formula Ford Festival this year
Right.
as a driver.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Have you ever gone over for the Ford Festival?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
That's got to be quite an
man.
experience.
Talk about a big field. My goodness gracious. They got to have heat races to get it down. Are they going to checker this? Oh, they are. I hate it
They are?
when he is behind the safety car. Either that or they're going to run him into the pit lane.
Well, because of the
There may be some fluid down on the racetrack.
wreckers still being on the track cleaning up stuff.
Yeah, they are going to checker it. Oh, Scott, I'm so sorry to see that. I hate for that to happen. Congratulations to David. He'll take the win, but still, you hate to finish behind the safety car.
Yeah. That sucks, to be honest.
I'm right with you, my friend. I'm right with you.
Because it would have been a good finish.
Oh, no question. No question about it. So just to make it official, David Livingston, your winner. Cooper Travis finishing in second spot. Phil Kingham comes home third. Fourth goes to Boss Patel. Bob Reed in the fifth spot. Christian Moniz finishes in sixth. Axel Leroy in front of brother Jake. And then Greg Peluso, Jack Haydu, the last cars on the lead lap. David Ybarra and David Adorno involved in that incident there at turn one as the last of the 12 cars. Scott, I hope you'll come back with us for the Atlantics and the F2000s.
Actually, I'm going to head for home after this.
Getting out of Dodge. Yeah.
No, I have to get my car taken apart, engine out of it, so I can take it down to Chicago on Monday morning and see what's going on. So I can go to the next race at Watkins Glen.
There you go. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll see you at the Glen, and hopefully I see you in the race car, not next to me in the
Right, I
commentary
agree.
booth.
No, it's been a pleasure, and
We'll come back for the other two. We got two more races to go this weekend, so come back in. We'd love to have you
All
sitting
right.
in the seat.
thanks for the invitation.
No worries, man. Scott Rabinzer, ladies and gentlemen, joining me in the commentary booth, not by choice.
There's worse places to be. I'll tell
There you
that.
have it, right? Yeah, there you have it. Great. Thanks again, Scott.
You're welcome.
All right. When you demand the best for your home and your car collection, choose Stack Lifts. Stack Lifts were created by racers, engineered with precision, and executed by a team that believe performance and reliability are paramount. Stack has an option to suit all your needs. Elevate your garage with a Stack Auto Lift, premium elevation, the official commercial and residential car lift of Racing America. Summit Racing Equipment has millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trailers and trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Use the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy at the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com, the official high-performance parts source of Trans Am and SVRA. Sunoco offers a full line of racing gasoline, formulas, and accessories. No matter what type of racing you partake in, Sunoco can meet your fuel needs. For more information, go to Sunoco.com, the official fuel of Racing America. As you're strolling through the paddock, be sure to swing by the Styled Aesthetic merchandise trailer set up in the fan zone just adjacent to the paddock. At the halfway point of the 2026 racing season, perhaps it's time to freshen up your Racing America swag or support your favorite series. Stop by the Racing America merchandise trailer to check out the new collection of hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and a lot more. In addition, you can place an order on the web and have it shipped worldwide at styledaesthetic.com.
Road America shuttles continuing throughout the grounds here on this Saturday. That'll continue through about 5 o'clock, so just look for the shuttle flags if you need to get from the paddock shop over to, let's say, the carousel. You are more than welcome to hop on the shuttle. They'll get you over to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex so that the walk is not nearly as long. And wait about 10 to 15 minutes or so. Trams usually run on a fairly consistent schedule. Just look for the side-by-sides or the golf carts with multiple seats in the trailer behind it. But certainly appreciate all of you race fans being here on a Saturday. What a gorgeous day here at America's National Park of Speed. 72 degrees right now. Dew point about 57, and looks like relative humidity is about 60%. It's definitely starting to get a little muggy. It's not quite Florida weather yet, but it's getting there. Highs on Monday are supposed to be in the 90s here. So I would not be surprised if we feel it getting a little bit more humid throughout the rest of the day today and certainly into our race day Sunday tomorrow. But the trams continue to run. Paddock shop open 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. today and tomorrow. And don't forget to visit some of our concession stands. Gearbox 2 inside the carousel. Pearls on the Hill overlooking Hurry Downs, as well as Los Amigos Locos in Turn 1. We had some great Mission Foods tacos for lunch today from Los Amigos down at Turn 1. They were fantastic. Had the beef gringo tacos and some chicken tacos as well. We had a couple walking guys with walking tacos for lunch today, so I want to thank Los Amigos for helping us out and feeding us here in the booth on this Saturday afternoon. Great to have Carol Jensen here too, talking about women in motorsports North America and the Elkhart Lake chapter. But
the Jensen family long associated with this racetrack,
absolutely.
Of course.
So happy to have Carol up here. I told her to come back tomorrow if she wants. She's more than welcome anytime. I love having Carol up here. She's very passionate about Road America. One of our board members here, as a shareholder. But this is a facility that continues to just grow and grow and grow, not only in the infrastructure but in its legacy. And I think this is ultimately a really cool spot to just kind of hang your hat and say, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more that we can do.
You bet.
For motorsports as a whole, and that's certainly adding another chapter to a very rich tradition here at Road America. But John, we've had some great racing, some great qualifying sessions. We've got another qualifying session here coming up in a little bit. But our race day Sunday is going to be special tomorrow too.
Oh, no question about it. No question about it. We kick off the day with the third sprint race for our international GT drivers. It'll be their final race of the weekend. And then we'll have heat race number 2 for the drivers you just saw in the FRP F1600. And then the TA Sprint, second of 2 races. First one will be this afternoon. Second of 2 races for the TA Sprint. The 13 laps or 40 minutes. And then we get ready for the Trans Am Cup, and GT class races. That's coming up at 10:05 tomorrow morning. And then we'll round out the morning with the FRP Formula Atlantic and Formula 2000 heat race number 2. We'll break for lunch. We'll have the fan walk leading up to the start of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race, as we should start the fan walk at about 12:15. Pre-race festivities will end at about 1:05, and the green flag for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series 25 laps or 75 minutes race at about 1:10 tomorrow afternoon. And then at the end of that, we'll round out the weekend with our 2 feature races for the FRP F1600s, which we just saw, and the FRP Formula Atlantics and Formula 2000s. We'll round out the day with a 3:30 start tomorrow afternoon.
And before we forget as well, today through 5 p.m., if you want to catch some karting, the Road America Kart Club has one of their Saturday weekend shows through 5 o'clock today.
Awesome.
So there is some racing inside the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex as well, inside the carousel. So if you want a little bit of a break from the big track, head on down to the carousel, grab a shuttle down there to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex, take a look at the next generation or two of some drivers that are hanging out at the RAKC down inside the carousel, the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Always something going on. Tomorrow we've got autocross over there in the Motorplex. So
nice.
Some other activities that you can check out here in between sessions as well.
Last time we were here, you had drifting going on over there.
Yeah, we had some drifting here. We had some stunt shows over there during Moto America weekend, and we try to jam as much stuff in as we can for fans. Just it's part of the experience. You know, you come for the experience and stay for the race, but you're here for a lot more than just a daily ticket. You know, you're here for the whole weekend, and we want to make the experience pleasurable. And of course, we always want you to come back.
You bet.
So we are just about set to get back underway here on this Saturday afternoon.
We're about 10 minutes away from setting the cars out for Trans Am and GT qualifying. Again, the F1600 race cut short by that incident here on the front straightaway and unable to get to the finish. So finished behind the safety car a couple laps early. So we've got a little bit of extra time here between sessions before we bring out our Trans Am cars. That'll be a split qualifying session. Our Trans Am and GT1 cars will be in the first group, and then the Trans Am Cup and the SGT cars will be out for their second half of qualifying. Each session is 15 minutes long. So again, since they have to start the race on the same tires they qualify on, you'll find these drivers getting out there and turning in a flyer just as quickly as they can. They don't want to burn any more off those Pirelli P0s than they absolutely have to.
So we've got the TA GT and then SGT and TA Cup qualifying coming up at 1:50, so about 9 minutes or so from right now from the targeted time. These are fairly time-certain schedules for those of you watching on the stream as well. So trying to keep this Saturday afternoon on time. But 2 qualifying sessions here back-to-back, TA GT and then Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series qualifying coming up at 2:35 this afternoon. And, of course, 3 races to end our Saturday. IGT with their extended endurance race, FRP Atlantic F2000, and then the Trans Am Sprint Race 2 coming up at 5:20 this afternoon. So plenty of racing yet to come this afternoon. Kick back in the trees. Enjoy the little bit of a breeze that's out there.
Swing by the concession stands, get yourself a beverage, an
Make sure
adult
you
one
drink
if you wish.
Make sure you hydrate with some water.
Please.
Alternate beer and water.
Yep.
That would be the recommendation. It's not that hot, but it sure feels that way when you're 2 or 3 deep.
Sitting in the sun, yeah.
Alternate if you can.
And tonight in downtown Plymouth, the Plymouth, Wisconsin Cheese Capital Festival wraps up tonight. So good place once the racing is over to head down to Plymouth and enjoy some delicious cheese.
With the sounds of audible dirt track cars.
Exactly.
So
and
if you,
if you listen closely, you'll hear this man talking
Yeah.
about dirt track racing.
Yeah, we got dirt late models, 360 sprint cars, B mods or sport mods, and our Grand National stock cars. So 4 divisions of racing tonight. Driver introductions for the late models, for the Super 6 late models. So we We got a good program Saturday night. Trying to build the program back up. It's my first year back. It's where I started announcing 33 years ago,
Yay.
and kind of coming back home full circle a little bit.
At
But
your father's side, I'm
yeah,
guessing.
yeah. Dad's actually going to announce with me coming up on July 11th. There's a Wall of Fame induction ceremony for some drivers that raced when he was the track announcer there in the mid 80s and early 90s. So we asked him to come and do some of the vintage cars
Sweet.
and do the actual Hall of Fame induction, the Wall of Fame induction ceremony on July 11th. So
Yeah.
it's a couple of weeks out yet, but I'm kind of stoked. It'll be fun. I might make him sit on the 55-gallon drum with a wooden chair over it, like I did back in the 80s as a child. But that's, I mean, to be honest, talking with Carol Jensen earlier, about women in motorsports North America and those opportunities that are out there for getting more women involved in motorsports. My favorite memories of being a child involved in racing at a local level were the 4 scorers that did basically all the work in the tower, and Dad just talked to them.
Yeah.
And he talked to the scorers just like he did the fans. It was always fun. It was always engaged. But he knew that they were doing very important work. Back then, we didn't have electronic transponders.
Of course.
Everything was done with a notepad of paper, or a clipboard turned sideways with lines on it that said 1 through 10, and then you flipped it over and then went, to 20
Yep.
for a 20-lap feature. But the hand scoring is a lost art for
You
sure. But the thing that I always remember is when I was probably about 4 or 5 qualifying, they still had an analog lap clock. So they would put 2 cars out on the racetrack for 1 lap of qualifying. They'd come out of the chute, they'd go around, they'd take the green flag, finish with the checkered flag, they'd go off, they'd pull back in line, and then they would go for a second timed lap 10 minutes later. So the racetrack would change from 1 lap to the next,
Right.
because you'd have so many cars, 55 cars in a division, each with 2 qualifying laps. But the way that they did qualifying then was they would take the time and they'd write it with a grease pencil on wooden blocks that were all in order with a car number on it. So
Okay.
so all the cars had their own little block, and then lap 1, lap 2, and then as the laps were happening, the lead scorer would actually move the block and put it to where
Right.
it would go.
Right.
And how fast Mary, Diane, Sunday, and Julie, those 4 scorers. But some of my favorite memories are with hanging out with the ladies in the tower.
Yeah.
Because my job was to tell them when the leader was coming off at turn 4.
Got it.
It's a quarter. At that time it was a quarter mile. It's now just a little bit smaller, a little bit larger than a third mile now. But
Right.
but back then it was 12-second, 15-second laps, and at 8 years old, my job was to call out the leader off at turn 4, so that the scorers that were doing the back half of the field would stop scoring, and then they'd wait for the leaders to come through, and then do the back half of the field again.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, those types of things are incredibly important for local and grassroots racing, and it still happens at the go-kart level. It still happens there, but as transponders have kind of taken over, some of the fun stuff like that, kind of goes by the wayside. But
Yeah.
But incredibly important and incredibly impactful for my development as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
I learned how to count with my toes.
There you go.
But it is what it is. But we have fun on Saturday nights.
Yeah, yeah. Well, timing and scoring at a road course back in the day. There'd be a room full of people, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 people with adding machines, and they would enter the car number on the adding machine, and then at the end of the lap, the chief of timing and scoring would say pull, and they'd all hit the total key and then start it all over again, and that way they had a redundant score. Basically the sum didn't matter, but if the sum was different from one to the other, they could compare and see who had maybe entered the wrong key. And then there's a guy off in the corner with a giant lap chart, the size of a blanket, and keeping the lap chart, for the entire race manually. Timing and scoring has come such a long way, but I do kind of miss those days. And I miss having my wife sitting in the commentary booth with me doing a lap chart for me. So, whatever.
Well, the other way that they used to do it, of course, NASCAR used to score with every car had a scorer that would sit in the building off of turn 4. Usually at most of the racetracks. Darlington still has the building there, in fact, in the infield.
Yeah.
But there would be a clock that they would put on the wall.
Got it.
And that clock was a timer. So every scorer, when their car would come across the line, would write down the time.
Yeah.
So for race fans from here in Wisconsin, when the Busch Series at the time, now the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, but when that series would race at Milwaukee, the clock would actually hang on the front stretch wall. They were actually upstairs in the top of the grandstand for their scores, but that you could see what the clock read for times. Every time a car would come by, there's somebody writing down 10-4, 1049,
Yeah.
whatever the counter was. So lots of different ways to score over the years, but transponders have certainly made our lives way more easier identifying cars that have not come back around. Let me tell you, with Flagtronics, that whole map with the marching ants where you actually see the cars going around on the racetrack.
Right over your head
makes
right
my
now.
job way easier during the vintage weekends, let me tell you.
Exactly.
Don't want to kick that gift horse in the mouth, but that's how technology changes and how it impacts our sport. But we just need to be diligent and students of the game and keep moving the sport forward, right?
Indeed.
It's all about more eyeballs.
Yeah. Ben Sissel is going to join me again for this qualifying session, so Eric will get the session off, and then Ford is going to be in here for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, and I'm going to relinquish my seat to him so he and Ben can talk about Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. So got a couple qualifying sessions coming up. Of course, the Trans Am session split into two halves, as we talked about. The TA cars and the GT1 cars will be in the first group for 15 minutes, and then the Trans Am Cup and the SGT cars will come out for the second half of qualifying. But the first half coming up, and sadly, Amy Ruman is missing, as I had a chance to chat with her, and as we said, she's not going to be back for the rest of this weekend, as they don't have the necessary stuff to repair the car.
Yeah, I heard it was a lot of like the steering arms and things like that.
Steering
things
rack, lots of stuff. Yeah.
They probably have some of it, but not all of it.
Exactly.
And you can't do that.
Yep. So sadly, we will have 8 cars in this qualifying session as opposed to the 9 we had originally scheduled. Actually make that 7 because Lawrence Loshak also had to withdraw as the GT1 00 not able to take to the track for this session as he had a problem very early on the weekend.
And I'm going to call out my friend here, Gary Seelix, Tommy Dreesy. I know that Simon Gregg's car is in your truck. I saw it.
Yeah.
Lawrence Loshak has driven that car, Gary Seelix, so he's here. Just what's
not?
the deal
Yeah.
there? Put him in that car. I want to see my friend Larry back out on the track. But here we go. David Pinteric. We've got Matthew Brabham there. Now here comes Paul Menard in his home state.
Tommy Dreesy right behind him in the Trent Shoring Camaro.
I love that livery. And if you follow Tommy Dreesy on social media, which you need to, he's got some really cool content. But the car I love, that Mountain Dew car, that is the era of Trans Am I was watching as a kid.
Yep.
Back when it was on the Nashville network.
Nashville? That's where you live, isn't
I
it,
know.
Ben?
Yeah, but I didn't then. I lived in St. Louis, and I considered Nashville like a country music town.
Right.
I didn't know anything about it. I thought, why is a country music channel playing Trans Am races?
And the rest is history.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
I don't mean to offend Eric, but I'm still not a huge country music fan. I just live in Nashville.
Well, I don't think Eric is either. He just works at a country music radio station.
Oh, okay. And now David Pinteric, who did the parade with us last night, attached 2 American flags to the back of the car. He's so excited to be there, but
He was in tears.
Yeah.
He was so happy about that.
But let's see what Matthew Brabham does here, because qualifying here, always important. This is such a great TA track. These are 900 horsepower behemoths, but usually they want to get this done within about 4 laps.
Yep.
Because they have to run the race on these tires, and it's a 100-mile race tomorrow.
Yep. Indeed. So they will not waste any time. They'll get down as quickly as they can.
And
Matthew Brabham, first one across the line.
a lot of times Matthew Brabham doesn't like to show anything either.
Right. Yeah, he'll do 2 or 3 laps where he's a couple seconds off the pace, and then the money lap.
Yeah, and then he might come in and they make a quote unquote air quote adjustments, and then he goes out and puts out a flyer.
Yep. Yep.
But Paul Menard is very good here.
It's his home track, so he knows it well. Eau Claire, Wisconsin, originally.
Man, those cars sound good.
Don't they? Man, what a great noise they make.
And this car here, you're seeing the Mountain Dew car. That's Colin Comer. That's our GT1 class. He won it last year. He had 3 competitors with him. John DeGainer has now bought a TA car, but he was one of the competitors in a Ron Fellows GT1 car. But that is the Roush Mountain Dew car from back in the day. And that's about, back then they were about 700 horsepower. So he's down a little bit of power on these guys, but this is his home track. I think he's on some kind of board here. We were talking about it last night.
Yep.
So he knows this track very well, and that car has a lot of laps here.
And apparently Rob Dickey is unable to answer the bell either in the number 64 GT1 car. So we have a lone GT1 car and 6. Make that 2, yeah, just a lone GT1 car in Colin Comer, and then 5 Trans Am cars. So only 6 cars in the first qualifying group.
But tomorrow's race, they're going to also put in TA Cup.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's about 6 or 7 of those.
Yep.
And then the GT classes, XGT, SGT, and GT.
Right. This weekend we only have SGT cars, as apparently Derek Carter has moved up to his SGT cars. His GT car had a problem in testing yesterday, so he's moved into the SGT class. So we've got 4 SGT cars on the docket for tomorrow, along with our Trans Am Cup.
I am getting a little nostalgic seeing that Mountain Dew car going around the track at Road America. So many great races from the Trans Am series in the 90s were here at Road America, and that car was at the front end of a lot of them.
Pinteric, Menard, and Brabham across the line. Tommy Dreese comes across in 4th spot. David Pinteric, the first one under 210, a 2:08.7 on his first flying lap. And then we've got John DeGainer in his new Speed Dreamin' racing machine. There's Colin in the GT1 car. Takes a lap or 2 to get the Pirellis up to temperature, and then they'll go for the money lap, as we said.
And if you're joining us on YouTube, leave us a comment if you have any insight on these drivers, these cars. If you want to yell at us, please do that in all caps. And let's have some fun here in the comment section.
In testing, Paul Menard has had the fastest laps here, and actually he eclipsed the lap record that Matt Brabham set here a year ago, a 2:01.3. And we had Paul Menard lapping in the 2-minute range. Can we see a Trans Am car lap in under 2 minutes here? This could be the weekend for it.
Yeah.
Just about perfect conditions, cool temperatures. Track will have lots of grip. The engines like the cooler temperatures. So let's see.
Yeah, I would say it's either going to be Matt or Paul Menard. And we might see the record broken 2 or 3 times over the weekend.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly right.
This might be his first
First
flyer lap.
serious lap. And yes, he goes to the top. Guess
There it
what?
is.
1:59.996 for Matt Brabham. Could we get under 2 minutes? Why, yes, we can.
Yeah, just wait 15 seconds. That's basically it. I love that. But see, that's how you tell a story, John. You're like, hey, you build the
that's right.
suspense, and
Build
then
up a little
it
suspense.
happens. Yeah, that's good.
There you go. There you
And
go.
Paul Menard, just a little over 7/10 away from that as well.
I got to do my Tom Carnegie impression last weekend at Indy when we broke a lap record. It's a new lap record. So, anyway.
That was cool. It was weird hearing our voices echoing through Indy, from the booth. That's a cool moment.
For a lot of time, a piece of trivia that means absolutely nothing. The public address system at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was the largest public address system in the world.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know that that's still the case, but it was back in the day. And, the first time I got a chance to.
Matt Brabham got it wrong going into 8, and he saves it. That's good. But Paul Menard's coming, and I hope he doesn't interrupt Paul Menard's flyer. He's out of the way.
Yeah, he'll stay out of the way. He doesn't want to get penalized for impeding another driver.
You know what? knowing Matt Brabham, he doesn't care about the penalty. He doesn't want to hurt his friend's lap.
There you
That's
have
the
it.
weirdest thing in motorsports. You were talking about it a little bit earlier. You have to be friends with the people and know and trust and respect the people you're on track with. Because
You bet.
it's not like you're playing tennis with them. You're putting your life in their hands.
You bet.
So the camaraderie in a racetrack, these are your worst enemies and best friends at the same time.
Exactly
It makes no
right.
sense.
Exactly right. You get to see them on the podium, and they congratulate each other and hug
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
each other. You know,
And they go out to dinner together.
Yeah,
They hang
yeah.
out together.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're also the only people that can relate to what they're going through.
right? Exactly. Let's see what Menard's got as his best lap so far, a 2 minutes .738. And so this might be his money lap as he comes to the line.
John DeGainer just leaving pit lane.
Across the line, 2 minutes .136 for Paul Menard. So just over a tenth of a second separates Brabham from Menard.
He might. Uh-oh, it's going slow. John DeGainer.
Yeah, we heard that there's an issue.
Uh-oh, and he's going to hit right at the apex.
Ouch.
And I think Paul's still trying to get fat. Like Paul's not, he wasn't backing off there. You know,
Yeah.
I think he's still trying to go for a lap. So that's probably going to cost him his flyer if he's thinking that was going to be his flyer. And you can see John DeGainer trying to pull over track, right?
Yeah, it's John DeGainer in that number 4 out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. In a brand new car to him this weekend.
Yeah, he had it at Sebring with us, and he had it at Indy,
Yep.
and now Road America. And he's good here as he's going to take the 5 exit.
Yeah, he's going to take the shortcut. 5 minutes remain in the session, and Menard's off the pace.
Yeah,
I think.
looking at his body language, that's not his lap. So he might be trying to cool it down, and then we might see him speed up at Canada Corner and try something.
Yeah,
And it looks like Matt Brabham is happy with what he's doing,
yeah.
so he might come in.
But these two drivers are both under the old lap record, by the way. So Menard under it by about 0.2 of a second, and Brabham under it by about 0.3 of a second. So
One of my favorite things to do in the Trans Am Series is when we're doing like a fan walk, is maybe 2 or 3 of the front drivers are sitting on the wall talking,
Yeah.
and you get to just kind of be fly on the wall. And a lot of times, Paul, Matt, Chris Dyson, they all really like each other. And I've heard them say, "You're on pole. If you get a great jump, I'm going to give you the first corner because
Right.
you're not going to win this thing at the first corner." But they're like, "Hey, listen, if I'm not giving it to you, if I get a great jump or
Yep.
something happens, or if I'll break you." So there has to be some kind of like a mutual respect. And years ago in TA2, I would see that with Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos when they were battling it out. But that's kind of what it takes is like, hey, here's the plan. And then as soon as that green flag comes out, all plans are out the window.
yeah. Brabham on that lap, we thought he was taking it easy. 2 minutes .074. So
Wow.
he's got the 2 fastest laps so far this weekend.
Let's see what Pinteric is doing. 205.
Yeah. 205.3 for David Pinteric. He's third. Tommy Dreesy at 205.5. So only a couple tenths separate those two. Colin Comer in the Mountain Dew car is quicker than John DeGainer, who's obviously got his issues. Comer at a 205.7. He's only 2 tenths behind Dreesy. So Comer in that GT1 car is right on the pace with these Trans Am cars.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it is way cool.
And Mountain Dew, if you're watching or listening, we would love to have you on the side of one of these new TA cars as well. Or I'm sure Colin Comer would keep it on there if you were
Absolutely.
providing him with some products.
Exactly. He just hasn't bothered to repaint the car. So,
Well, with a car that historic and knowing who Colin is, he would never want to change that.
Sure.
And the last thing he wants to do is hurt it in any way because that's how it raced.
Yeah, exactly right. David Pinteric looks to maybe still be on a lap. No, he's backed off because I saw Matt Brabham pulling aside and letting David go by in case he was on a flyer, but I don't think he is. But I think Paul Menard's trying for another one here.
He's looking feisty.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. I know he is desperately wants to get a pole, and if he could do it at his home track, that would be even better.
Yeah. And Paul Gentilozzi, 3GT, Rocket Sports, they know how to win at Road America.
Oh, yeah. Menard is the 2-time and defending champion of this class. So, don't write him off just yet, even though he's second in the points to Matt Brabham.
No, he's slowed down again.
Yeah, he's done.
He didn't like something.
Yeah, he's done. as we're into about a 2-minute range here left. Yeah, he's into the pit lane.
It was great to have Chris Dyson with us at Indy with his dad.
Yep.
Celebrating his birthday on Father's Day. I saw Chris with his whole family, and it was great to have him back out here, see him out here. But he's, I'm sure, at home watching some of the coverage and keeping up with what Matt's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, he raced in the last 2 races at Lime Rock, his first race back this year, and finished just off the podium at Lime Rock. And same story at Indy. He was 4th in both those races.
So Paul into the pits. Tommy Dreese still out there. Pinteric into the pits. We saw Colin Comer sitting in the pits.
Here comes Dreese. Let's see if he's got anything. He's currently in 3rd, in front of David Pinteric by about a half a second. Pinteric's not going to improve. So we'll see if Dreese can get a little bit closer to the front row drivers. But right now he's about 4.5 seconds off the pace set by Paul Menard.
I will say Dreese's car might be my favorite sounding of the TA cars. It just has a real low, throaty V8 sound.
Yeah. I'm partial to Chris Dyson's car. I think it's got the nicest exhaust note. And it's just the opposite. It's got that high pitch.
It sounds more like a Formula One type
yeah,
thing, high
exactly.
revving.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just the headers is the only thing that changes from one to the other. Different headers.
If you're wondering how they have different notes, this is a very loose class. This is an innovators class. That's why the teams are so important. And a lot of times people like a Pancho Weaver or a Gary Seelix, people like that, they like this class because the rule book is loose. It's like, here's the weights, here's the wheelbase, here's the width, here's the wing height, and then what else you got for us?
Yeah.
You know, no driver aids, no driver assist, no like computers or anything like that. It's all the driver and innovation.
Traction control or any of that stuff.
But Dreese, he's given up the ghost as well. He's coming in.
Yep. So I think we're done. Again, this is subject to post-qualifying technical inspection, but Matthew Brabham on the pole at a new lap record, first Trans Am car to ever circulate this racetrack in under 2 minutes, a 1:59.996 for Matt Brabham. Paul Menard second at a 2 minutes .136, so just over a tenth of a second separating those two. Tommy Dreese will start inside of row 2. He's about 4.5 seconds behind those two. David Pinteric will start alongside in that second row, just about half a second behind Tommy Dreese. And then Colin Comer, the first of the GT1 cars, inside of row 3 with John DeGainer, assuming he's able to get that car, back healthy. John DeGainer outside of row number 3. So just 6 cars from this qualifying session. We'll go through to the race for tomorrow at 10:05 tomorrow morning. But the second half of Trans Am qualifying coming up with our Trans Am Cup drivers. We've got 5 of them and then 4 SGT cars in the second half of qualifying. Cole Moore will be the first one out as he is the points leader in Trans Am Cup. Jim Guthrie second. Ken Thwaites third, our COO of Racing America. Ken Sutherland and David Kunicki. Those are the 5 Trans Am Cup cars. And then Patrick Utt will be first out in the SGT class in the RaceQuip driven racing oil Ford Mustang. Tim Gray out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota in the number 60, Ryan Company's Ford Mustang. Derek Carter in the 24 PortableHoist.com Mustang GT500. That's his SGT car. And Austin Dinger on debut this weekend in the 88 Dinger Excavation Chevy Corvette. He's been right on the pace here all weekend long, so good job. 3 minutes now before we see these cars on track for the second half of Trans Am qualifying.
Just another reminder, Gary Seelix, it's not too late to pull one of those cars out for Lawrence Loshak to get in, and we could have a reunion here.
Yeah, exactly. 2 of those trench shoring Camaros would be a really nice way to start this race tomorrow.
Sure would.
And Larry coming from the back, that'd be awesome.
But it's his home track. He's from Milwaukee.
Yeah, he's raced here a million times.
Yeah.
He'll be a factor.
He was here with us in May in an S2000, very fast.
Yeah.
And it's just great. I love seeing when our drivers, like Simon Gregg just came back to the series. Amy Ruman had a homecoming with us at Indy. Chris Dyson at Lime Rock. I like when our drivers come back.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, and I always tell this to the young guns like Connor Zillage. Like, Connor Zillage, I want you to go win as many NASCAR championships as you can and then come back to your Trans Am family.
Yeah.
And I listen to this podcast called Dinner with Racers. And when they talk to drivers from all walks of life. But what I love about it is when drivers that drove in the Trans Am series, like Boris said, Dorsey Schrader, Ron Fellows, who also did, let's say, NASCAR, IndyCar,
Sure,
or whatever.
sure.
They always talk about the good times and how much fun it was to be in Trans Am. And when they talk about some of the other series, they don't have a smile on their face when
Exactly.
they talk about it. It's more about the politics and the business of it. But with Trans Am, like a Willie T. Ribbs or something, they talk about how much fun it was and the good old days and things like that. I love that. And I think that's still the case in the Trans Am series today in the paddock.
We talked with Lynn St. James at Indianapolis last week, and she was our grand marshal. And, I asked her, she's got, a wide range of motorsports experience and, multiple starter at the Indianapolis 500, the rookie of the year, her first year there. And, I asked her, what racing she enjoyed. She said, without a doubt, Trans Am was the most fun. And she said the thing that it taught her most of anything, as we just saw in these qualifying sessions, it was to get up to speed right away, because these qualifying sessions are only 15 minutes long, and you can't sneak up on it. Get incremental. You got to, when the green flag flies, you got to be ready to go. And she says that discipline served her well in every other form of racing that she ever was in. So.
Oh, well, Mike Korn agrees. He says, Loshak and Dreesy 2019, let's go. Come on, Mike. Let's try to get Gary Seelix pull that car off the truck.
Yeah.
Here's Tim Gray coming out of the grid. Derek Carter. And then Dinger. We have a Dinger in the Trans Am series.
Austin
I like that.
Dinger out of Fort Worth, Texas, making his first start. And he's been on the pace, man. I tell you, he's going to be a sleeper here in the SGT class.
There's Ken Twaits. He got his car running. And then these two cars here with Kahlberg. Strategically, 85 and 86, Kanicki, Sutherland. They look alike. It's going to be tough.
Those are the two Dodge Challengers in the field.
It's going to be tough for us to keep them apart.
Tell
them apart.
Oh, yeah.
I went with Ken Sutherland, who I think might have the best mustache in motorsports. We went to Gessert's for ice cream the other night with his wife Carrie and his daughter Emma. That was a lot of fun.
Yep. Sutherland has the yellow trim, and Kanicki has the blue trim, so that's how we can tell them apart.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Ford's going to join us for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 qualifying session coming up next. I will relinquish my seat so that you two can cover that one.
Okay, John, where are you seeing the different trims and the two Mopars out there?
You see the highlights here, kind of bluish.
Okay. Uh-oh, we've got a waving yellow at turn 5. Let's see if Caitlin can find something for us, if she can PTZ that thing.
And now they've withdrawn it, so whatever problem they had, it's been
Somebody
resolved.
must have been going slow.
Somebody must have gone wide.
Admission Foods turn 5, and they're kind of out there right now. They're going to do kind of a slower lap, and then the next lap will be a little bit faster. Than the third or fourth lap should be the flyer.
Yeah, that should be the money lap.
There's Cole Moore. I'm hearing Tim Richter, our race director, saying, hey, guys, this is qualifying. It's a 4.5-mile track spread out.
Yeah.
Why are we together in a qualifying? And I have to back that up, Tim Richter.
You don't have to be on top of each other.
I agree 100%, Tim. I can't figure that out either. Unless they're trying to get a tow. But that shouldn't be the case.
Right.
Cole Moore, man, we saw some speed out of him at Indianapolis.
Yes.
And John Moore, if you're watching, I love you. I had so much fun with you, as always, at Sonoma. And Cole is doing great, but we miss you out here. And hope for the best. Hope to see you again soon in the Trans Am Series in one of these TA Cup cars. Because, man, he is not only really fast, but one of my favorite people in the paddock.
Yep.
Just he brings the party.
And he's got always got his cowboy hat on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
When Kevin was doing Road to Glory, he said, I'm going to go do a Western Series. And I said, Kevin, here's the best advice I can give you. Find the guy in the cowboy hat, follow him around, and you'll have a hit TV show.
Exactly.
Well, now they've picked up the pace. Now the intensity has increased. There's Ken Thwaites coming into garage living turn 3.
On his first flyer. Again, they come out in this qualifying session based on their point standings coming into this weekend's racing. So Cole Moore being the points leader in Trans Am Cup out in front. Jim Guthrie second in the points. Ken Thwaites third. So they're the top 3 in the order out on track.
Yeah.
And Sutherland and Kanicki in the 2 Dodges.
And that should be Ken Sutherland behind Ken Thwaites. Is that correct?
I believe that to be true.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
He's from Sherwood, Oregon, with Kahlberg Racing. And I do, I hate to play favorites, but I have always loved those challengers.
Yeah.
There's just something about them. In TA2, loved them when Joe Stevens and his team were running them.
Right.
Thomas Merrill this year ran a challenger. And I'm not really usually a Mopar guy. I just think that car just looks really good.
Yeah.
Boris Said was just in one with
Right,
us.
right,
Kaylee
exactly.
Bryson's run one with us this year.
Pancho Weaver has the challenger that Boris and Kaylee have both run.
Ken Sutherland has done a lot here in Spec Miata. Very fast Miata racer. So if he can run one of these TA Cup cars with momentum like a Miata, you're going to be fast.
Yeah, no question.
So there's Ken Thwaites, my neighbor. We live about 1.5 miles from each other.
Do you really?
Yeah.
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 So do you live in Franklin?
I live in Franklin, and I think technically his house is in Brentwood because I'm right on the border.
I got you. Okay. And where is that vis-a-vis downtown?
We're
Nashville?
both about probably 15 to 20 minutes away from downtown Nashville.
Are you north, south, east, west?
We're south.
South. Okay.
Just south on 65.
Got it. So on the way to Birmingham, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha.
Ken lives there because Nissan moved its headquarters from Southern California to Franklin, Tennessee. So he does a lot with Nissan and a lot of the auto manufacturers.
Cole Moore quickest in the first flyer at a 206.4. Then Jim Guthrie at a 208.2. Ken Sutherland at a 208.9. Ken Thwaites at a 209 flat. David Kanicki at a 211.9. Patrick Utt, the first of the SGT cars, at a 219. Still waiting on Tim Gray, Derek Carter, and Austin Dinger to come by the line.
Jim Guthrie around Ken Sutherland.
There's Dinger. He's just behind Patrick Utt. Now Derek Carter moves up into second spot. Dinger in third, and then Tim Gray fourth amongst the SGT cars.
It looks to me like Ken Sutherland is backing off, trying to give himself some room, and he might try to put a lap together here in that Dodge Challenger as he goes up the hill. And I can't tell if Jim Guthrie's on the flyer right now or not, but he's, like you said, he's second with a 208.
Yeah, he's only about a second and a half behind Cole Moore, who's been dominant all series long with 2 wins. Make that 3 if you count Indianapolis. So 3 wins already this year, and a second. Is it the only time off the podium was at Sonoma in the second round. He finished 5th.
But they were so close in times with TA and TA Cup at Indy because there were so many twisty bits and not these long straight. But this track has 3 basically long straightaways.
Right.
And we are seeing a difference in times between the top TA Cup and the top TA.
Yeah, about right now about 5 seconds a lap difference. But we'll see as these guys get a chance to really put in a flyer here. Ken Sutherland taking his time down through Canada Corner. He's just looking for some racing room here. Cole Moore comes by, lowers it to a 204.4 for Cole in the 99.
That's going to put him in the mix with some TA cars.
Yep, for sure. Ken Thwaites, third fastest now with a 208.2.
Nice.
There's Jim Guthrie at a 207.1, so he's in between Moore and Thwaites.
All right, it looks like, that's Kanicki that we're seeing there, and it looks like he's setting himself up for a good lap here. If I can read the body language of this car, this Challenger that's coming up, as is Patrick Utt in that Race Quip SGT car.
Kanicki comes by. He's still 5th. Ken Sutherland on the strength of his first flying lap, still in the 4th spot, and he's in the pit lane.
Ooh, Patrick Utt lighting up that right front tire as he did at Sonoma just a few weeks ago. And I know TRB worked on that at Sonoma, but at Sonoma just a few weeks ago, he had some right front tire lockups, and it looks like that might be revisiting him.
And Austin Dinger in the Corvette is the lead SGT car right now. So
Wow.
Dinger on his debut, the quickest of the SGT cars. At second, Derek Carter's now third. Tim Gray fourth among the SGT cars.
So we're following. There's Kanicki, and now here comes Patrick Utt. Let's see if he locks it up again. No, he looks pretty good this time. The Race Quip SGT car. Okay. Now here's Cole Moore, and it looks like he's still moving out there. That's not the body language of a car coming in.
Yeah.
That's the body language of somebody trying to reduce the time.
Yeah. Derek Carter down the pit lane in the maroon number 24. Cole Moore not quite as quick this time. He missed it by less than 1/100th of a second. So he was going for it, but didn't quite eclipse his first flyer.
I'm hearing from Kerry that Sutherland lost his power steering.
Ah,
So that's where he's come off. So some good information there from Kerry. Thank you, Kerry.
but even with that, he's still faster than his teammate, David Kanicki. So
And David Kanicki has to be fast in Canada Corner because he's from Canada.
yeah, you would think that would make sense.
Here comes Cole Moore,
Yeah, he's still pushing.
and he's making some angles out of turn 5 there. These TA Cup cars are very impressive.
Oh,
there he
into the
goes.
gravel. That's gonna blow that lap.
Yep.
Just about 5 minutes left in this session. So Cole will have to crank it up again if he's going to do one more.
I
I doubt it.
doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's already on the pole, so why not stay?
And he's in the mix of some of these TA cars. He's going to be, there's going to be some TA cars that start this race in front of him and behind him.
Yeah, no question.
There's Ken Twaits, Franklin Road Apparel, a great clothing store and apparel company out of Franklin, Tennessee, right in downtown.
There's Dinger coming in after setting the fastest lap in SGT in his first race.
That is a cool looking Corvette, too.
Yeah,
And he came down to the downtown parade with us. So, you know, we're going to take a second off his time for that.
yeah.
I'm going to start some brawls in here.
Ken Sutherland apparently losing his best lap time because of that issue. Yes, because he's been relegated back to the back, so he must have lost his fastest lap.
I don't know why. I don't know if that's a rule or maybe because he lost power steering, he couldn't get out of somebody's way.
Yeah,
that might be the case.
Might have been adjudged to have blocked somebody.
Is
not
this
his-
Guthrie right here?
Yeah, I
Looks
think
like
so.
he's on a flyer.
Yeah.
Cole Moore's coming over, getting out of the way. Guthrie's coming up. This is for first, right?
Could be. Yeah, let's see if he's got anything for Cole Moore. Across the line, closer, a 2:06.7 for Jim Guthrie. Gets within 2.2 seconds of Cole Moore.
Do you hear that? They come up over the hill and there's like almost like a sonic boom.
Yeah.
The it sounds really cool. Cole Moore into the pits with JM Racing and JM Environmental.
I think Thwaites is still out there. He's going to
Yeah.
try for one more. Thwaites currently third.
It is weird to be in this little glass aquarium that we're in, John Phippen, and look over and there's Alan Beswick and Andy Petrie in the booth next to us.
Yeah.
They're going to call the race tomorrow. Great crew with Nate Dreyer in the pit lane. We've got Eric Whitnable at winner's circle. This next qualifying, we've got Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series qualifying, and we have our TA2 expert Ford Martin is going to join us and help us out. As we see Kanicki coming in. Maybe Kerry could fill us in on the rules with Ken Sutherland. I think she's down in pit lane with him. Man, if you would have said, hey, Ben, if we could order up the weather for this weekend, I think I would just say, this right
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
It's like this is the perfect racing weather.
Yeah, we phoned up the Chamber of
Spectator-
Commerce and
yes.
said, okay, we need perfect weather for this weekend.
They knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. I mean, it's 73 degrees. It's just about perfect temperature.
It's nice and sunny. There's just enough of a breeze to keep you cool,
Yep.
but not windy.
Yeah.
At the National Park of Speed of Road America, perfect weather. Some American muscle cars at Road America. Like, what could be better on the 250th anniversary of this great country?
Yep. Coming up on July 4th weekend, next weekend. No improvement for Jim Guthrie. Last lap, a 2:07.9, about a second off his fastest.
What would George Washington drive?
Yeah.
Chevy, Ford, or Dodge? Tell us in the comments. John looks at me like, I'm not answering that.
Yeah, I'm not going to stick my neck out. Ken Thwaites turns his fastest lap of the session, a 2:07.4, and he's within 0.7 of a second of Jim Guthrie.
Wow.
I wonder if he'll go for one more and get up on the front row, maybe.
And his wife is here, so the pressure is on.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You can see some things blowing around here at Mission Foods Turn 5, but Guthrie is coming in.
Yeah, he's
based
off
on
the
that.
he's off the pace.
Mhm.
So he tried to get to Colmore, but couldn't quite summon that extra 2 seconds.
I love having Jim Guthrie in the paddock. He's always very well dressed, presents himself very well, just like his cars. Always has a smile on his face.
Yeah.
And I talked about that at the Sonoma broadcast. Unfortunately, John Moore had a mechanical, and he gets out of the race car at pit lane with a huge smile on his face.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just like, I'm out of the race, but I'm still racing. Like, I'm still getting out of a race car. So I love that attitude because, you know, sometimes it really bums people out.
Yeah.
But, like, Jim Guthrie, John Moore, they're just like, I'm just happy to be around in the vicinity of a racetrack.
There you go.
The Sunoco checker is out in the starter's hands.
I don't think we've got anybody on a hot lap. Maybe Patrick Utt. He just turned his best lap of 15.8, but he's still almost 2 seconds behind Austin Dinger in that Corvette in the SGT class.
There goes Tim Gray.
Yeah.
How'd he do?
He did not improve. He's at a 2:27 too, so he's about 7 seconds behind Derek Carter. So Tim Gray has got some pace to find if he's going to get up in the thick of the SGT battle. But he's going to start fourth, so there's room for a podium there.
Yes, and Tim Gray has been in the sport long enough to know that it's also a war of attrition.
Yeah.
It's a 100-mile race
Yep.
at Road America.
Yep.
He might think, hey, slow and steady wins this race, and he could be correct.
Yep.
Here comes Ken Thwaites, Franklin Road Apparel, into the pits.
So I think that's everybody.
You want to run us down this leaderboard here, John?
Sure,
As we
absolutely.
stand?
On the pole, Cole Moore in the Trans Am Cup Series in the number 99, a 2:04.422. Just about 2 seconds up the road is Jim Guthrie. He'll start in the front row of the TA Cup grid. Ken Thwaites will start third in the number 9 Franklin Road Apparel machine. And then David Kunicki, fourth amongst the Trans Am Cup cars. Starting fifth will be Austin Dinger in the lead SGT car in his debut in the Dinger Excavation Corvette. Patrick Utt will start second in SGT in the number 49 RaceQuip driven racing oil car. Derek Carter will start third in SGT in the number 24 after his GT car let him down. Tim Gray will start just behind him in the number 60, and Ken Sutherland will start ninth in the group, again losing his fastest lap, perhaps for a rules infraction. I'm going to turn my headset over to Ford so you and he can bring up Cube 3 Architecture TA2.
Well, John Phippen, thank you so much. You see they're running the track partners, but we will be back. Ford Martin is going to take the lead here for our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series qualifying broadcast. We'll be back in a moment.
If you are in the need of cash this weekend, you can use your ATM card at a mobile ATM located in the paddock area, the Gearbox, and at Road America's Paddock Shop. Road America encourages all event participants to help keep America's National Park of Speed clean by utilizing Safety Clean recycling stations for your vehicle fluids. Safety Clean recycling stations are conveniently located in the paddock area. Looking for a perfect gift for that upcoming special occasion or person? How about a Road America gift card? Available in any denomination you choose. Road America gift cards can be redeemed for race tickets, driving courses, motorcycle schools, on-track touring, or Road America merchandise. Road America gift cards are always the perfect choice. Stop by the track office or visit roadamerica.com today. Quick Trip convenience stores and racing at Road America. It sounds like a perfect match for race fans. With over 400 stores in Wisconsin, Quick Trip has you covered with fresh bakery, grocery items, produce, take-home meals, and freshly prepared hand-breaded fried chicken made right in the store. Quick Trip also carries all your favorite beer brands and offers the lowest legal beer pricing on 24 and 30 packs. Quick Trip, they've got you covered. We'll see you next time. People can't stop screaming about Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza, and no wonder. There's plenty to scream about. The buttery stone-fired crust, secret recipe sauce, mounds of whole milk mozzarella, and tons of premium toppings. Taste what all this screaming is about by finding Screamin' Sicilian pizza in your local grocer's freezer. There's nothing good about a dirty car. Whether you drive a race car, a sports car, or any car, the fastest way to clean and wax any car, use Glosser microfiber towels. The Glosser is available everywhere better car care products are sold, including right here at Road America, the Paddock Shop. If you have no time to wash, then gloss. Race fans, TireRack.com is a proud partner of Road America. For over 40 years, they've been revolutionizing tire buying. Go to TireRack.com. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide for a personalized recommendation. The right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the widest selection and sell only the best name brand tires. Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, and a national network of over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
And we welcome you to the Badger State, America's National Park of Speed, right here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, in Road America. Just over 4 miles of sweeping, flowing racetrack carved through the Wisconsin countryside as we are set to go for round 7 of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. And good afternoon, everyone. Alongside Ben Sizzle, I'm Ford Martin. Thanks for joining us last weekend at Indianapolis. Elio Meza back on top and throwing together a perfect race. Won the pole, led every single lap. His 6th win of 2026 and now holds a 56-point lead over his teammate and Alon Day as qualifying coming up right here at Road America. And Ben, just we talked about last week as far as the Pro-Am and the Pro and who goes first. Back-to-back, we're seeing the Pro-Am lead us off.
I love it. I think that from a show perspective, that's kind of how you want to do it. And we just saw it in TA qualifying. We broke a record. Matt Brabham got first time ever a Trans Am car was under 2 minutes, and that broke the record. But that's a barrier that people have been trying to reach back since like the Boris said Dorsey Schrader days. But starting with Pro-Am, I think is really fun because when you start with the Pro Series, the Pro-Am kind of like intermingle in there somewhere, you know. But if we start with the Pro-Am Series, we have the Pro-Am at the top, and then we see who is going to be intermingling in with them. So I think from a show perspective, this way goes a lot better. Tim Richter and I, the race director, were talking about that last week at Indy, and he kind of agreed. So maybe we're going to see it happening this way a little bit more.
Now, you mentioned Matthew Brabham, not only in TA, but doing a little double duty, running TA2 for Team SLR. We'll mention him as the Pro Division comes up here, but what an opportunity for him to come in here, be with a race team that has dominated the last calendar year. But Jared Odrick, we look at him, obviously a guy that had a lot of expectations going into Indianapolis. A bit of a rocky start, had some issues he ran into, and Keith Prochek kissing the bricks in at the Brickyard.
Yeah. And Keith Prochek running you see him back there. He's weaving through as they're trying to get heat in the tires, which is not recommended. He is the CEO of HP Tuners just outside of Chicago, and he's going to have like probably 40 to 60 employees and family here this weekend. This race for Keith Prochek, that blue car there in third, this one means a lot to him. This is his home track, and we see a lot of his employees here. And then to kiss the bricks, I watched Jared watch the rest of the race in pit lane, and an upset Jared Odrick is not somebody you want to mess with.
And that's right. Reminds me a little bit of Stephon Diggs with the Buffalo Bills not too long ago, watching the Kansas City Chiefs celebrate, going to the AFC Championship game. Jared pulling off a little NFL-style similar, watching what he set out to do. But qualifying here, something to note here, Ben, a lot of the guys are all jumbled up together, not as spread out as I believe race director Tim Richter would prefer them here coming to green.
Yeah, in the last session, he actually got on the radio and told the pit crews to tell your drivers to spread out. It's a 4.5 mile track. You don't have to be on top of each other. So let's see what they do here as they come through the starter stand, and anything can happen here, Ford.
Also want to note there back towards the rear of the field, and Christina Lamb, she's also competing in the TA Sprint, which is a similar car. TA2, same thing, getting more track time, and that's big for her to come out here and be a part of a challenging racetrack for some, and especially as many times it takes, or the length as far as getting around this racetrack, and it's good for her to get some more laps out here.
Love that camera angle there from Caitlin, the drone right over the apex of Cube 3 Turn 1. So we see Jim Gallagher, Matt Gray, and there's Christina Lamb there. What do you think is about to happen here, Ford? Who's going to do it? And did you talk in the silver hair paddock? Did you say, hey, we don't want to do more than 3 laps, 4 laps? What is it here? What's the sweet spot for qualifying at Road America?
Well, the number one thing is you only want to go out one time. You don't want to go again. You start on these set of tires for the race tomorrow. If you have to go out a second time, you must have really messed up your first run. And you're really going to say about your top time. I was talking to some of the guys here today. Lap 3 is going to be your fastest lap. That's what we saw in practice today. So we're going to see a little bit of that here today. Expected around there. And I expect to be maybe 4 laps tops as far as some of these guys. And if you go out again, then you really have to know 100% that you can run faster, because if you go out again, you're putting more laps on your tires.
Yeah. Exactly. There's Doug Winston coming around the carousel, Cale Phillips. So right now it's Jared Odrick, Keith Prochuk, Cale Phillips, Doug Winston. That's the order that you're seeing. Here comes Jim Gallagher as he gets a little sideways there at the exit of the carousel. Then Matt Gray and Christina Lamb. And I'm hearing that car 31
and Michael
has to do a
LaPaglia,
pass-through penalty.
Yeah, passing cars before entering, coming to the green flag. A lot of these guys, they have a certain grid order they have to stay in, and was called there, so he will have to make a pass-through. So that's going to be really unfortunate. That puts more laps on his tires, especially when he was on his flyer lap, has to come back down pit road, another lap that he has to get back up to speed going around the racetrack again. So he's going to definitely use up those Pirellis.
Yeah, and he is our 2024 Western Championship champion. And Tim Carroll, also from the Western Series, running in the Pro-Am. I haven't seen Tim Carroll on track yet. But Michael LaPaglia in that beautiful Papini's Garage Ford Mustang is not going to like that. That's why knowing the rules is so important, not just for the driver, but for the teams. Because sometimes it's, you know, the driver's in his own headspace. The teams have to remind the drivers of these things.
So Jared right now in that 00. Currently at the top of the board with a 2:12.801. Falling up behind nearly a whole second on Cale Phillips with a 13.67.
There's Jared Odrick, the 00 black underwear car. Then Keith Prochuk with Cale Phillips right behind him with Mincy's Graphics. Keith Prochuk running the HP Tuners Cope Race Cars car. And then Doug Winston, TradeMentor.org. If you look at that car up close, it's got some of the coolest graphics on the hood. I was talking to Doug about that a little bit today.
And Ben, just looking at this racetrack overall, 2 back-to-back busy weekends. They had the NTT IndyCar Series here last weekend, and now the Trans Am Series has arrived at Road America. So things are pretty busy here at the National Park of Speed as you see them coming out of the carousel. But you just see this place. Everyone loves coming here, camping out, and really enjoying just all what this racetrack really has to offer. And talk about what this track has to offer as they approach right there in the kink, in the fastest part of the racetrack. And a lot of the guys that I talked to in the garage, Elio Meza, Noah Harmon, a few of those guys, and asked them, first time to the kink, what was your thoughts? And their eyes get all big, and they're like, incredible. So much fun. We really enjoyed it. And it's really special to see that for a lot of the newcomers that have come here for the first time and experienced the fast corner that is the kink.
Yeah, it's hairy because you're coming through so fast. It's a little bit of a blind right-hander. And then there's the wall so close to the, is that smoke out of the engine from Jim Gallagher? I'm not sure.
Gallagher did go off track there just a bit.
So. I hope so. But they can't move that wall further left. It's right off a driver's left. They can't move it because there's train tracks there.
16 did just pass by us there in Gallagher. Appears to be okay.
I like seeing that. Here comes Odrick. So this should be his flyer, correct?
Yeah, so most people are going to see about lap 3 is where their fastest lap is going to be. Cale Phillips, how about that? Right now at a 11.742, that's the time to beat. Keith Prochuk as it put up now to P2 with a 12.510.
Jared Odrick is coming in heated. Where did he go? Where is Jared? Did he already pass? There he is. What happened there? Oh, no. Because he was really upset that he finished second in qualifying in Pro-Am at Indy to Tim Carroll, and he was obviously on his flyer, looked good coming out of 3, and now we're hearing slow car coming into 5, and that's Jared Odrick.
Got to wonder if potentially off screen where he may have gone off track and basically fully accepted that, hey, this is not going to be a good lap. I'm just going to reset and maybe try again on the 4th lap potentially.
LaPaglia coming in smoking. Looks like he's overheating.
Yeah, he's
overheating, got water
yes.
coming out. And then Jared Odrick had to take the escape road at turn 5.
So Odrick obviously had issues at Indianapolis. His race was cut short, as we were talking about a few moments ago. There's a shot just coming out of the kink down into Canada corner.
I just saw Roberto Sabato go by. He's in Cube 3, turn 1. Roberto Sabato is a very good Pro-Am racer. We see him maybe 3-4 times a year, but I have to give a shout out to him. Jackie, one of our Trans Am super fans, has painted her nails to match Roberto Sabato's car. She went with us from Road America to CTMP 2 years in a row. She has a tattoo of the Road America track and the CTMP track map on her arm with the routes. And so hopefully she's the lucky charm for Roberto Sabato. But Ford, I was not anticipating this much drama in Pro-Am qualifying.
So far, and we're definitely seeing that for a lot of these guys. Paglia still on pit road just off of your screen right here at the start-finish line. They're going to work on that car, and still smoke blowing out as he was overheating. So already was called down pit road for passing, coming to the green, and now an overheating issue down here on pit road.
And Prochuk into the pits. Now Jared Odrick is at the top with a 2:11.742, and Keith Prochuk a 2:12.510.
Here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. And speaking of Cube 3, want to send our best wishes to the Cube 3 Architecture CEO Nick Middleton, dealing with some health issues, missing only his second race in 5 years. And we are wishing him well and seeing him back at the track here pretty soon. And you talk about a guy that is here every single weekend. You don't really see that across a lot of motorsports. They try to make it maybe 50% of the races. Yeah. Nick's here every single race. I know that he's back at home and watched some TA2 qualifying.
I hope so. And we wish you were here. But it was funny, even like we talk about that missing 2 races. There were a couple years ago, he wasn't planning on coming to Sonoma Laguna for the Western. And I was like, man, sometime you should come out and check out one of the Westerns. Then he did. He came to both of them. And he's one of those people, he loves the driver development. He's working with one of your drivers, Noah Harmon. He knows everybody in the paddock. He knows the crew, the truck drivers, all of the Trans Am officials. Everybody likes him. And from a driver development standpoint, he's very good because he's basically telling these drivers how to speak to sponsors, what they can deliver and things like that you wouldn't get in another series right now.
And that's really key, seeing that as far as, this is a series in Trans Am that's all about building character, working on how the media, obviously working especially on your road course craft. Nick Middleton is a guy that is part of this series and really tries to utilize that with every single driver, all the teams, and he makes his way. He gets there just about right after the teams get there in the garage area.
Yep. Cale Phillips to second right there with Nitro Motorsports. So Cale Phillips over Keith Prochuk right now, and Keith Prochuk came into the pits. It'll be interesting to see if he goes back out.
And do you want to note that was Cale Phillips' 4th lap, so we will see if potentially he will shut that down and come back down pit road. Keith Prochuk in the 3rd slot, who just comes by and has a lap of a 2:28.405.
Man, that is a brave camera operator to be standing that close to the track like that.
Great shot. And coming down that long front straightaway, have to have that huge uphill climb. Christina Lamb there, going down towards turn number 2.
Here comes Tim Carroll. Tim Carroll took the top step at Indy, and man, that really got under Jared Odrick's skin.
Well, he's a competitor,
yeah.
and you fully expect that. We just mentioned that as far as, he's been on a tear and a track in Indy. That's a place that he really wanted to win. So really interested to see, and hopefully there's no major issues as far as his car. He's still on the pole right now, but love to see how he responds for tomorrow afternoon's race.
And I think also it kind of hurt him because Tim Carroll is also on an M1 chassis. And so, you're always comparing yourself to other drivers, but especially if they're in like equipment. Here comes Matt Gray coming down into 8. Matt Gray was on the podium with us at Sonoma. And Christina Lamb also on the podium with us at Sonoma, right behind him. 2 teammates with TRB.
It was really hard to wipe the smile off her face in Sonoma, just being up there with those guys, and she was really proud of the weekend she was able to put together. And as we talked about it, getting more track time here at Road America. Following there on our drone shot, going up right here. And Ben, again, we just talked about it, the kink right here. High, fast-paced corner there is just losing as they're going to head all the way back down to Canada corner. And this is a turn where it's really easy to overshoot. You try to get as much as you can at a hard right-hander, and at the same time, it's pretty easy to get caught in the gravel trap too.
Oh, yeah. I want to give a big shout out. Last night we did the Cheese Festival Parade, and I met some Trans Am fans that we met last year, John and Pam. Pam is a blue ribbon, first place Minnesota State Fair of her salsa. And
Interesting.
Mission Foods is here, so she brought us 3 jars of her salsa that is delicious. We had it last year. We're having it tonight over at Mission Beach as a staff. So John and Pam, thank you so much for coming out. And I love seeing that, Ford. We're starting to see Trans Am fans coming to 2, 3, 4 events a year and making the travel and kind of following the series. And we're seeing this series grow back to where it was, and it's kind of had like 3 or 4 different heydays in its 60-year history. And I think we're kind of on the precipice of another heyday of Trans Am.
Checkered flag is out here for the Pro-Am qualifying, and as of right now, a couple of guys starting to finish a few of their laps. Only 2 are on track right now currently. The 64 and the 66. So finishing up their lap, Matt Gray, Christina Lamb. They're in turn number 5. The rest of the field has made their way down pit road. But just going back to the event last night, Ben, you were talking about it. I wasn't able to make it. For those that are watching, what is this festival that they have down here for the Cheese Cup?
Well, it's Plymouth, just about 4 miles down the road. We had a police escort. Is the cheese capital of the world. You know, we're in the dairy state. And we drove our cars, TA2, TA cars, some IGT cars. And there was Plymouth is only about 8,500 people population. I'd say half of them were there last night. There was a concert. There was all kinds of different contests, bratwurst. It was a lot of fun. And some of the drivers were saying, you know, they've never signed that many autographs. I see J.C. Monet. We didn't see him out there. I see him in pit lane. He's now 7th in TA2 Pro-Am with a 2:13.7. But he was out there signing autographs. He actually gave me a J.C. Monet air freshener. I've never seen that.
Oh, interesting.
But I put it in my camper. I'm camping here this weekend with my son. It smelled great. I slept great, smelling the lavender. But it was just a lot of fun. The Tovo twins were there signing autographs. And that's how you build a fan base. And the fans, you know, we were here for 2 years with NASCAR. Trans Am has a huge history here at Road America. So Trans Am has a fan base here in this region, and it was a lot of fun for our drivers, for our staff, walking around talking to the fans. You missed out.
I'm unfortunately wasn't able to make it last night, but just stuff that I saw from the Trans Am page and everything that I heard this morning, it was a very successful event, and one that, if you can, and that's myself included, needs to find their way to go back out there and would expect it to return next year based on how successful it was last night.
Yeah, and Road America does a great job working with the police department, bringing us down there. They're down there for about two and a half hours, and they escort them back. Just a lot of fun. And when they were driving through downtown Plymouth, you know, it was so loud. The fans were cheering. It was a lot of fun, and I saw people like Doug Winston, J.C. Monet, letting a lot of children, a lot of people sit in their cars, and you get a first-hand feel of what these cars feel like. And I think that's the kind of things that really need to set the hook for future, you know, motorsports fans.
Well, Ben, let's take a look down the running order, or the leaderboard, that is, for TA2 Pro-Am. Jared Odrick, after having some issues, had to use the 5:12 cutout. He put up only 2 laps. However, he does remain at the top of the board with a 2:11.742. Second is Cale Phillips. Third, Keith Prochuk. Fourth, Doug Winston. Fifth, Tim Carroll. The 6th position goes to Roberto Sabato. 7th, J.C. Monet. 8th, Jim Gallagher. 9th, Matt Gray. 10th, Michael Paglia. And rounding out our 11-car field in the TA2 Pro-Am, Christina Lamb with a 2:17.60. So hopefully that Jared Odrick, everything appears to be okay, where he will be able to start in his current position there for tomorrow afternoon's race. Right about 1 o'clock is, I believe 1:10 exactly, is when the green flag will be given out tomorrow afternoon under the Wisconsin sunshine. We've had great weather this weekend. Not too hot, not too cold. Just about perfect right here in Wisconsin.
Oh, this is what I would order up, this kind of weather here. Just a tiny little bit of, I wouldn't say cloud cover, but just a little bit of diffusion. I absolutely love it. Now, one question I have, Ford, and I should know the answer to this, and I apologize for not knowing. Maybe your dad knows. Because Jared had to take that escape road, not on his flyer, is he penalized anything in his qualifying? I'm not sure about that.
That's something that I know that a lot of the folks within Trans Am will have to look at the sporting regs and see what they do on behalf of that, considering he did not come back around to complete a full lap. So that is something to keep as of note here going forward the rest of this afternoon to see what they do.
Now, I have Tim Richter in my ear, and he hasn't said anything about that yet. But a lot of times, you know, it might come after the fact, after they review everything. So we'll see. But Cube 3 architecture TA2 cars are being released, Ford.
So the TA2 Pro cars that are coming out, and a guy that was at the top of the board, I mean, just mentioned him in the open here for the Cube 3 architecture TA2 series, Matthew Brabham, double duty here this weekend. You know, we talked to Scott Lagasse Jr. beforehand, bit of a last minute together. There was an open seat, a sponsor. Pretty cool to have him run double duty.
Yeah, and Matt Brabham, I was talking to some of his crew this morning, just asking, you know, he's one of those drivers that I've seen him in Indy Next, Indy Lights. I've seen him in those Robbie Gordon Stadium super trucks. He was doing burnouts in downtown Nashville in those stadium super trucks. He's probably the fastest TA driver I've seen in my career with Trans Am. And he's one of those drivers that can adapt to a race car very quickly. You know, it's in his genes. You know, Sir Jack Brabham is his grandfather, Jeff Brabham. David Brabham is his uncle. Jeff Brabham is his dad. And just a very calculated driver out there in that number 48 Team SLR Focal One car.
We did talk to him last weekend in Indianapolis, and he's run a lot of things through his career. I mean, we've seen just from IndyCar. I mean, running 10 years ago, he ran his Indy 500 debut, and now running in this series. And there's a guy that you have no doubt is going to come in here and immediately make an impact, and obviously doing that with a team like Team SLR and Scott Lagasse Jr. So that's going to be really interesting to see how things play off. He was fastest in practice, but as of note, Elio Meza went out for his outlap, but did not complete a lap. So he is leading out here, so things appear to be okay to get his car back on the racetrack. Obviously winning last weekend's race at Indianapolis for the Pro Division. And you see him right there coming down hill to turn number 5. Or you see all the skid marks there, Ben. It's really another place of the track where it's really easy to overdrive, and it's easy to go off racetrack as well.
We've seen a lot of passing here, and we've seen it go really wrong here for some TA2 drivers. So this is one of the focal points of the track, but this track being about 4.5 miles long, there's probably about 5 or 6 focal points of the track. I spoke to Jacob Mosler, who is one of the people associated with Team SLR, and I asked him what happened with Elio. I forget what he told me, but it was just a small little thing, like I think maybe something like power steering. So Jacob was very confident that it'd be fixed by this qualifying. So we're going to see what Elio lays down here. Watch out for Adrian Lostowski. He's very quick here, and he has a lot of experience up here in the front. So Adrian Lostowski with Fast Auto. We're seeing Stanton Barrett here, but I'm really anxious to see because we do this by points. Eric Caton also very fast here, but because we do this by points, Matthew Brabham has 0 points in the TA2 series. He's starting from the back, and you know this is 4.5 miles. I don't understand why the drivers don't spread out for these qualifying unless they think they might get a tow. But we're starting to see it here. This is the pro part of the TA2 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, and this is the best spread I've seen in qualifying so far.
Adrian Lostowski getting up to full speed. And then the first car that's going to be coming around, there's Elio Meza over towards turn number 14, then uphill on the front straightaway to begin his first flyer lap.
And I think we're going to see records breaking, not because of the perfect weather, but since we were here last, they've added those little bit of runoff there. They call it grasscrete. It's kind of a combination concrete and grass, those grids. And they say you get about 40 to 60% traction, but that's still something. You were in the grass or the dirt last year. So if people use that at the Kink or 14, maybe they're going to use, or the exit of the carousel, maybe they're going to, maybe we're going to see some times come down. It just gives the drivers just a little bit more confidence.
As we talked about it, just how going to take a few laps to really get the fastest speed on the afternoon as far as utilizing that in qualifying. See Ethan Tovo, Noah Harmon, Silver Hair Racing, a team that had some smoke in the cockpit towards the end of qualifying. They were able to get that repaired and back on here on the racetrack. So not just Elio Meza trying to fix things from practice. Silver Hair Race and their entire crew come together and got that number 7 High Point Rocker Chevrolet back on the track.
I love the look of that car, but we haven't spoken about Alon Day yet. And Alon Day, very fast from the country of Israel with that JSSI Chevy Camaro. He's second in points, very fast. We just saw Noah Harmon going a little bit too deep there out of turn 6. But Noah Harmon, man, we really saw something from him last weekend at Indy.
Especially starting 11th and going through the field like he did, finishing 3rd, right there behind the Team SLR drivers and Alon Day and Elio Meza. So he's coming to a track that he really does enjoy, loves being at. And another driver, and like Elaine Bice that I had a conversation with, and she said she really loves this place. Her first time being here and really likes the way this track drives, especially here in the TA2 cars. So a lot of folks coming here for their first time at Road America, and just as we talked about in the Pro-Am, they're coming here and really just enjoying what this track has to offer.
Not only is it a great track, but I think it has the best food at the track.
I agree,
best
yeah.
ice cream for sure. But their breakfast sandwiches are great. Their lunch, their bratwurst,
Got Parker Johns right over here. Yes, it's awesome.
It is amazing. And that is how green the grass is. That is how blue the sky is here in Wisconsin. So there's a great shot there of that Silver Hair.
Kind of hard to miss that one.
Yeah, Noah Harmon. Noah Harmon has been very, very impressive this season.
Best finish of 3rd a few times here this year. Ended his year last season with 2 second-place finishes at VIR and Barber. So Adrian Lastowski, P4 on the board. Just put up a time of a 2:10.957. Right now at the top of the board is Elio Meza with a 9.36.
But look at that. Alon Day, basically a 10th behind him. A little less than a 10th of a second behind him.
And we really saw that at Indianapolis. Those two drivers sort of, it felt like a super speedway race where they were right there together. You would think you would lose time,
Yeah.
but they were actually almost felt like using the draft and pulling away from everybody. Ethan Tovo and Noah Harmon that were battling for that 3rd spot. Those two guys drove away. Alon Day was 2nd this morning in their practice session. Those guys are all running about a 9.48, 9.5, 9.7. Track getting a little bit hotter, so might not be as quick. We'll see here.
Laney Bice up to 3rd so far. And then we were talking about Ethan Tovo and Nitro Motorsports, Dick's Sporting Goods car. I want to give a big shout out. One of my favorite people that was in TA2 just even this season. Sam Corey had an unbelievable performance yesterday at Sonoma, as did Mia Lovell, both Nitro Motorsports
1 and
drivers.
2.
Yeah. I love seeing that. All we want to do is watch our friends achieve their dreams, and it's so cool, so rewarding for us as Trans Am officials and staff to see these drivers doing exactly what they want to do, and we're seeing it right here. Some of these drivers are going to be some of the biggest names in motorsports, if not already. Gian Buffamonte, we haven't mentioned him a lot. He was first in practice yesterday from just about 2.5 hours down the road, I think Naperville, Illinois. He's got some friends, high school friends coming, and so there's going to be a lot of pressure on him.
Oh, Lastowski gets sideways off 14, keeps it riding. We'll see what type of lap he puts together here as he comes back to the start-finish line. And that will put him at his best lap as a 10.94. And I don't think he lifted there, Ben.
I don't think so either.
Great save.
Yeah. That's scary, though. And Eric Caton, who is kind of in the periphery of Fast Auto, they always kind of paddock together, both on how chassis got to see everything from a great view. Eric Caton also doing really well in the series with the Skillman Auto Ford Mustang. I can't tell by Adrian's body language if he's still out there, if he looks like he's coming in.
Well, here's the problem, but where in the location that happened, because not only does that hurt the end of his last lap,
Yeah.
but it can hurt the speed
Yeah.
of the next lap, obviously down the front straightaway, because if you mess up 14, that not only hurts the first lap, it hurts the next one too.
Yeah, if you're going to abort a lap, you want to do it like back at like turn 7 or 8, you know, so that you can start to set up. But now he might have to do a whole other lap if he wants to try to go out there and set something up.
Right now it's Elio Meza, Alon Day, and to the top of the board, rocketing there, Matthew Brabham with a time of a 9.162. And Ben, knowing his career and what we talked about just moments ago, that's not really a surprise.
It isn't a surprise in some ways. I would expect top 5. I don't know if I would expect P1. You know, and anything can happen. We still have time left. But Matthew Brabham, and you know, we are trying to develop drivers here, and maybe they brought in somebody like Matthew Brabham to, you know, kind of work with Alon, Laney Bice, Elio Meza. But I want to give a big shout out to David Pinteric for really helping this Matthew Brabham and Team SLR bring Matthew Brabham to the Cube 3 TA2 series. But that is impressive. So I don't know how I feel. I'm not shocked, but I'm also, I don't know if I expected that.
This is about the time where you start to see a few of the guys have their fastest laps. The question is, if you didn't run your fastest lap, and as you look down the board right here, and Ethan Tovo, Noah Harmon, Seamus McKendry, guys that came back around to complete lap number 3. A few of those guys did not run a faster lap, so got to wonder if maybe they might push it and do one more lap. Think they can get that extra 10th or 2 out of it. It's a high risk, high reward.
Yeah, but there's Gian Buffamonte up to 4th.
What a weekend he's had so far.
Yeah.
I mean, we just talked about it. He was 3rd in the practice session this morning.
His first real season in TA2 to finish 4th in the championship. And to be honest, and partly my fault, we didn't talk about him as much as we should have. You know, with a 4th place finish with Nitro Motorsports last season. And maybe that's where he wants to be. That's where his dad liked to be when his dad won the TA2 championship. He wanted to kind of be the silent assassin and kind of sneak up on people. And Gian kind of has that personality of his dad, Tony, as well. So finishing 4th, that's really good for Gian.
Take a look at your top 5. Matthew Brabham, Elio Meza, Alon Day. So Team SLR 1, 2, 3. Then, as we just mentioned, Gian Buffamonte in 4th. Ethan Tovo for Nitro Motorsports there in 5th. So 4th and 5th
And
for
6th.
Nitro. Yeah, and Ethan Jacobs there in the 6th position.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was Ethan Tovo. You're right, Ethan Jacobs with JDH Racing. Laney Bice is 7th. Jackson Tovo with Nitro Motorsports is 8th. And look at that. Ethan Tovo going around in 14, just like Adrian Lastovsky did a little bit. No change there with those top 3, or with those 3. So Ford, what are you seeing here? I don't think anybody's on their flyer anymore, do you? Or did anybody come into the pits early and wait it out and see what happens, and then they're going to go out? I didn't see anybody doing that strategy.
Yeah, you see a couple guys, obviously, and Noah Harmon, who just come down pit road, the 71 of Eric Caton. But as of right now, Matthew Brabham at the top of the board. He went out and did another lap, but still wasn't able to best his 9.162. And obviously, with how long it takes to get around this racetrack, we're just under 2 minutes remaining. Not going to be enough time. I believe that is.
That's
Alon Day, yes.
Why did he go off there on his like cool down lap? Maybe he was looking at gauges or looking at his temperature and just kind of lost sight of where he was, but not what he wanted to do there. Jace Denmark into the pits.
So not enough time to reset, get back on the racetrack. So really it's going to be this one session and that is going to be it. And really, you would have to basically come down pit road early in the qualifying session, cool your stuff down there. If you didn't like what you had on the first lap, the first thing you want to do is come back down pit road. Don't put too many laps on your Pirellis, then go back out there. You're looking at about 6 laps tops as far as even thinking about improving your lap. But right here, majority of this field sitting at about 4, some with 5 laps, and that's about your maximum, and trying to save your stuff for tomorrow's race.
I'll tell you what, I hate to say this, but I thought Gavin Gleitzman, being from this area, would be a little bit further up. He's 15th, which is good, but I was expecting to see him maybe 12th to 6th or something like that.
And he's been a guy that's really qualified well the last 2 races, Lime Rock and then Indianapolis.
Tanner Reif, 14th. What's the team going to say about that?
And they've been working on it. Obviously, Tanner Reif had some issues in the race last weekend in Indianapolis. Had a left rear go down, hit the wall. So the team, Silverhair, has been, really working really hard to get that car turned around, get that fixed. And right now, sitting in that 14th position, his teammate and Noah Harmon, that nice spot. See Ethan Tovo there coming down pit road.
That puts our first in Pro-Am provisionally, because we're not sure about the rules with Jared Odrick, starting 18th. That's pretty far down for the Pro-Am. We've seen Pro-Am as high as starting 3rd overall, but starting 18th, I don't think Jared's going to be happy with that.
So there's the 91 of Ethan Jacobs down through turn number 5, just slowly making his way. He's actually going to use the 512 cutout. Alon Day back here. I believe he might be trying
maybe
another lap right here. He has 6 laps that he is counted for right here. So
what's he doing?
And believe right here, he actually drove it in pretty wide right there. So following the 17 of Alon Day, finished 2nd last weekend at Indianapolis, winner at Lime Rock.
Here we go. Now we got a show here at the end. Caitlin's doing a great job focusing on Alon Day as he comes around. Currently, is he 2nd right now? 3rd.
He's in that 3rd spot. He ran his fastest lap on lap number 2.
He's running a good line. He's tidy. It's all about, how's he look coming through the kink? He's got an open track.
And making his way all the way to the X of the kink, back down towards Canada corner. As we mentioned, Ben, multiple times, really easy to overdrive it right here and lock the brakes up. Looking pretty smooth right here through Canada corner.
I can't tell if he's slowing down, though. It looks like maybe. We'll see how he does out of 14. Yeah, that looks like doesn't look like he's on a flyer anymore.
And I believe that he wasn't liking
something.
Potentially, or the early part of the first lap, it looked like he was trying something and just didn't feel like, hey, this is going to be my fastest lap. Decides to come back down pit road, and that's going to be the checker flag there, Ben.
But he did create some suspense for us.
That's right. We were hoping for it a little bit. Well, let's run down the leaderboard here. It's Matthew Brabham. He is going to come in here in his first TA2 race and capture the pole with a time of a 2.09.162. Elio Mezzo will be 2nd. 3rd, Alon Day. 4th, Gian Buffamante. 5th, Ethan Tovo. 6th is Ethan Jacobs. 7th, Laney Bice. 8th, Jackson Tovo. 9th, Noah Harmon. 10th, Tyler Casera. 11th, Seamus McKendry. 12th, Adrian Lostowski. 13th, Stanton Barrett. 14th, Tanner Reif. And 15th, Gavin Gleitzman. That is going to be your top 15 for tomorrow afternoon's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series for round number 7.
Innovation meets adrenaline with Cube 3 architecture. As title sponsor of the Trans Am TA2 Pro and Pro-Am series, Cube 3 helps power one of North America's most competitive racing platforms. This partnership, years in the making, unites world-class design expertise with elite motorsports performance. For the 2026 season, Cube 3 continues to accelerate the growth and future of Trans Am's TA2 series. Cube 3 architecture, bringing design innovation and racing passion together.
Road America would like to recognize our 2026 season corporate partners: Sargento, Motul, Corvette, Mission, Palermo's Pizza, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin, Stromble Field, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and SeaTech Cabinets. Our entitlement sponsors: Expel, West Bend Insurance, Bank First, Bring a Trailer, and Kohler Credit Union. Our food and beverage partners: Mission Foods Tortillas and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Lakeside Pepsi, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, Molson Coors, Pritzloff Wholesale Meats, and Plank Road Distillery. Our fire and safety sponsors: Jefferson Safety, AMR, Crete Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, and Soundhouse Hearing Protection. Our partner organizations: Quick Trip, Spark Ops Fabricators, Wisconsin Lighting Lab, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Springs, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, Third Coast IT, Eden Valder Stone, Clean Tools, Collins Classic Automobiles, The Walbeck Group, Speed Seat, Wisconsin Lottery, Antech Solutions, Smith Oil, Meekum Auctions, Tietz's Piggly Wiggly, McMahon Engineers and Architects, RaceQuip, CertaPro Painters, and Kunis RV.
Garage Living transforms garages into high-performance, fully customized spaces that reflect the passion of automotive enthusiasts everywhere. Driven by precision, craftsmanship, and attention to detail, just like in racing, Garage Living creates spaces worthy of what you love to drive. Garage Living, the official garage makeover company of Racing America. Stop by their display next to the podium and see what they can do for you. Our second race of the day for International GT getting underway, and this is the Enduro. It's a 1-hour race with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop somewhere in the middle. Let's introduce the 20 starting cars for you. Starting in row number 10 is the 03 of Dario Capitano and Dominio Flavorante. They are both going to share the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo that Youssef Nabi has been driving all weekend long. So they're going to start at the back because Nabi is not one of the drivers. Alongside them, the 991 of Eric Gray in his son Liam's car in that GT4 liter Porsche GT3 Cup car. In row 9, the 30 of Richard Grant in a 4-liter Cayman. And one of our GTX cars, the 67 of Robert Garza. That exhibition class car is an Audi R8 LMS GT4. In row 8, car 55, Thomas Begoni in a 4-liter Cayman. And the 109 of Ryan Sikowski, forgive me, Ryan, in a 3.8-liter Cayman. Next to him is, in row 7 is the 641 of Kurt Kropp. He's the points leader in the Cayman class. And He'll start next to the number 9 of Ryan Camp in a 4-liter Cayman. In row 6, the 216 of Nicholas Groombridge in a GT 992, and the 24 of Joseph Rizzo in a 4-liter Cayman. Row number 5 has the 819 of Robert Gee in his Cayman 4-liter, and Coleman Hall in the number 79 4-liter Cayman. The top 8 are all from the Mission Foods GT3 Cup. The 08 is Cliff Kayer in a GT 992. Next to him is the 06 of Mustafa Bakir and Josh Carlson sharing that car. In row number 3 on the outside, the 81 is Juan Gonzalez, and Butch Leitzinger will take the second stint in that car. Next to them in that row is the 058 of William Oliver. Bill will take the first stint. Bruno Carniero will take the second stint in that machine. In row 4, on the outside, row 2 on the outside, 4th position, I'll get it right. The 210 of Matthew Cohn will take the first stint. Kevin Clifford will join him for the second stint. Next to him is the 899 of Michael Merritt, and he'll have Mackay Stevens in the seat for the second stint. On the front row, the 008 of Dr. Reg Williams, and he'll turn it over to Tom Long for the second stint. And we understand the pole sitter, Charles Wicht, will not take the start in the Bentley, so Reg Williams and Michael Merritt will be on the front row. And again, Michael Merritt had a problem. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
I was worried because the car didn't make it to the end in this morning's sprint race, but clearly they've got the problem solved, and he'll be in the field.
And what I loved about that in that last sprint race, because he went out lap 1, I believe.
Yep.
I saw him at Winter Circle celebrating with his buddies, and that's what IGT is. But you named some pretty big names there. Butch Leitzinger, Tom Long. We've got some pretty big names.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know Catherine Legg is here as a coach, but is she on the
She's not on the entry
driver list? Okay.
She's not on the driver list. So.
If you're joining us on the Racing America TV YouTube, or you could join us on Racing America TV YouTube, if you're out there in the stands, tell us who you're rooting for. If we get anything wrong, please yell at us in all caps. Brad Roberts, if you're in pit lane and you're listening to this, I'm going to need your help. Can you be pit reporter and text me when you see people do a driver change or people come in? We're going to need all the help we can get because these Enduros, they get kind of finicky. We should be doing 2 pace laps here, but Dr. Reg Williams, is he the one that's with Tom Long?
He is.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then Michael Merritt's got a hot shoe in there, and it's great to see Michael Merritt in that kind of bronze car. Look for Butch Leitzinger to get into Juan Gonzalez's car. And it's great to see Garza back out there. He had like a mechanical there at the end of the last race, and he was actually live streaming his in-car in the last race. So this should be really interesting, John. And in IGT, the Enduros are very important because, if you're driving a Porsche, you like the endurance races.
Right.
And this is an hour-long Enduro with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop.
The starting driver, which the car owner, the normal driver, is required to start the car in these Enduros, and he must complete 30 minutes of the 60-minute race. So you'll find that a lot of the cars will start their pit stops even earlier. If they've got a faster second driver, they want to get it earlier, but they've made that minimum so that isn't what happens. The starting driver gets in, does 2 laps, and then turns it over to the hot shoe to finish the race. The starting driver, in order to score points, has to be in the car for 30 minutes. So they'll go to the halfway point and a little past before they make their pit stop. And they have to complete the pit stop before 15 minutes to go in the race. So basically, they have to initiate their pit stop before 20 minutes remaining, so just before the 40-minute mark.
So my friend, who I'm never going to be able to pronounce his name, but he works with Michael Origer and Bob Gee. He's saying, let's go Ricky Bobby. That's what they call Bob Gee.
Yep.
Ricky Bob Gee. And Racer Boy 1129 is saying no Bentley for the Enduro.
Michael Merritt's pulling off.
Same place.
Again, same story. What is the deal?
Oh, no.
Apparently there's some sort of issue that lets him do a lap and a half, and then it shuts off on him.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's a tough
Maybe
break.
there's a very attractive corner worker over there.
Oh, that could be.
Or a
yeah.
great. You never know. There's there's great bratwurst stands here. I'm
That's
not
true.
sure.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's not like him. And he was last year's champion.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what that is. And you know what? I feel bad now as a journalist. I should have gone and asked him what happened there at Winter Circle when he was down there. I just thought it was so cool that he was down there celebrating with his friends. Emily, if you're watching, Bill Oliver, if you can give us any stats. Brad Roberts just reached out to me, text. He said he's cool. He's going to be our pit reporter.
Good deal.
Brad, we'll have to, we'll give you a percentage of the proceeds here, Brad. No problem.
Yeah, Ben and I get extra money for these endurance races, so yeah.
Well, 0's a percent. Right?
Yeah, like I say, yeah. We'll double your salary for this one, Ben.
And, I'm also disappointed about the Bentley, but I think Charles Wicht, he's like, let's go let these Porsches and Ferraris battle it out. And he'll
Sure.
be out here tomorrow in Sprint Race 3.
Yep.
All right, wait, here we go. Brittany, M3 Brittany, also saying go Cliff again. Brittany, what's your relationship with Cliff? Give us some insight here. Michael Merritt, there we go, from Julie Bentley. Clutch and or gearbox. Borrowed parts to fix, but ... That's what her text said.
You got it.
See? Look at all these producers out here helping us out.
Julie, man, good, great job. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that insight. So, tough break for Michael Merritt. They had a problem. They thought they had it fixed. Clearly, they did not. So, tough break for our outside front row pole sitter. So, the off pole, if you will, with Charles Wick not being there.
Oh, Emily Oliver has checked in. She says, I'm here. That's
Okay.
good.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on Bill.
And we've got Dejan Watkins is saying, let's go Matrix. Bill Oliver, Kayer, hashtag bullies. I'm not sure what the bullies means, but, they seem to be on the side of Matrix calling them bullies. So let's see what happens here.
The clock, by the way, has started. As you can see, the clock starts at the conclusion of the first pace lap. So the second pace lap, which we're in the closing moments of now, is actually the first lap of the race.
So Matthew Cohn ahead of Bill Oliver. I don't think Bill Oliver's had to pass Matthew Cohn this weekend, unless it was in the start of yesterday's Sprint Race 1.
So we'll see how that goes. Matthew was slightly quicker in his best lap from the Sprint Race number 2, which sets the grid for this race.
Double yellows, strategy, drivers and crew keeping their wits about them. That's how you win in Enduro and International GT.
And do not short pit, because the penalties are draconian. So you definitely don't want to short pit.
Janet will lay down the law.
Yeah. And Janet is never wrong. So James Rogerson brings the safety car into the pit lane, and we are ready to go endurance racing with our International GT field as they climb the hill. Reg Williams on the pole. Michael Merritt not there, so Matthew Cohn now up into second spot as they bring it to the line. The starter's waiting. There's the green. We are underway. Dr. Reg has the nose ahead as they work their way down toward turn number 1. Matthew Cohn in the green number 210 sweeps around the outside, trying to stay in front of Bill Oliver.
Cliff Kayer right behind Bill Oliver. M3 Brittany says she works for Matrix as an employee over here in Oregon. Ooh, Juan Gonzalez right behind Cliff Kayer, and then Mustafa Bakir right behind Juan Gonzalez. There's Richard Grant in that Cayman 4-liter as they come under that Sargento Bridge. Look at that, Juan Gonzalez.
Juan going for it
Aggressive
again.
I love it.
He got up to second in the sprint race earlier on, in the early going.
Mm-hmm. He explained it to me. He said in race yesterday, they kind of slowed down going up the hill, and that hurt his turbo lag. And today, and it looks like this start, they went up the hill, and he had it, and he pressed it, and he said it's like a rocket ship.
I can imagine.
Too fast, too tasty, that car.
Reg Williams into second, and it looks like Matthew Cohn's gotten passed by Bill Oliver up into second spot.
And Bob Gee with another great start. He's got Coleman Hall behind him, and he's looking inside Mustafa Bakir. Get it, Bob Gee. Oh, well, he fell back, though. Something happened. He must have had to lock it up or get on the binders hard there. But now he's in a group going around the carousel, and there's Nobby right there with Groombridge.
I think that's Groombridge right there in the black and yellow car. As they're working their way out of the carousel down into Canada corner.
Okay. Bill Oliver is around Cone. Let's see what Cliff Kayer can do in that black car. Cliff Kayer, he runs some really cool liveries. I got to give it up for Matrix. They run some really cool liveries on the car, and lots of times Cliff Kayer will come to the track with a theme of his livery.
And look at that Ferrari coming up from the back. They were required to start at the back because the owner of the car, the primary driver, did not start the car, so that the penalty for that is starting at the back. So Dario Capitanio is in the car right now, and he is making up ground in a big hurry.
Wow, okay. Thank you for clearing that up, because I said Yusuf Nabi, last year's Maranello Cup champion. So Gotham representing here in the Maranello Cup with that Ferrari. And there is Coleman.
Yeah,
So
the Ferrari's already up to 7th, by the way, after starting at the back. So Reg Williams at the point, William Oliver in 2nd, Cone in 3rd, Cliff Kayer in 4th, Juan Gonzalez in 5th, then Coleman Hall, and then the Ferrari of Capitanio, Mustafa Bakir, Nicholas Groombridge, and Robert Gee, your top 10.
Bob Gee just tried to make a run at Groombridge into turn 3. Not sure what happened, what the outcome of that was. I saw it and we saw the same thing at turn 8. But with that move at turn 8, he fell back maybe 3-4 positions, but he didn't collect any other cars, so we appreciate that.
Indeed. Dr. Williams at the point. Bill Oliver running 2nd.
But look at that Ferrari moving up through the field. We might have a battle up front with this Ferrari and Porsche.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've had a Ferrari at the sharp edge of one of these fields. I think that's why Gotham elected to put these two drivers with Italian names who probably have a little seat time in one of these cars.
Juan Gonzalez there coming through the Mission Bridge. And now Coleman Hall has that Ferrari
right on his back
behind
bumper.
him.
Yeah. There's Robert Gee, Bob Gee. They work their way through the kink and down toward Canada Corner.
Coleman Hall looks like he's working pretty hard to keep that Ferrari behind him. And this is kind of the part of the Enduro where now they can take a deep breath. They might be talking to their crew on the radio. You know, the first couple laps are intense, and now they kind of got to get into a rhythm.
Yeah.
Mustafa Bakir, is he going to have Josh Carlson as a co-driver?
Checking. Yes, Josh Carlson is the co-driver for him.
Last year's Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli SGT champion Josh Carlson, one of my son Lincoln's favorite drivers from, I believe, Iowa.
And the Ferraris made the pass on Coleman Hall, so
Nice job.
Dario Capitanio up into 6th position.
What a great name. When you say his name, it sounds like music.
Nicholas Groombridge, Joseph Rizzo right behind him in the 24 car.
Emily Oliver, she likes that start. Said, fantastic start, Bill. I agree with that.
Yeah, starting in row 3, well, actually row 2, but with Charles Wick being missing, getting up into that 2nd spot. So that's a good job. And there's the Ferrari getting around Coleman. So Capitanio now with clear track in front of him. Juan Gonzalez would be his next target, but he's 5.5 seconds back. So let's see what the Ferrari could do now that he's clear of that Cayman.
Luckily, there's 50 minutes remaining.
Lots of time to go.
Here comes Bob Gee.
Right. Groombridge right behind him. And then Joe Rizzo in the red and white number 24.
So John is saying, great coverage. Never seen drone footage at Road America before. There you go, Caitlin Tom. Getting some props from your fans. I like that.
Drone is a new wrinkle here this year at Road America, and they are making it work.
I was telling them yesterday we have drone pilots in the in some of the live streams, and when they fly under a bridge and I'm announcing, I duck every time. Kurt Kropp in that orange, almost Tennessee orange Stuttgart Cup car, and there's Mustafa Bakir. The Extreme Velocity Caymans. They were down at the parade yesterday. Derek brought some of his customers' cars down there. But look at this, Juan Gonzalez and Cliff Kayer going at it at Cube 3, Turn 1. And here's There's that brave cameraman right on the side of the track again. That's scary.
Drone shot hovering just above the ground. Fantastic stuff. Our leader beginning to stretch the advantage just a little bit. Reg Williams pulling away from Bill Oliver. Last time across the line, it was up to about 2.5 seconds. But again, you know, this is an enduro, so it's, you'll find after the pit stops is when the serious racing usually begins.
Jet's mama, one of my favorite names on here, is saying, "Go handsome Garza." Well, I got to go meet this Garza.
Robert Garza in the Audi, the only exhibition class car in the field.
He's got a handsome car.
He does. An Audi R8 GT4.
Dr. Reg with those lights. Remember the last race, he was flashing those lights trying to knock Charles Wicht off the top step.
Now he has nobody to flash him for because he's in front. Look at the Ferrari, man. He is definitely putting down some laps here.
Say his name with the most Italian accent you can.
Dario Capitanio.
Oh, man, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, he'll probably be mad at me because I'm probably butchering his name, but that's the best I can
No,
come
that
up
was
with.
good.
Yeah.
Look at Cone now behind Bill Oliver. Emily, you better be, hope you're not biting your nails because it looks like Cone's coming after Bill Oliver.
But the Ferrari's coming for all of them. I'm checking the lap times here. Ferrari was a 2:13 and some change. Juan Gonzalez at a 2:14 on his last lap. Kayer in the 14s. Cone in the 14s. The Ferrari is running the same pace as the leader, Reg Williams. So we might have a Ferrari in the top two here before this one's over. Look at him.
Ooh, look at Juan Gonzalez ducking out. But remember, this is an enduro, so if something happens and there's just a 7-second slip up in the pit lane, that could put somebody up to the top. And you see the right front splitter of that Ferrari. Caitlin, I don't know if you can get real close to that, but I see something happening on the right front splitter of that Ferrari, just shaking a little bit in that carbon fiber, it seems like.
Yeah, it might be a little loose, that dive plane or the splitter. But Capitanio just set the fast lap of the race, a 2:13.1 from 6th position.
From what I saw just there, it didn't seem like it would be anything that the driver might feel, maybe just a slight vibration, not like the splitter's coming off, but it might do something to the aero. I'm not sure.
Great drone shot of our third place runner, Matthew Cone.
Look at how pretty it is out here.
Isn't it great?
Look at all the spectators. Love that. And they had 100,000 spectators here last weekend. So for them to come out here, I love these hardcore motorsports fans like we saw just a couple weeks ago at Mid-Ohio, the weekend after an IMSA race.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously something happening at the kart track.
Yep. Yeah, it's busy.
Always something going on here.
And if you can, come here in October for the runoffs when the trees are starting to change their colors. It is just gorgeous here in the fall.
Runoffs.
Runoffs?
All right. Mission Foods Bridge. How close is he getting here, John?
Well, he's getting a little closer. Let's see when they come across the line next time. He was 3.5 seconds behind Juan Gonzalez the last time by as he set the fast lap of the race.
Oh. Emily Oliver saying, "I never worry about my guy." I love that. Yeah, and you're right, Emily. It looks like he's kind of opened up that gap a little bit on Cone. Yeah. Look at these Porsches.
But here comes that Ferrari, man. It is hunting them
Let's
down.
see if we can see something on the right front. And on that shot, as he came over the crest, it looks like maybe something is jostling around down there on that Ferrari.
Juan Gonzalez now sets the fast lap of the race until Capitanio comes by and resets it. A 2:12.568 as he is the fastest car on track.
Yeah, you see that? Yeah, something is, it's when he hits the brakes, something in the right front kind of comes down and is flapping. If anybody in the comment section is an expert on Ferraris, maybe Brad Roberts could see that with his naked eye and tell me what's going on.
Of course, on the brakes, the nose is going to dive a little bit and bring that down a little closer to the track, so maybe that's where it bounces on the track. Could be that one side of that splitter has come loose.
Ooh, Cliff Kayer.
Getting close to Coleman.
And now I wonder, maybe
or
some,
Cone, I should say.
maybe some of my experts could also tell me, why does Juan keep ducking out of the draft on the front straight? That's the second time I've seen him do that. He's going driver's right out of the draft, and I would think maybe he'd want to stay in the draft, or maybe he's seeing his temperatures kind of rise a little bit.
I would guess that. You know, maybe he's seeing the temperatures up, so he wants to get some fresh air on the nose to cool that off. The radiators on these cars are in the front fenders, just in front of the front wheels on both sides.
That hashtag too fast, too tasty, Mission Foods. But look at this. Cliff Kayer.
All over Matthew Cone.
Who is the 08 car?
08 is Cliff Kayer.
Oh, I'm hearing from Stan at Race Control. Stan, the man. Be looking at the overly aggressive blocking, possibly from. So maybe that's why Juan's coming out.
Yeah. Kayer's looking for Matthew Cone here, trying to find a way around. I don't know that he's blocking, but being blocked, perhaps.
The team from 08 has been canceled. I like that. We've got some great pit officials out there. So they've told the Matrix crew, and now we'll see what Juan does. As Juan comes up this hill.
He's closing down. Closing down. Here comes Juan again. That GT2 car is a rocket ship, man. Gets around Kayer and slots in right behind Matthew Cone. So Juan Gonzalez up to fourth now.
458 race says Go Gotham Motorsports. 458 race, you've got to be an expert on these Ferraris. Tell us what's hanging down there on the bottom right of his Ferrari. On that splitter. Looks like a little piece of carbon.
This is the first lap that Capitano has not reset the fastest lap of the race, but he's still lapping in the low 13s.
Uh-oh. Juan Gonzalez in the Mission Foods Turn 5. Juan Gonzalez is looking racy. I
He
like
is.
this.
He knows he's going to turn it over to Butch Leisinger, so he wants to get as high up as he can and see if Butch can bring this thing home.
Man, we've got some hot shoes coming into
We
this
do.
international GT race.
We do, man. We got some serious race cars.
Maybe that's why the Bentley didn't want to go out there, because I know Butch Leisinger is a Bentley driver.
Yeah.
You know, and it didn't want to get passed by Butch Leisinger.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's see. Cone's got Juan Gonzalez in his mirrors. Just he's about to see it on the bridge and in his mirrors.
Yes, indeed. Kayer's hanging right in there. Those
Yeah, he
three
is.
about equally spaced. If anything, there's maybe a little bigger gap between Cone and Gonzalez. But
Bill Oliver looks comfortable, Emily.
yeah. So let's see if the Ferrari has got any more pace. He's about 3.5 seconds behind Juan Gonzalez at the line.
As they come in the next gen section of Canada Corner, and Cliff Kayer right on the rear of Juan Gonzalez.
Great shot through Thunder Valley here from the drone.
I do like the livery on that car, don't you?
I do. It's pretty.
It's cool.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Even
Let's-
Eric is back there nodding.
Let's
he
see.
likes it too.
Here comes Gonzalez again. Man, when he gets that Porsche up on the can, it is just a rocket ship. Again, it's a GT2. It's the only GT2 in the field. And he has almost got that pass made.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he gets a little closer to him coming out of 14, he'll get it done next time by.
Maybe we've got some experts out there. Do you think Juan is left foot braking into 14 to keep the spool of the turbo
keep
going?
the turbo
'Cause it
spooled up. I
seems
wouldn't
like
be surprised.
on his exit, the thing just gains a little bit more speed.
Yeah. The Ferrari marginally quicker than Cliff Kayer on that last lap. The interval is down to about 3.3 seconds, so he's shaved off a couple tenths, but he's not making up ground like he did earlier in the race.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected. The higher up you get, the harder it is to pass because the cars are, at least in theory, faster. But considering he started dead last and he's currently circulating in 6th position, that's a pretty stout drive.
Emily Oliver, I hope you get to come to one of these races and I get to meet you, because I like your comment. She's saying driving 90 gazillion miles an hour is where Bill is most comfortable. I like that. I'm not sure that's a true mile an hour, but yeah, he's going fast. It's
But-
like Ricky Bobby.
Dr. Reg getting away at the front, though, as Bill Oliver.
And it seems the Ferrari's fallen back a little bit,
Yeah.
just by my naked eye. Everybody's running a very tidy line now. I feel like they're like, okay, let's just set in here. Let's settle in.
Yep. Nobody's doing
Get
qualifying
comfortable.
laps.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're turning comfortable laps. The two fastest cars in this top group are Matthew Cohn and Juan Gonzalez. They're both in the 12s. Bill Oliver and Reg Williams are lapping in the 13s. Kayer's in the 13s. And the Ferrari's in the 13s. So
Julie Bentley, if you're listening, please text me the rules about when they can pit. I know that there's a certain time limit
Thir-
of when they can pit. You know the rules?
30 minutes is the minimum for the lead driver
Nice.
to score points. So he has to be in the car for 30 minutes. So yeah, you'll see the pit stops coming up in about 7 minutes or so.
See, John Phippen, the true professional, coming prepared to call the enduro.
Well, Julie sent me the enduro rules, so I
Nice.
I read them just to make sure I could speak authoritatively.
And in her defense, I'm sure she sent them to me also.
I'm sure she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, she copies you on everything she sends me. So
Ooh, Cone, look at this.
yeah, man, he's all over
Uh-oh.
Bill Oliver. Sorry, Mrs. Bill, but Matthew Cohn is hunting here, and he's bringing Gonzalez with him.
Yeah, uh-oh. Into Mission Foods turn 5.
And Gonzalez pops out on Cohn in the run down the hill. Here's Dr. Reg. And look at this. Nose to tail down into turn 5.
Oh, and Bill got a little bit into the dragon's teeth.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bumpy ride, and Cone is right behind him.
They come out of 6 into 7.
Cliff Kayer looking racy again.
Yeah, he's using up all the track and then some. Yeah, Gonzalez does not get as good a run through this part of the racetrack as he does in other places. I think the straight line speed of that GT2 car is really his strength. It's not quite as handy. As we see the 109 coming into the pits lane. Skakowski in the 109 going to make his pit stop early, it looks like. He does not have a co-driver, so he'll stay. So he's our first of our drivers to come into the pits.
And we're catching up to lap traffic. Richard Grant in that Cayman 4-liter.
Yep, about to go a lap down. First car to go a lap down.
You know, when Juan watches this, he's not going to like that. It's going to be no chips for you.
Yeah. I just love the race car shaped chips, though. That's
Yeah,
what
I do too.
Yeah.
And motorcycle.
Exactly.
But Kayer right behind him as they come into turn 14, and that's where Juan's been getting a really good run as Richard Grant gets over.
And they've got some traffic now they're going to have to
Yeah.
contend with the rest of the way. This is the first car to go a lap down.
Richard Grant, I've known him for a long time. He's from my state of Tennessee. His brother Milton runs with us in IGT and Trans Am, but they both, just a few years ago, both celebrated 50 years of racing.
Look at Gonzalez's car, man. That's at the time. Oh, and there goes Cone down to the inside.
Watch out, Richard.
And he's got traffic. Everybody makes it. Good job for Grant to get out of the way there. Go went a little wide to let the leaders come through.
I'm expecting an all caps comment from Emily now.
A new second place runner.
And look at Kayer right behind Juan Gonzalez.
And Gonzalez is now in the run down
Yeah.
to turn 5, going to
He's-
try to take another position, and he does it. So Gonzalez up a spot. So Bill Oliver went from 2nd to 4th here. And he's got some company in Cliff Kayer, too. So Bill falling off the pace here just a little bit.
Cliff's a teammate. They should play a little friendlier.
Yeah.
Oh, Cone.
Cone goes around at turn 6.
And I don't know if, I think that was unassisted because I don't think Juan was close enough as he gets it turned around.
And a great job in the gravel, I was going to say, not getting it stuck, but then he looped it again a little too aggressively up onto the track.
It's easy to do with those, with the engines kind of mid to rear
Hanging
like
in the
that.
back, yep, exactly. It's like a pendulum. Although the current GT3 Porsches, they've moved that engine forward, and it's much closer to a mid-engine car, and the Caymans are definitely mid-engine. So
Emily's not panicking. Don't worry.
she says he's
"It's
good.
racing."
Yeah. He'll short pit and be right back in it.
She said he meant to do that.
So Matthew Cohn back underway.
Jeff Giroux saying, go Coleman Hall. That's good.
Yeah. Coleman is about 20 seconds behind the Ferrari, but he is the lead Cayman. And Robert Gee right behind him, Bobby Gee in the 8th spot.
But look at this. Juan Gonzalez has found himself in 2nd place.
Yeah.
Now Butch Leitzinger feels a little pressure.
Uh-huh.
He's
Exactly.
like, oh, gosh, I got to bring it home in 2nd place.
Yeah. Juan's going to say, you bring that car home in the lead, senor.
Or no chips for you, Butch.
No chips for you. No chips for you.
And we're having a party here at Juan Gonzalez's trailer after this Enduro. So, there's a lot of pressure.
That's it.
Still seeing that front splitter on the Ferrari flapping a little bit.
Yeah, Ferrari's a little slower than they were earlier in this race. They were lapping in the 2:12s. He's now in the 2:14s, but still quicker than Cliff Kayer. He's got the interval to Kayer down to about 2 seconds. So,
Now, I don't know enough about aerodynamics, but I'm sure Cliff Kayer would. Could Bill Oliver and Cliff Kayer work together as a 2-car team as a draft to try to catch these cars?
I would think so. I would think they'd be faster as a duo than singularly.
So surely somebody in our comment section could say, yes, these Porsche Cup cars are good in a draft.
I should certainly think so.
They're hitting the brakes at the same time.
Yeah.
They're hitting their marks together. And I don't know, sometimes, like Tom and Lucas Paint can talk to each other in their cars on the radio.
Right.
I'm not sure Bill Oliver and Cliff Kayer can do that, but, I'm sure they can talk to the Matrix team.
Who can then talk to the other
Yes,
drivers. So,
yeah.
So they can, it's like the old game telephone, Kayer says you're too close. No, he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if somebody that works, that has something to do with that kind of communication,
Right.
Cliff Kayer, I think he's probably worked that out. But they're getting kind of far from each other now.
Yeah, but the Ferrari's coming, kids.
It is,
It
yeah.
is going to be there.
And we're almost to Bon Jovi time here in this Enduro, so it's going to start to heat up here in a little bit, which will be fun to watch.
And why do you call it Bon Jovi time, he asks.
We're halfway there.
Thank you.
Yeah. We should spray salsa on the podium, is what Race a Dating System says.
There you go.
I like that.
Kayer going a little wide, and the Ferrari's following him off to use up all the grasscrete.
I like that grasscrete. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So we're 1 minute away from the time they can pit. Is that correct?
Just about. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, sir. So we might start to see some pit stops next lap or the lap after.
Now, I wonder what Yusuf Nabi's thinking. He's watching this. He's watching the Ferrari close in. Strategically, he might be like, stay out there. See how close you can get to these guys.
Yeah.
Or he might be like, hey, give me my car back. I want to go out there.
Yeah.
We are 30 seconds from the halfway mark and the 30-minute mark where they could pit if they want to. And just judging by how this racing has unfolded, how this weekend is going, this might go green to checker for the whole hour session. And a lot of times they want to play the strategy of like if they think it's going to go double yellow or anything like that, but that's not happening. But what happened? Did Cone come in? Did we see Cone come in? I'm not seeing him out there. I know he fell back because of the spin, but I'm not seeing that.
He is still in 6th. He's behind the Ferrari by about 15 seconds and about 10 seconds in front of the lead Cayman in Coleman Hall. So he only lost 1 position with that spin.
Where's my Matthew Cone fans? Where's my Cone heads? We need some Cone heads to join us here in the chat.
Kevin Clifford's going to take that over when he pits. So we're into the second half of this one. So pit stops are imminent.
Yeah. This is Canada Corner, our next-gen corner. And I tell you what, man, we haven't talked about him too much, but Dr. Reg Williams looks very comfortable
He
in that
looks
car.
very stout. Yes, indeed. Juan Gonzalez, who started this race in 5th position, up in 2nd now. And the Ferrari has caught this pack of Porsches.
Garrett Buchholz is saying these race series don't get enough love. Beautiful track also.
Here
I
comes the
agree
leader.
I agree with both of those. Yeah, here comes Reg. And who's Reg's partner, if any?
Reg Williams has Tom Long about to jump in the car.
gosh. Well,
Yeah.
that changes everything. But I mean, we're about to have, as it stands right now, if both of them take a good 5-minute pit stop, we're going to have Butch Leitzinger and Tom Long battling it out.
Yep.
So how about that for a show, ladies and gentlemen?
There you go. And Cliff Kayer elected to stay out for one more lap. The Ferrari's up to third now.
And Bill's in.
Damiano Floravante is going to take over the Ferrari.
Wow.
Tom Long will take over the 008 of Dr. Williams. Bruno Carniero will take over for Bill Oliver.
Those all sound like racy names.
Yep.
There goes Bob Gee and Nicholas Groombridge across the line. Richard Grant. Oliver is out of the car.
Yep. Bruno Carniero going to take it over for the rest of the race here.
All right, Emily, let's see if you can let's see what kind of power you have. If Bill is up to it, he might want to stay in pit lane, but see if you can text him and tell him to come up to the booth and give us some commentary on what kind of conditions he's seeing out there on the track.
Yeah.
Right from somebody who was just on track. He just needs to come across to the tower and come into the timing and the
Press room.
Press room, yes,
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
You can still see all the rubber laid down from last weekend with the Indy cars.
Yep. Well, some of that rubber's being laid down this weekend too. So.
By our Pirelli P0s.
Yes, sir.
Here comes Bob Gee, and Nicholas Groombridge has been following Bob Gee around. I think Bob Gee's second currently in Stuttgart Cup.
Correct.
I didn't see Tommy Byrne here this weekend. They were co-drivers last weekend, or 2 weekends ago at Mid-Ohio. I like that Jaguar back there in the background. Man, you can tell my meds are wearing off. Squirrel. Nicholas Groombridge, though, running a very tidy line. Love having Nicholas Groombridge back in the International GT Series on the proper Pirelli P0s.
Kevin Clifford getting in Matt Cohn's car into the 210. Cohn is the points leader in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup coming into this weekend. And the Ferrari and Juan Gonzalez are both in for their pit stop.
Oh, gosh.
Butch Leitzinger going into the number 81. Damiano Floravante jumping into the 03 Ferrari.
Oh, Groombridge coming in.
Yep.
And they can stay at whatever speed they want coming up the hill, and then about now is that timing line that they have to be at 40 miles an hour. So Bob Gee out there by himself. Now, I don't think Bob Gee has a driver change, does he?
He does not.
So Bob Gee's
there's not listed anyway. So
it's going to be out there for a while. There are also rules that they can't finish in pit lane, make their 5-minute. They have to I think they have to take their 5-minute with, I think, is it 10 minutes left in the race? Okay.
Yeah. They have to complete the pit stop with I think 10 minutes remaining.
And Emily reached out. She said it's fun to watch Bruno drive in the car, and she's working on getting Bill up here. I love this. We've got all these producers working with us in the comment section. And you can see the Ferrari. So if they do have to refuel, here's the rules that we don't see a lot with the Porsches. They have to have a refueler. They have to have a person in a fire suit fueling it. That's usually one of the drivers. They also have to have a crew person in a full fire suit helmet with a fire bottle in case anything happens.
Yep.
And the driver cannot be buckled in until they're done fueling it. We don't see that with the Porsches, but the Porsches, I guess, just
They
have
have
a
enough
different
tank,
fuel economy or a different tank than these Ferraris.
Yeah. The Ferraris, I don't think have the tank capacity to go the full hour.
There's Brad Roberts trying to hide in the Dreesy toolbox. You can't hide from me, Brad Roberts. What's he called on YouTube? He's also called Data Systems, Racing Data Systems. There's Dave. Dave's talking to race control right now. Car 81 driver change is what he's saying. Butch Leitzinger in the car. I like that. Way to go, Dave McLennan. A little shout out to Dave McLennan. Not only has he helped me out with the set decorating, right now I help him out with the set decorating. He's one of our pit officials, Black Flag. He's a tech inspector. Look at the Car Amigo on the rear wing. I love that.
Yeah.
Look at all these people. So right when we hit that 30-minute mark, they all come in.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much wholesale bid activity.
Cliff Kayer in at Matrix. Oh, and Bruno's coming out in Bill Oliver's car.
Right? So,
Woo-hoo.
so Carniero currently back in 9th position, but this will all sort out as they come back out, and timing and scoring picks back up. Takes a lap or two to get everybody back in the positions they belong.
Baby Dog to the Max says, I'm still sitting at turn 7. I like that. Wave to the cameras, Baby Dog. And Emily, don't put too much pressure on Bill to come up here because there's only about 23 minutes left.
Bob Gee coming in.
Yeah, in the pizza car.
Yep, he is second. And Cliff Care was just in front of him, and we just saw Cliff come into the pits. So
Bob Gee is the Cookie King of Chicago. His son has started some pizza companies, so hopefully his son will then be the Pizza King of Chicago, which is a tall order if you know about Chicago and their pizza.
indeed. I assume it's deep dish, but maybe not. You can have other kinds of pizza in Chicago.
Now, I'm from St. Louis, so St. Louis is cardboard pizza.
Okay.
Because we don't like Chicago, so whatever Chicago does, we do the opposite.
I see. Okay.
Goes back to the Cubs and the Cardinals.
Gotcha.
But I like Chicago deep dish pizza.
It could be the Sox and the Cardinals, but, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different divisions.
Yeah, yeah. I have a good friend who lives in Chicago, and he's an avid Cubs fan. He's had
Yeah.
season tickets for 100 years.
I like Wrigley Field. Oh, look at this camera right on the apex. That is a brave camera operator right there, Caitlin.
Yep. And he's hovering just inches above the ground.
Just holding the camera over the apex.
Yeah, yeah. It was back in the good old days when cameraman could do that. Yeah.
You look at those pictures, and sometimes they're laying there. So if the car does go off, there's no chance of them getting out of the way. But this is a drone, rest assured.
Yep.
Before Tyser's Live gets mad at us.
Yeah, yeah. The only
Look at how green that grass is and the mowing streaks. Look at the care that they take.
yeah.
I like that.
And of course Cube 3 in the foreground. Hi to Nick Middleton, who's not here this weekend if he's listening.
Uh-oh, Jeff's mama, Caitlin, is saying, don't forget about that Audi in there. Jeff's mama's going to be directing this show here soon.
Robert Garza up to 7th right now.
There goes the leader, Reg Williams, or technically the leader because he's pitted, correct?
Correct.
Here's
Cliff
that
Kayer is
Ferrari.
still listed as the leader.
There comes
Garza
Juan.
has not completed his pit stop yet in the Audi.
I almost said there goes Juan, but I think there goes Butch Lightsinker.
Garza's in the pits right now, so
You know, we've done some like pinch me moments here these last 2-3 weeks, John, and now we're out here talking about Tom Long, Butch Lightsinger.
right.
You know, it's pretty neat with all these big names out there. Julie Bentley.
Yeah.
Okay, Coleman Hall, does he have a co-driver?
He does
I don't
not.
think so.
No,
He's just
he's
celebrated 18 years. How about Groombridge? Sometimes Groombridge has a co-driver.
does not this
Awesome.
time.
Awesome.
Yep.
We've got Alan Bestwick over there to our left. I love it.
Andy Petrie's there with him.
Eric Mueller to my right. Richard Grant doesn't have a co-driver?
He does not.
All right.
Richard back in 15th position right now.
I think Caitlin is looking for the Audi. Jet's mama, but and maybe the Audi's in the pits. I can't tell.
Schakowsky and the 109 was the first car to pit, but he's still well down the order.
I'm going to have to go see how handsome this Garza is. Jet's mama, what's your relationship with Garza? This is where it kind of gets shuffled around and it's hard for us to know who's ahead. We're just guessing at this point. And then with about 2-3 minutes to go, it'll all shuffle out and we'll know where we are.
Yep.
Just like, 24-hour or any kind of like endurance racing like this.
Yeah, although you don't lose as many laps here because a 5-minute pit stop
Yeah.
is only about 2 laps worth. At a lot of racetracks, it's 3 or
Lime
4
Rock,
laps.
yeah.
Yeah, Lime Rock.
They're
It's,
doing 43-second laps.
yeah.
And if you get a chance, you got to go visit Mission Beach. It's so cool.
Who knew there was sand in Wisconsin? I mean, come on.
Coleman Hall coming into Canada corner. There's Mustafa Bakir. Is Josh Carlson in the car yet?
Checking.
My son's favorite driver in the series, Josh Carlson.
I believe he is. Let me
All
let,
right.
let me double check to make sure they have pitted. Yes, they just completed their pit stop, so Josh Carlson is now in the car.
I like that.
And Tom Long just set the fastest lap of the race in the 008. A 2:08.849. That's the fastest lap by a bunch. Let me check that here. The next fastest lap is Bruno Carniero in Bill Oliver's car at a 2:10. And then Dario Capitanio did a 2:12 as his fastest lap, and that was on the first stint.
That's amazing. All right, Caitlin, more pressure. She is Garza's fiance. So we got to show some shots here of Garza, number 67 Audi. Look at that, right on cue. I love it. Take that, Jets mama.
On a 4-mile racetrack, and she found
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
awesome. So he's running in GTX, leading in GTX.
The only GTX, but he's still leading. He's 14th overall.
That is a pretty car, though. I've always liked those R8s.
Yeah.
Even my wife likes the R8s.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Reg Williams has resumed the lead of the race with Tom Long in the car now. And Tom Long is, he is throwing down some laps here. A couple in a row in the 208s. So let's see, Carniero at this point not able to match that pace. So
That was a good one there, Kaylin.
Reg and Tom have got an 8-second lead over the second place runners. Cliff Kayer is another 14 seconds back in third. Floravante now in the Ferrari is another 1.5 seconds behind, and not quite as quick as Kayer is in front. Butch Leitzinger lapping in the 13s in Juan Gonzalez's car. He's about 2.5 seconds back of the Ferrari in fifth.
Just a good battle here at 14.
Kevin
that
Clifford
Caitlin's
is
found.
quick, though, in the number 210 in Matthew Cohn's car. So Clifford going to make up some ground here, it looks like.
Well, Jets Mama, let's get weird. Have you set a date? When are you guys getting married? I like this. We're getting all kinds of good information here. And still, Josh Carlson behind Coleman Hall. This is a good battle. Josh Carlson isn't too much older than 18. Yesterday was Coleman's birthday. Josh Carlson, he ran in the Trans Am Series, and
Right.
I was on the podium. I would always say things because he had to be the world's fastest DoorDasher. He's
Yeah.
a DoorDasher by day, and then he got a job at Menards. So, Josh, your bosses are all here in the paddock this weekend.
Yep.
Because John Menard is here. I think Paula's going to be here. Paul Menard's here. So you got to put on a good show for the bosses. I believe he's in Davenport, Iowa. And I think they're coming up on Garza here. Jets Mama.
Actually, they're in front of Garza. No, they're not. Yes, they are. Yeah, Garza's well back. He's behind.
Well,
He's about to go a lap down.
but I think they're coming up on him.
Yeah.
right there. yeah.
But he's about to go a lap
Yeah.
down to them. Yeah.
But he's about to be in the shot again. And don't worry, Jets Mama. He's a very fast driver. That Audi R8 in that class just isn't as fast as some of these cars.
Yeah, it's a GT4 car, and these are GT3s, so they are by their nature quicker.
Yeah. But he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He saw the cars in his mirror. That's not his race. He got over.
Yep.
That's some good driving right there by your fiance.
Coleman Hall still the lead Cayman
And
in
he's
seventh
gapping.
spot.
He's gapping Carlson a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, where's Butch Leitzinger and Long? I think that's going to be the race here,
Yeah.
and we're starting to get into it. We're
Right
under
now, it's looking like
15.
Carniero and Long are going to be the
Okay.
battle. Butch is faster than Kayer, so he should be able to run down. So the battle for third is the one that's going to come up first, I think.
Emily, did you get a hold of Bill? Is he going to be able to join us in commentary, or did he say, no, I'm not getting paid enough for that?
Yeah, and there's only 13 minutes left, so it will take him that long to get over here. So
There's Bob Gee in the pizza car.
chasing down the Audi, it looks like.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of Bob Gee, and I told him that he's been working really hard at this, and it's been nothing but podiums these last 3 weeks.
Sweeping by Robert Garza.
I like that the pizza car has the colors of the Italian flag. Always makes me hungry. And there's Groombridge back behind Gee. So the most of the 5-minute pit stops have been completed, or maybe all of them.
Yeah, I would think so.
So now this thing's going to start shaking out. So John, if you can tell us who's on the lead lap and where, if by chance, by the scoring.
Well, Reg Williams, with Tom Long in the car now, is still the leader. And his last lap was a 2:08.6. Bruno Carniero in the 0:58 that he took over from Bill Oliver is lapping in the 2:12s. So he's some 14 seconds back. So the Williams and Long combination is looking like a shoe-in for the win here. Cliff Kayer is in third, and he's lapping in the 2:15s. Behind him is Butch Leitzinger taking over for Juan Gonzalez, lapping in the high 2:12s. In fact, he has already made that pass just now coming by.
Wow.
So Leitzinger up to third now.
Come on, Butch.
So it's Long, Carniero, and Leitzinger, your top three. They are separated by 36 seconds between the three of them. And I mean, there's pretty good gap between those three. So I doubt if that's going to change in the 11, almost 12 minutes remaining in this one. It could. Kayer's in fourth. Floravanti in the Ferrari is not quite as quick as Kayer, and he's about 3 seconds behind him. Kevin Clifford is quicker than the Ferrari, and he's only got 3 seconds to make up. So Kevin Clifford in the 2:10 that he took over from Matthew Cohn in a position to perhaps get up into the top 5.
Well, I'm going to break all journalistic rules, and I'm going for Butch Leitzinger, and I'll tell you why. Bob Leitzinger and Deneen were one of the first people to really welcome me into the vintage paddock at Mid-Ohio.
There you go.
And so I've always been a fan of Bob Leitzinger, and then, you know, Butch, his son.
Yep.
So I'm rooting for Butch. And then, I love Juan Gonzalez. So I love everybody out there. But come on, Butch Leitzinger. Let's make a show of this.
Groombridge going around the Audi of Robert Garza. But yeah, Tom Long is laying down some seriously fast laps. I don't think Leitzinger is going to be able to catch him. He doesn't appear, no one appears to have that same pace, as Long is lapping in the 2:08s, and everybody else is in the 12s and 13s. In fact, Long just set a 2:07.524 as the fast lap of the race. So Tom Long
It's tough.
he is checking out at the
Long gone.
front. Long, well said.
Well, Caitlin, we got another one for you. Jet's mama is on the roof of the tower watching. Jet's mama, if you see a drone up there, you better be waving at us. Man, I'm not going to be invited back, am I, John?
You're going to be fine. You're always welcome in my announce booth, bud.
Here
Now,
we
whether your fans will want you back, I don't know.
Oh, my fan?
Yeah.
Now, I don't have the scoring in front of me. Who is this red Stuttgart?
Is that the 24?
I believe he's third in Stuttgart, if just from my eyes, from what I've been watching.
John Tecchi is now in the car. Joe Rizzo started it.
Rizzo.
Yeah, Rizzo. And you're right. I believe he is third amongst the Caymans. And let's see if his pace is going to bring him in. Yeah, he could make some ground up here. He's about 8 seconds behind Nick Groombridge, and he is about almost 2 seconds faster. So,
Oh, how is he with Bob Gee? Because Bob Gee's going to want to keep that second podium spot.
Gee's another 8 seconds up the road, so I don't think he's got enough time to catch Gee. So I think Gee's probably okay.
If he doesn't put a wheel wrong.
Precisely.
And I haven't seen him put a wheel wrong other than maybe that questionable attempt early in the race at turn 8.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here's that drone again. There's Kevin Mooney's camera right there on the blocks. There's Garza. That is a cool shot right there.
Rizzo and Tecchi, or Tech. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Tecce. He just set his personal best at a 2:16.5, and he's quite a bit quicker than he might do it. He's quicker than Groombridge by a bunch. So let's see if the 24 can run down the 2:16.
Well, Groombridge isn't in his class, but it doesn't matter. You want to pass the car in front of you.
Exactly right. Yeah, they've got the lapped car of Garza in the Audi between the two of them. But yeah, Tecci seems to be picking up the pace at the right time here. Ryan Camp also finding some pace. He sets his personal best at a 2:18.3, as he's just behind the Rizzo Tecci car.
Well, Emily's gone dark on us. Uh-oh, here we go. Jets Mama, wave at us. You're on camera. It's one of these two. Are you waving? Come on now. Now she's like, oh, now I'm shy. I'm talking to you this whole hour. Come on, Jets Mama. Wave to us. It's one of these two.
She says, I'm looking for the drone. I can't find it.
Yeah, that's the drone operator up there on top right. But come on now. Maybe she's on the phone. I don't know.
She stopped listening.
But one of these two, both of them are attractive. It might not be this guy down here on the left. That doesn't look like Jet's mama. It's one of these two. All right, Garza. You're doing good, though.
Yep.
I like that. Caitlin, man, I love it. I'm just, Cam, the drone operator?
Yeah.
Your camera operator's name is Cam?
There you have it.
Man, my parents should have named me Money. All right, Emily says she's still here, and Binger is saying, let's go EVM. Who's EVM? All right, let's see. We've got 6:45 remaining here. The starters out on the stand. These IGT races have been absolutely fantastic this weekend.
They have.
And I don't want to say anything to change that.
Yeah,
but
because we have had no of this.
Yes,
and that is something we don't want to see.
I've been very impressed. But here comes Tom Long up on some lap traffic, and this is where we see that. I see the white flag coming out indicating a slower car. We love seeing that. Johnny on the spot there in the corner workers. And here comes Tom Long.
Still the fastest car on the racetrack by a bunch. I mean, by many seconds. He is easily the fastest car out there.
And where is Butch Leitzinger?
He is about, he should be coming by here pretty shortly.
Here's Groombridge. Tom Long coming through on the inside. Garza giving him the room. Ooh, and then he cuts over. And that's Stuttgart. Now Tom Long coming through.
Yep. There is Butch Leitzinger, and he just set his fastest lap, but it's a 2:12. Long is lapping in the 2:07s.
Oh.
So Butch is not going to catch him. Not at this rate, anyway.
Anything can happen, though, John Phippen.
Anything is possible. Yeah, Tom Long could trip over a back marker. He could run out of gas.
Somebody could throw a bag of Mission chips out there.
If that
You
could
never
happen.
know.
Yeah.
He's coming up on Groombridge in the carousel. You don't really want to make a – when you're that far ahead, you don't want to make a questionable pass.
To the inside at the kink. I always have to – that's a pucker factor for me just watching. Yeah. But he made it.
Now, where's Bruno? How's Bruno and Butch? Because that could be the battle we need to watch.
24 seconds separating the two of them, so
Okay.
that's not going to change. And Bruno's 27 seconds behind Tom Long, so the top three are pretty much set. I'm checking Kayer. Yeah, he's not quick enough to catch Butch, so he's going to stay in fourth. Clifford is quicker, though, and he's down to 3.7 seconds. So Kevin Clifford in the 2:10 that Matthew Cohn started has a shot to catch Cliff Kayer and get up to fourth.
All right. Here comes Tom Long. Dr. Reg Williams' car. And, you know, Reg Williams didn't put a wheel wrong either.
No.
So he was very impressive.
Yeah, he was in the lead when he came into his pit stop, and they are in the lead and pulling away.
This might be the battle to watch with Groombridge's car and I forget the red car. Tecci, you said, Tech?
Yep. The Joe Rizzo started. And that's down to just under a second. So, and Tecci is quicker by about a second and a half. So he should get a top 10 out of this.
I don't know how I feel about Caitlin doing all that work for Jet's mama, and she ignored us.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, after you leave here, go up on the roof and slap her around a little bit.
I'm not going to do that, but I will try to say hi to her at the winner's circle.
There you go. She'll be at the winner's circle.
I'd like to know who EVM is. Come on, Binger. Tell us who that is. Look at this. What do we have here? That's the Groombridge battle with the Stuttgart Cup.
Yep, that's Tetchy right behind him, I think. He's caught him.
And then where is Josh Carlson with Hall? How big of a gap is that?
Checking.
2/10 maybe? We've got some great
Yeah,
battles
about
here.
2/10. Yeah.
Under-
Carlson's right on Hall's back bumper. And
Under-
they're lapping at virtually identical lap times.
They're under 3 minutes. And is it once the time runs out, then they throw the checker the next time? How do they do that?
Yeah. Janet keeps a good eye on it. And so when they have not enough time to complete another lap, she'll ask them to throw the white. So usually the time expires. By the way, the drone is right outside our window.
Oh, I see it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Hovering over the starter's stand.
Now, Groombridge should, have the grunt on the straightaway?
One would expect that. Yeah. Groombridge is in a GT 992. And Tetchy's in the 4-liter Cayman.
And as we know, these Pirelli P0s, they really don't fall off.
Right.
Sometimes in Trans Am, the fastest lap is the second to last lap.
Yeah. White flag next time by, we're hearing on the radio. So this is the penultimate lap for our leader, Tom Long.
That's too big a word for me, John.
Oh, well.
There's Garage Living there at turn 3. We have a lot of Garage Living executives here with us. So
Indeed
welcome
we
to
do.
Road America.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for being one of our presenting sponsors. Your big display over by the podium is awesome.
Emily Oliver, are you going to come to one of these races this season? We'd love to meet you. What do you think is going to happen here?
I think Groombridge has got the advantage because he's got a little more straight line speed, I think. So as long as he can keep that Cayman behind him, he should be good to go. But if the Cayman gets in front of him, then that's a more difficult problem. And Tetchy's looking for a way. Groombridge is not blocking by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all.
He chooses his line and stays there, which is exactly what he is required to do. Let's see.
Groombridge is a great driver. He's been in with International GT a long time.
Oh, yeah. And he's won the championship, I believe, in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup.
Oh, Extreme Velocity is EVM. Yes, I love Extreme Velocity. Derek, he doesn't like me, but I really like him, but we had a pass there.
They're side by side.
Is this Long?
Yes.
Okay, Tom Long, Richard Grant. Here's Bob Gee.
Yeah,
That's a long race for Richard Grant and Bob Gee.
it is. White flag is in the air, and the leader is about to see it. Tom Long in the 008 with a huge lead. Bruno Carniero some 20 seconds behind the leader.
I will have to say, whoever's saying the EVM, my favorite car here this weekend was with Extreme Velocity. Did you see it, the tie-dye car?
Mm-hmm.
That was a beautiful car.
Yep.
Oh, Emily's coming to VIR. But she's home taking care of his baby dogs and his daughter. I love that. Well, I love VIR, so we have to meet. Bill, you have to introduce me to her. Here comes Bob Gee in the pizza car.
Michael Merritt, you need to go back to your car if you're within sound of our voice, as the checkered flag will be the next flag displayed at start finish, and they want to come get your car. So Michael, if you can hear us, head back to that car if you would please.
He's having ice cream, like in that movie.
I'll bet.
I'm having ice cream. I am about to go have some soft serve ice cream after this. The concession stand right over there has some of the best ice cream.
Awesome.
But we've got 0 remaining, John. You're going to bring us home here.
Our leader, Tom Long, inheriting that car from Reg Williams, who had the lead at the time. And Long has just disappeared at the front. 34 seconds margin of victory. And that's unheard of in one of these races. It is rare that we get that kind of difference.
Look at this.
That is your leader working his way
that's
through.
Coleman Hall. So that's the Coleman Hall Josh Carlson battle right there.
And that's for 8th and 9th, or 7th and 8th. So the leader has lapped up to the 6th place car.
Wow.
And he is on his way to the checkers. And there it is. Dominant win for Reg Williams and Tom Long. It's going to be a long wait for Bruno Carniero in that 0.58 that he started with Bill Oliver, because he's some 30 seconds in arrears. And then it's about 26 seconds back to Butch Leitzinger, who has settled into a pace that's about the same as Carniero, so they're not getting any closer together.
Richard Grant across the line. Nice job, Richard.
Yeah. Groombridge held off the challenge from John Tecchi and Joe Rizzo's car. So Groombridge comes home in 9th. Tecchi and Rizzo finishing in the 10th spot.
I like the flagger. Look how he's doing double flags.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Robert Garza in the 67. Comes across. He'll finish 15th.
Let's see what she's saying. Oh, now they're both leaving at the top. See that?
Yeah. Garza came by and they don't have anything else to care about.
That is not Garza's fiance.
You don't know that.
Yeah, there
I
goes
was gonna
Butch.
say, you don't
no
know
judgment,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no judgment.
There
You don't
goes
know that.
Butch taking the checkered flag. So another great International GT for Juan Gonzalez, who's hosting our party tonight. We appreciate that, Juan. You know, it's kind of, I brag about knowing Juan to my friends.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mexican food is my favorite food.
So there you go. Then Juan is a good friend for you to have.
Yeah.
So let me do a quick rundown of the class leaders in each case. Let's start with the GT 4.R class, which was at the front. Reg Williams and Tom Long taking the win. Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger take the silver medal. And Matthew Cohn and Kevin Clifford take home the bronze medal for that class. In the GT 992 class, Bill Oliver and Bruno Carniero take the gold medal. Cliff Kayer finishing second in the 08, and Nicholas Groombridge comes home third in the GT 992 class. And then in the Cayman 4-liter class, Coleman Hall takes the win over Robert Gee. And Joe Rizzo and John Tecchi takes third place honors in the 4-liter Cayman class. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cube 3 Architecture Trans Am TA2 Pro and Pro-Am Series. Nationally recognized for architecture, interiors, and planning, Cube 3 proudly returns as the title sponsor for the 2026 Trans Am TA2 racing season. From designing dynamic spaces across the country to fueling performance on the track, Cube 3 brings creativity, precision, and passion to everything they do. Cube 3, architecture, interiors, planning, where design innovation meets racing passion. Gearhead Coffee is built on passion and supports enthusiast-driven experiences that connect car culture, motorsports, and passionate communities nationwide. Gearhead Coffee's mission is to serve this amazing industry one cup at a time, fueling memorable experiences both on and off the track. For more information or to place an order, visit GearheadCoffee.com. Presenting sponsor of the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show, powered by Gearhead Coffee. As you're in the fan zone, swing by the Styled Aesthetic merchandise trailer set up in the paddock. At the halfway point of the 2026 racing season, it's time to freshen up your Racing America swag or support your favorite series. Stop by the Racing America merchandise trailer to check out the new collection of hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and a lot more. In addition, you can place an order on the web and have it shipped worldwide. Just check out styledaesthetic.com. Garage Living transforms garages into high-performance, fully customized spaces that reflect the passion of automotive enthusiasts everywhere. Driven by passion, craftsmanship, and attention to detail, just like in racing, Garage Living creates spaces worthy of what you love to drive. The official garage makeover company of Racing America. Swing by their display next to the podium.
UEMSI HTV is the official sewer inspection camera provider for Road America. Since 1989, UEMSI HTV has become the world's largest distributor of sewer cleaning hose and proud manufacturer of hydro excavation, pipeline maintenance, and sewer inspection equipment. For more, visit UEMSIHTV.com. Racing at Road America brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more. Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Roaring engines, cheering crowds, it sounds like summer is back, and what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Cedar Crest ice cream? It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the sun. Don't forget the sunscreen, and never forget the Cedar Crest. Don't forget to stop down to the Spark Ops Metalworks patio in Turn 1 by the Family Fun Zone. You can grab a drink at the patio bar, catch up with friends, and enjoy great views of the track. Spark Ops Metalworks is the official metal fabricator of Road America. You can visit sparkopsmetalworks.com to learn more and see on the patio at Turn 1. Head to Turn 5, check out the CollinsClassicAuto.com Speed Zone. Collins Classic Automobiles is your trusted source for all of your buying, selling, and consulting needs. Visit CollinsClassicAuto.com today. You know, the word fast isn't just reserved for race cars. If your car is wet, the fastest and gentlest way to dry your car is with the Absorber Chamois. Nothing dries faster than the Absorber. Available nationwide where better car care products are sold. Competition at the racetrack has pushed SeaTech Manufacturing to build aluminum storage products that outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. From the carts on pit lane to the cabinets in your trailer, SeaTech keeps your tools organized and your team race ready. Race fans, while the drivers battle it out in the legendary turns of Road America, you can kick back with a locally crafted cocktail. Carbliss, a ready-to-drink cocktail in a can. Carbliss is 0 carbs, 0 sugar, and full throttle flavor. Grab a cold, refreshing Carbliss at Pearls. The Altona at Turn 14, Los Amigos Locos at Turn 1. Keep your eyes peeled for the Carbliss race car ripping around the track. Carbliss, live blissfully, drink responsibly.
Two more races to go today. Next up is our Formula Atlantics and F2000s, as they will take the track for their first heat race of the weekend. Alex Lima on the pole with that Atlantic Open Dallara Formula 3 car. Harbor Doss, the quickest of the Atlantic 016 class. Dudley Fleck second. John McAleer just behind him. Nico Vardis second in Atlantic Open with J.R. Smart, Jeffrey Antonelli, and James French behind him. French did not turn a time in qualifying, so if he does start, he'll have to start at the back. And then the F2000s, Carter Sheets, Robert Wright, and Dave Oddie, your top three. Ethan Alexander, Dave Weitzenhoff, and Lucas Fink rounding out the field for the F2000s. We expect them to roll off here in the next minute or so for our first race of the weekend for these drivers. They will have two more opportunities. They'll have a heat race tomorrow morning at right before the lunch break at 11:30, and then their feature race will be our last race of the weekend on Sunday afternoon, starting at 3:30. Here come the cars. We'll do an official rundown of the starting grid. In row 7 is the number 11 of Lucas Fink in his Ligier JSF 416. Next to him is the 67 of Dave Weitzenhoff. Dave out of Bath, Ohio in a 1995 Citation 95 SFZ. Row number 6 has the 38 of Ethan Alexander from Grafton, Wisconsin in his 1999 Van Diemen. Alongside is the number 4 of Dave Oddie. Dave out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin in his 2001 Van Diemen. In row 5 is car number 90. That's Robert Wright. Robert out of Vitelli, Velati in New York, I guess it is, in a 2012 Elan DP08. Next to him, the 03 of Carter Sheets. He's the pole sitter in the F2000 class. Carter out of Sagertown, Pennsylvania in a Van Diemen. In row 4, the number 46 is James French. James out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin in his Swift 014. James did not turn a time in qualifying. Alongside would be the 71 of Jeffrey Antonelli. Jeffrey out of Wheaton, Illinois in a 2006 Star Pro Mazda. In row 3 is car number 09. That's J.R. Smart. J.R. out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin in a Swift 014A. Alongside him, the 00, the second place runner in Atlantic Open. That's Nico Vardis. Nico out of Sylvan Lake, Wisconsin in a 2013 JDR Formula 1000. In row 2 on the outside, the 68 is John McAleer. John out of Roswell, Georgia in a Swift 016. Another Swift 016 starts alongside. That's the 74 of Dudley Fleck from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And yet another 016 is in second position. That's the 06 of Harbir Das from Solon, Ohio. And your pole sitter is car number 7. That's Alex Lima from Fort Lauderdale, Florida in a Dallara Formula 3. The field behind the safety car, working its way down the hill toward turn 8 as we are getting ready for the 2x2 rolling start. John McAleer is the points leader in the 016 class. About 40 points, 39 actually, in front of Harbir Das, second place. Dudley Fleck only competed at Mid-Ohio, so he's a little deeper, about 100 points further back in fourth position. In the Atlantic Open class, James French is the points leader, tied with Nico Vardis. French and Vardis are tied, and Harbir Das rolling down the pit lane here very late. Das should be starting in that second position, but that's not going to be the case here. But in the Atlantic Open class, James French and Nico Vardis tied at the top. And then in the F2000 class, Robert Wright is your points leader. Carter Sheets in second spot, Dave Weitzenhoff in third. But at the front, Alex Lima and Dudley Fleck. Fleck in that blue and white Swift. On the outside, Lima's car, white-ish, in that 2019 Dallara Formula 3 car. Lima, a 159.880. And with Matt Brabham's 159.9 new track record in Trans Am, that makes Alex Lima the fastest car here this weekend. As the Atlantics at the front, the F2000s in the second wave, the Atlantic wave coming under the attention of the starter. And there's the green. Lima and Fleck accelerate down toward turn 1, and then here comes the F2000s. Carter Sheets and Robert Wright on the front row. As they make their way down to turn number 1. Eric Miller rejoins us on the call for these Formula Car races. Eric, great to have you back, my friend.
I figured it's a little warm in here. Was Ben must have been in here all afternoon. There's a lot of hot air in here.
Oh yeah, it's full of hot air. Yeah, I love Ben. He's just one of the great people in our business. But he loves to talk.
Loved his grid walks in the couple years back as well. He's always fun on the mic. But we've got a great Formula Race Promotions Atlantic and F2000 race is shaping up here. This series, it's great to see a couple of different variations of generational cars too within this FRP series.
Bob Wright making up some ground there, taking over the lead in the F2000 class from Carter Sheets, I believe. No, that's Carter Sheets in the red car. Sorry, my bad. Bob Wright's in the Elan DPO8 actually. But our leaders working their way through the carousel turn. As Alex Lima in that Dallara out in front, but a good battle for second between Dudley Fleck and Nico Vardis now up into that third spot.
Couple of local contingents here. James French didn't take a lot of time on the racetrack. But of course, he's come around here in a couple of vintage Formula One cars. Not a stranger to this facility.
No question.
But sitting in that sixth spot at the start. But Dave Oddie in the 10th spot overall, third in the 2000 class right now in the number 4 machine.
As we're following that F2000 battle. Dudley Fleck now at the point. Lima has not come by. Yeah, there he is. Lima comes by in third spot. So Dudley Fleck able to get in front. John McAleer in second spot in the 2 Atlantic 16s. And then Alex Lima in the Atlantic Open Dallara. Nico Vardis right behind him in the JDR with James French now 5th. Checking the lap times. French is a little quicker than Nico Vardis in front of him, so look for him to move up.
I think Jeff Antonelli may have had an issue, dropped down to about 11th overall. Dropping through the order a little bit.
Antonelli, the last of the Atlantic Open cars in that Pro Mazda, which is a bit outclassed from these other Formula Atlantic cars.
But dropping midway through the F2000s.
Yeah.
But James French up to the 4th spot now.
As he gets around Nico Vardis. There's McAleer in that 68. Dudley Fleck in the number 74. Swift Mazda.
Underneath the Mission Bridge, turn 10 headed towards the kink. These cars with a little bit of aero assistance can go a little bit quicker through the kink than our 1600 counterparts earlier on in the day.
No question. They've got a little more motor too, bigger tires. These cars are quite a bit quicker. Capable of lap times in the 2-minute range.
How great are those afternoon stretching shadows back in Kettle Bottoms towards Canada?
Isn't that often? That is just so awesome. It's one of the most scenic parts of this beautifully scenic racetrack.
You up the hill, crest the hill, come back down, change directions in turn 13 into turn 14, get a good launch off of 14 down this very long Road America straightaway, carry as much speed as you can through 1, through the little bend at 2, which is really that corner station there just at the center of your screen, and then towards turn 3, downhill. This downhill run from 1 to 3 carries so much momentum, and it's so critically important to get a good run out of 3.
Yep.
Yes, you go uphill a little bit here, head towards Sargento, but once you crest that hill at Sargento, it's a downhill run towards turn 5, and this is what that braking zone looks like. All those black striations on the right-hand side are all braking attempts to try to get around somebody, and you can tell that braking at a premium this weekend here with some much warmer track temperatures today than we've seen all weekend.
These top 3 running in close formation here. That's Dudley Fleck at the point, but John McAleer in second, just set the fastest lap of the race, and Alex Lima in the Dallara is right on their tail. So those 2 Swift 016s at the point. And again, a problem for Harbert Doss, who was late to the party. He is now 7th as he had to start at the back after being late to the grid. But Fleck with a little breathing room as they come off of the carousel turn. And there's James French lurking in the background in 4th spot. Checking his lap time. His last lap was a 2:05 and some change. The 3 cars in front of them lapping in the 2:02s, so I don't think French is going to get much closer. But he's second in Atlantic Open to the 3rd place car, Alex Lima.
Talked a little bit about the Grasscrete earlier in the weekend, and there's a good view of the Grasscrete used in turn 14. Again, about 40 to 60% traction reduction, depending on the type and weight of the car.
Yep.
But these cars will use it a little bit more, just simply because they've got the downforce and a little bit wider rear tires, so they'll kind of kick out a bit. We'll see that periodically here, trying to get a good launch up the Road America straightaway.
Nico Vardis comes by in 5th position. He's about 5 seconds behind James French. But this top 3 is the most compelling battle on the racetrack. Here comes Alex Lima diving inside McAleer, going to try to take over 2nd spot and gets it done down into turn 5. Let's see if McAleer can do the over-under and try to retake that spot. Alex Lima interposes himself in between the 2 Swifts. So the Dallara now up to 2nd. That car is about 10 years younger than the 2 Swifts that it's battling against. And Lima just set the fast lap of the race. But McAleer right on his tail as they work their way into the carousel. And while they've done that, that's allowed Dudley Fleck to get just a little bit of a gap here on this battle for 2nd. McAleer wants that position back as they work their way through the kink and then down through Kettle Bottoms toward Canada Corner. There's Fleck, there's Lima, and there's McAleer as they come into Canada. Working their way out of Thunder Valley. McAleer is off the pace and coming into the pit lane, so trouble for John McAleer. Dudley Fleck and Alex Lima by themselves as McAleer off the pace. James French will move up to 3rd overall now. So McAleer into the pit lane early on. Nico Vardis will jump up to 4th as he comes by the line. So now it's a 2-car battle at the front. Dudley Fleck in the Miller liveried Swift and Alex Lima in that Dallara with the red rear wing. Up the hill under the Corvette bridge into turn number 6. In the F2000 battle, Carter Sheets still leading Robert Wright by almost 3 seconds. Dave Oddie another half second back, so that's a pretty good battle for 2nd in the F2000s. But Ethan Alexander, Dave Weitzenoff, and Lucas Fink dropping off the back of that battle. Dudley Fleck starting to stretch his legs a little bit as he's getting out in front of Lima, who started this race on the pole. Fleck about 0.7 of a second quicker than Lima on that last lap and beginning to stretch out an advantage. As it looked like Lima, after he got around McAleer, was maybe destined to get back to the point here, but at the moment, Dudley Fleck seems to have what it takes to hold him off as we're coming up on half distance.
Dudley's got plenty of laps here at Road America as well.
Yep.
Of course, with this category of car as well, certainly in some of the more regional races and some vintage racing as well with with activity here at the National Park of Speed. Said track temperatures again quite a bit warmer today than what we've had for the remainder of the weekend. Temperature right now about 73 degrees, but track temperature well over 100 right now.
Yep. Robert Wright able to hold off the challenge from Dave Oddie. He stretched that advantage just a bit. It was under half a second a couple laps ago, but now it's up to about 0.6. So Robert Wright running second in F2000, holding off Dave Oddie in the 4. There's James French coming down the hill, third in the running order.
I believe now down to 5th. Well, 3rd in open, but 5th overall in the motor race. Big lock up into the top of the hill at turn 6.
French pushing hard to try to make up some lost ground, but he's about a second a lap slower than the cars in front, so not getting any closer. He's about 10 seconds behind our top 2. Nico Vardas another 15 seconds up the road in the second place or third place Atlantic Open car. There's one of our F1600 cars rolling down the pit lane. Not in this race. James French in that 2001 Swift 014, a generation older than the 016 Swifts at the front of the field. Harbour Doss continues to chip away at it as he works his way up to 5th. And he is about a second and a half behind Nico Vardas, so that's going to be a battle here momentarily. Doss in that orange Swift 016.
Dudley Fleck, your overall leader at the moment.
Still, as we go back to the lead battle, just coming under the Sargento Bridge. There's Fleck, there's Alex Lima as they work their way up the hill toward turn 6. Fleck just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes flat, 0.853. As the fuel burns off, these cars get a little quicker in the second half of the race as they get lighter. In a Formula car, the weight of the fuel is a not insignificant portion of the weight of the car. So these 30-minute sprint races aren't a big challenge because they don't have to carry a whole lot of fuel. But as the fuel burns off, they will get a little faster. There's Dave Weitzenoff in the number 67, veteran campaigner in his Citation, multiple SCCA national champion. And the leader's coming up to put Dave a lap down, I believe. And there's Weitzenoff motioning to the following cars to pass him on driver's right. And he's going to get into turn 1 before Lima can get there.
You can see the different arrow situations for each of these classifications of cars there. That's a good illustration of that.
Yeah,
Certainly generationally as well.
Weitzenoff in the F2000, which doesn't have as much wing or as much tire as the Formula Atlantics.
We've got a lot of new race fans here this weekend as well here at Road America, kind of getting them ingrained into the different things that you're going to see at the racetrack occasionally.
Yeah, a wide variety of different kind of race cars. These Formula cars at the head of this group, some of the fastest Formula cars that you'll see at this racetrack, short of obviously Indy cars. The F2000 sort of the next step up with the the wings at either end of the car. Nico Vardis rolling down the pit lane, so he's retiring from 6th position. That'll promote Jeffrey Antonelli up into 6th spot. J.R. Smart in front of Vardis in the Swift 014. Harbor Doss has moved up to 4th, and he is about 12, almost 13 seconds behind James French. And with 10 minutes remaining, that's going to be a tall order. Doss is lapping in the low 201s, French in the 204s. So at 3 seconds a lap, he's not going to be able to make up that kind of gap in the remaining time. Another good shot of Dave Weitzenoff. Currently running 4th in the F2000 class. Carter Sheets is the leader of F2000 in the number 03. David Oddie 2nd, Robert Wright 3rd, and then Dave Weitzenoff in this 4th position. There's James French going around Weitzenoff.
See the heat haze coming off the top of the crest of the hill just past start finish, and then the long descent starts from here to turn 5 with a couple of different rises. But it's all momentum from here. Turn 3, one of the hardest corners to try to continue to hit consistently here.
Is turn 1 the highest point on the racetrack as far as overall altitude?
Overall altitude, front stretch right at start finish, and
yeah, because it's a little downhill from
it's
there.
Downhill from start finish, but yeah, start finish and the top of the hill at 6 are close
to the
same.
same.
A little bit of difference, but they're pretty close in elevation. But you get to a point where start finish is the highest point, and then Canada Corner, of course, is the lowest at that point.
Right,
but,
right.
But the rise from 12 to start finish is immense, especially for a little bit lower horsepower cars. So momentum and a little bit of a toe, incredibly important in those type of qualifying sessions, or when you've got a big field where you've got a lot of movement, air movement, it can get a little tricky.
Yeah. There's Harbor Doss in that orange number 06. Currently running 3rd in the Atlantic class. And like I said, about 12 seconds behind James French. Putting a lap on Dave Weitzenoff. There's French.
Eight and a half minutes remaining. Through Thunder Valley. Another fun complex. When the car is right, it just floats through there.
Yeah.
But it's real easy to catch yourself, on the exit of 13. You've got the kind of the right-hander, left-hander, and then it's a blind right hand coming into 14. S's, if you will. But
That's,
Bill
Dudley,
Mitchell,
that's
Bill Mitchell,
Dudley, Dudley Fleck, who's rolled to a stop here at the pit entrance. So the leader is gone. Alex Lima is now the new leader. James French in 2nd spot. And he is lapping a little quicker than Alex Lima, but he's almost 13 seconds behind. So attrition has been a factor here, as both of the leaders in the Atlantic 016 class, Dudley Fleck and John McAleer, dropping out before we get to the end of this one. So Harbor Doss is going to, if he can get it to the finish, is likely to win the 016 class.
And he has come to a rest right at what would be referred to as the Mazda gate, right by the lower north paddock garages. Off the racing surface, but still not in the greatest of spots. Interesting to see what race control does here.
He's off the racetrack, so I'm guessing they'll probably let it stand, as we've only got about 7 minutes to go here. But if they elect to bring out the safety car, that'll certainly back up the field, as it's strung out pretty much all the way around this racetrack. That number 4 car is your leader in, second place car in F2000. And he's about 6 seconds behind the leader, Carter Sheets, in the 03.
Looks like Race Control's content to have him sit there for a few minutes.
Yeah, he's done a good job of getting it off.
As close as you can get.
Yep. Behind Dave Oddie, Robert Wright in the Elan DP08. And Wright is not quite as fast on that last lap, so he's got about 2 seconds to make up to try to catch Oddie. That would be for second in F2000.
I did not have a lot of attrition on the bingo card today.
Yeah, not for this class at
No,
least.
certainly not.
Yeah, you would think these pretty reliable cars all get to the end, but not happening.
As they say, that's why we race.
There you have it.
Things will happen.
That red car just coming into the picture is your leader in the F2000 class, Carter Sheets, 6th overall. Carter coming out of turn 6 down into 7. Antonelli in the number 71 Star Mazda in 5th, just in front of this battle. Antonelli a little bit faster than Carter Sheets on the last lap, so. But there's Carter, your F2000 leader.
Some race fans, thanks for hanging out over in Canada Corner.
Yeah. A great stonework there, a great opportunity, a great place to watch and get a little shade, see the cars come through. Alex Lima comes by to complete yet another lap as he is comfortably out in front of James French. Here comes French to the line.
That would be an excruciatingly long wait, though, for Dudley Fleck, I think.
Yeah.
It's a little warm sitting in the cockpit of these race cars. Carter Sheets, David Oddie just separated by just about maybe 900 or 9/10 that time through. Both of them in Van Diemen's here in the F2000 category. Oh, we got a spinner in 5. Somebody's going around in 5. It looks like that car's got a halo on it, so it's a little bit more modern.
That's most likely Lucas Fink in the. No, actually, that would not have a halo on that car. That's an excellent question.
That might be. Yeah, I'm not sure who that would be actually. To be fair.
Yeah. Fink's car might have had a halo added to it. Yeah, it didn't come with one.
Because that would be. I mean, that would make sense. Fink being a Ligier. I just did the same thing you did. Looked for the for the F4 car.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, back underway. Final 3 minutes. Likely coming to the white silk here shortly.
Alex Lima in the camera shot here, all by himself. Well out in front of James French, but a great recovery drive for James in the Atlantic Open older generation Swift.
Just 18 years between first and second place from generation of cars. Just a bit of a difference.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
White Silk is out. Final lap around the National Park of Speed on a Saturday afternoon.
Alex Lima out in front comfortably. But is he off the pace? Maybe he's just relaxing on his last lap. As French has just gone by, 20 seconds is the margin. Harbor Doss up to 3rd, and he's another 9 seconds behind French. J.R. Smart in the 09 Swift up to 4th. Just turned his personal best, a 2:07.1, but not quick enough to run down the cars in front of him.
And that gap is narrowing.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Right
thought
there's
Lima
a
looked
good-
like he was off the
There's
pace.
a good illustration that gap is narrowing here. Into the
James-
carousel.
James French, we thought it didn't have a chance for a victory here.
20 seconds was the gap.
Yeah.
It's now down to about 5.
in a much older car, and he is going to take the win here. I'm almost positive he's going to make the pass.
Well, this end of the kink is not where you want to really catch traffic 2x2, but French able to kind of scamper by. But yeah, Lima with the problem on the final
Oh,
lap. Oh, goodness.
He takes the white flag with a 20-second lead and ends up losing the lead before he gets to the end.
I hope he didn't relax thinking that was the checkered.
I hope not. Yeah. As James French, tell you what, never count a French out at this racetrack.
How many times, though, haven't we seen James lead all the way to the end and then pull over and let Dad win
yeah, exactly.
over the years?
Hey, and Harbor Doss is going to take second here, as Lima is not going to get it done. French takes the win from the Atlantic Open class. Harbor Doss in the 016, who was late to the grid, comes across in second. What a finish to this one. My goodness gracious, I didn't expect that.
Well, I've got Ben's bingo card over here. I don't think Ben even had that on his bingo card.
I'll say, my goodness gracious. There's Lima. He'll take the line in the pit lane. And
On the podium yet.
yeah, he'll salvage third place as Jeffrey Antonelli comes by in 5th position. J.R. Smart got by in the 09 in the 2nd place Atlantic Open car.
Oh, we've got another car. Looks like Carter Sheets pulled off next to Dudley Fleck and got another car off in 14. Calamity Corner today.
We've got 2 cars off. And if Carter Sheets, he was the F2000 leader. So is
David
he
David
David
Oddie
Oddie
crossed
has-
in the lead, and David Oddie has won. So two local cars winning on the last lap, last corners.
How cool is that?
Okay, someone marked the free space on the bingo card.
Yeah,
because
no
that is
kidding.
unreal.
No kidding. My goodness, what a last lap we had. David Oddie will take the win in F2000. Carter Sheets comes across, or has not yet come across the line. Robert
Carter-
Wright could come by in second.
Carter's next to Fleck at the end of the pit lane hill.
Whitesanoff up to second. As Robert Wright didn't come by either. Robert Wright must be the car off at the outside of 14. Dave Whitesanoff, the veteran, comes home second in F2000, 7th overall. My goodness gracious. And we've got some recovery work to do here.
Well, it
But
also sounds like they may be looking for a line, and which means that dots may be connected from fluid underneath one of these cars.
Oh,
So there is
dear.
a good chance that someone was leaking some lubrication on the racetrack, which means a little bit of a cleanup here this afternoon.
what a fantastic race we had here. So let's do a rundown in the classes, if we will. In the Atlantic 016 class, Harbor Doss taking the win in the 06. Dudley Fleck second, John McAleer in third. In the Atlantic Open class, James French takes the win over J.R. Smart and Jeffrey Antonelli. And in the F2000 class, David Oddie taking the win over Dave Whitesanoff and Carter Sheets. My goodness, what a race.
Well, Caitlin, can we go back to the bridge camp, please? We just had, some cars. Oh, another slow car coming through from the back and turning around here. So this is where the cleanup begins.
So that was self-cleaning,
Yep.
so that's good. But those two don't look like they're going to go under their own power any further.
Now, we know Dudley Fleck in that Miller livery car pulled aside about 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yep.
And Carter Sheets off there had a little bit of smoke. Sounds like one of the corner marshals had reported hearing a loud bang, but did not see anything on his surface. So that's good. But I'm sure they will do a little bit of a TI here between sessions for our final race of the afternoon coming up, the TA Sprint. So if you are on the scheduled program that comes with your gate entry, we did add the TA Sprint. We moved it from Sunday into Saturday. So there is one more session left, so don't go anywhere. We've got one more race left, and I'll hand the chair back over to Ben Sissel in here just a couple of moments. But, John, a great Saturday. We're in treat for a good Sunday tomorrow, I think.
Oh, no question about it. Yeah. And we kick it off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with the International GT final sprint race of the weekend, and then the F1600 second heat race at 8:40. TA Sprint race number 2 at 9:15. And then the Trans Am Cup and GT race, 25 laps or 75 minutes at 10:05. After that, we'll have these cars for their second heat race at 11:30. We'll break for lunch, the fan walk leading up to the start of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. And that will kick off green flag at about 1:10 tomorrow afternoon. And then our 2 formula classes round out the weekend with the feature race for the F1600s at 2:35 and the Atlantics and F2000s at 3:30 for our final race of the weekend.
I'm almost inquiring if we had somebody else off as well, as I see the record just went down the front straightaway, completely bypassing the 2 at 14 and going over to turn 3, it sounds like. So that's probably where some missing drivers are in the finishing running order. So it has been definitely an interesting afternoon.
Looks like they're going to push both those cars into the Mazda gate there. And if that's the case, we should be able to get the TA Sprint race off on time, because I thought, we're going to have a long delay here while they get these cars towed up into the pit lane. But it looks like they're going to get them down in the Mazda gate, and we should be able to get this race started. So the countdown has gone down to 3 minutes on the grid. They're holding.
There is the 38 machine over there, so that is Ethan Alexander.
Yeah, he only completed 5 laps. He retired.
So pulled behind the wall. So we missed that earlier. So
yeah, that's down in turn 3, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, that's where it looks like anyway.
Well, it's definitely a busy session for the Road America safety team. One of the best in the business, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and Alexander's car will not roll, so they're going to get a wrecker to hook that up.
So while we have a moment here, John, do want to say thank you to everybody watching on the stream throughout the day today. It's been a great Saturday here, being able to share some of our images from what is normally our big screen operation here at Road America. So we're pretty proud of the tools that we've got here that we can provide you some coverage of more sessions than you get typically. So it's been a pleasure bringing you some of this race action, and of course this will be my last session for the weekend here on the stream. But in any indication, this has been a great weekend. Trans Am always fun here, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, looking forward to it, my friend. Have fun down in Plymouth tonight.
I will. We are on the way to the short track, so we'll have a great night. Ben Sissel comes in next for our TA Sprint, and stick around. More racing action on the way here at the National Park of Speed.
One more race to go. Our safety crew here at Road America has discovered a little bit of an oil line down at turn 14, so we are going to be delayed here for just a bit so that we can get some oil dry down. So it'll be just a little bit of a delay before we kick off our final race of this Saturday for the TA Sprint class race. Thank you for your patience, and as soon as we get that done, we'll send the cars out for the TA Sprint first of 2 races this weekend. You can see on the big screens, and those of you joining us on the stream, the cleanup going on down at turn 14. I think that was Carter Sheets' engine imploding, which put a little oil down on the racetrack. But it should be a pretty quick cleanup here. They'll get the oil dry down, then the blower will blow off the residuals, and we should be able to get going here in just a few minutes' time. NextGen makes the most powerful detailing products on the market today. Working with professional detailers and dealerships for the last 20 years, NextGen brought their line of premium products to the public in 2019 and have been proving their reputation as one of the leading automotive aftercare brands in America. Made right here in the U.S., all of NextGen's products use the highest level ingredients and cutting-edge chemistry to deliver speed, performance, and value for automotive detailers and DIY enthusiasts. NextGen advanced detailing products can be found nationwide at O'Reilly Auto Parts, and you can find them online at getnextgen.com, the official car care sponsor of Racing America. Skillman Auto Group is a premier automotive dealership group committed to exceptional service, quality vehicles, and community engagement. Built on a legacy of trust, integrity, and customer-first values, Skillman Auto Group delivers an elevated automotive experience while supporting the communities it serves. Skillman Auto Group and Ray Skillman Ford, the official safety car of Racing America. Ticers Live provides specialized insurance solutions for the global entertainment and sport industries. They support over 250 annual grassroots and professional racing events. Ticers Live, the official insurance broker and risk management company of Racing America. When it comes to race day performance, safety, and reliability, Furia Corsa has you covered. Professional preparation keeps you safe, engineering keeps you up front, and quality support keeps you on the track. For more information, go to furiacorsa.com. As the cleanup has concluded down at turn 14, and the safety car is bringing our field around for the final race of the day. We have 9 cars on the starting grid. The 46 is Tim Carroll. He will start alone in row number 5 out of Santa Ana, California in the CRD Manufacturing Chevy Camaro. In row 4, the number 66 of Christina Lamb out of Vienna, Virginia in the Helium Mobile CDR Chevy Camaro. Next to Christina is the number 18 of Naz Olkowski out of Davidson, North Carolina in the No Motorsports SLR M1 race cars. In row 3 on the outside, the 27 of Rob Kakprowicz out of San Antonio, Texas, in the 5x5 Brewing Ford Mustang. Next to him, the 54, Bruce Raymond out of Mooresville, Indiana, in the Sublimate Technologies Ford Mustang. The points leader will start outside of row 2. That's the 02 of John Atwell from Azle, Texas, in the XRC DFW Concrete A&J Lab Portal Ford Mustang. Next to him, the 16 of Jim Gallagher from Bellevue, Washington, in the Regulator Cope Race Cars Mustang. On the front row, on the outside, the number 8 is Jim Guthrie from Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the Guthrie's Garage SLR M1 Race Cars Camaro. And your pole sitter, the number 24 of Brad McAllister from Battleground, Washington, in the Periodontal Associates Ford Mustang. This is the second TA Sprint race of the season. First one at Sebring, John Atwell and Bruce Raymond finishing first and second in that one. Rob Kakbruix, the only other driver here this weekend that raced in that race, and he finished in 4th spot.
John Atwell came from the back
Yep.
in that one. That was a really fun race.
He did indeed.
They're going to double up 2x2. Tim Carroll did not make the grid, so we've got 8 cars making the start here.
Okay. Cars working their way toward the kink here as the lights will flick off on the race car, or the pace car, I should say, as James Rogerson will bring them around. And Brad McAllister and Jim Guthrie will bring the field to the green flag. So this is a 50-mile race, half the distance of a Trans Am race, which are normally 100 miles or 75 minutes, whichever occurs first. So this one will be 13 laps or 40 minutes, whichever occurs first.
We've had really good racing today.
Boy, we have had some great races today and some very, unexpected finishes, like in that last Formula Car race. We had a bunch of front runners fall out on the last lap. So interesting stuff here.
Let's see if Jim Guthrie has anything for Brad McAllister up front. Watch out for Jim Gallagher just behind them.
And those three, two of those three making their first start in the Trans Am Sprint competition.
And John Atwell right next to Jim Gallagher, our current points leader.
Yep.
Right behind Jim Guthrie in that gray and white Camaro.
As they climb the hill, McAllister and Guthrie on the front row. Gallagher and Atwell, the points leader, in row 2. Raymond and Kakbruix, and then Naz Olkowski and Christina Lamb in the final row. Great drone shot right over the field as they take the green flag. And they thunder their way down toward turn 1. These are TA2 cars.
Guthrie, better start than McAllister, and Guthrie looks like he's going to have it going into Cube 3, turn 1, John.
Gets it done. Jim Guthrie taking over the lead here in the early going as they head over the tire rack tunnel down into turn number 3. Garage Living turn number 3.
Bruce Raymond, first and second of Sebring. Bruce Raymond side by side here with John Atwell through 3, and Bruce Raymond gets the better of him.
Yeah, Atwell right behind him, though, as they make the run under the Sargento Bridge and the downhill plunge through the Moraine Sweep down to turn 5.
And Christina picks up 2 positions on the start. Here comes Brad.
Trying to make the move. Right behind him is Jim Guthrie, or Brad in the second spot. Jim Guthrie in the lead.
Jim Gallagher's third.
Gallagher in third.
But Christina already in 6th, right behind John Atwell and Bruce Raymond. And Naz picking up the rear. But watch for Naz. He kind of lets the race come to him.
Yep.
Oh, Guthrie off long into 8. I'm not sure if Brad McAllister is going to be able to take advantage of that through the carousel.
Went a little bit too wide. Left his braking just a little bit too late down into turn 8. Atwell all over the back of Bruce Raymond as they work their way through the carousel turn. And Gallagher looking racy as he's trying to make the move.
McAllister to the front, then Guthrie, then Gallagher.
Yeah, McAllister now back to the front where he started. Guthrie, then Gallagher with the stripes, then Bruce Raymond, then the points leader. The 0-2 of John Atwell. And then a little gap back to Naz. I think he's right behind Atwell. No, that's Kakbroek, sorry. And then Christina Lamb. Christina's just looking for a good finish here, as she's had a really tough weekend.
Yeah, this will be a huge confidence boost if she can finish this 40-minute race in a good position. She'll have a lot of track time for tomorrow's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race here at Road America.
Atwell's got a good run coming down into turn 1 and gets it done. Atwell gets around Bruce Raymond. Kakbroek's thinking about making a move on Christina, but it falls back in single file. So Atwell, the points leader, after starting in 4th, is now up into 4th position. He lost a position at the start. The top 5 putting a little distance between themselves and Kakbroek's.
Look at how far Brad McAllister's nose drops when he hits the brakes, and he's hitting the brakes up there at about the 4 marker going into 5, and then he's hard back on the gas. But look at this between Gallagher and Guthrie going through turn 6. Gallagher right behind Jim Guthrie.
Right behind.
Yeah.
Thinking about ducking in there at turn 7, but this is the turn where he'll probably get it done. They both go wide. Gallagher's going to lose a little momentum there, and he needs to keep an eye on his mirrors because Atwell is coming.
I've been following John Atwell for a long time, and it seems like he likes to kind of start conservative and then work his way through the field.
Right.
And it's playing into his hands right now because Bruce Raymond is falling way back from Atwell. And just a reminder, that Atwell car does have a for sale sign on the left rear quarter panel.
There you go. What better way to win on Sunday, sell on Monday, huh?
Unless he's sponsored by a company named For Sale.
One of the ultimate names for a retailer, For Sale. Yes.
But Brad McAllister, no surprise to me because I've known Brad McAllister for a long time. Very talented driver, very competitive, pulls out front. But I was surprised Jim Guthrie got a good start.
Yeah, no question.
And look at Atwell now. Where Gallagher was right behind Guthrie, now I think Gallagher's worried a little bit more about his rear view mirror than his windshield.
Yeah, Guthrie's starting to pull a little distance as Gallagher being a little defensive as he needs to be, but I think Atwell's got the straight line speed here. He was able to make the pass on the straightaway as he's tucked right into the draft behind Jim Gallagher. And there he pops out once again. Gallagher giving him a little bit of a wide berth into turn 1. Raymond all by himself now in that 5th position. And Christina Lamb still holding off Kakbroek, so good job for Christina.
But I feel like that's bringing Naz a little closer.
It is, yeah. There's Raymond, and then Christina and Kakbroek's battling for that 6th position.
Under that Sargento Bridge into turn 5. It's a long downhill, long straightaway. Probably the best passing area at Road America.
Yeah, it's probably the very best passing opportunity. Guthrie with just a little breathing room over Gallagher, who I think is keeping one eye on his mirrors and one eye out the front as they bend it through turn 7. Fantastic drone shots here. Thanks to Cam, our drone operator.
Yeah, with the drones at this height, you can really see the braking distances, who's out accelerating. You can see who's braking a little bit later that you can't really tell from trackside cameras.
Right.
Especially when it's a group of 3 or 4 cars like this. So Guthrie seems to have the drive off of the corners, but Gallagher might be a little bit deeper into the corner.
Yeah. And Atwell's just a little faster than both of them, I think. He's just biding his time at this early stage. It's a long race. We've still got 35 minutes to go, 34 minutes and some change. As they're about equally spaced now, as Gallagher has caught Guthrie through Kettle Bottoms. And now they're up into Thunder Valley through the Bill Mitchell Bend.
I love watching the cars come over the crest of that hill.
Yeah, you know they get light as they come over that hill.
Guthrie going deep.
Goes a little wide, and that's going to screw his momentum up just a bit.
And you can see in the Grasscrete, the rear tires don't have the grip, and that's what that wiggle is.
Yep.
And so even when you go long, you do get a little bit of punishment. Not as much punishment as you would in dirt or grass, but it's still punishing as we're having a pass here.
Gallagher goes around Guthrie. As again, that little loss of momentum cost him the position. And as looks like Atwell's going to take him as well as he goes side by side down into turn 3.
Like you said earlier in one of the broadcasts, that corner before the long straight, that's a very important corner to get correct.
Yep.
So we've got a Chevy and a Ford sandwich. As they come into Mission Foods turn 5, the passing zone. Atwell side by side with Guthrie. I think he's going to make it happen.
Yeah, gets it done. And Atwell's, trouble for Gallagher as he is off the pace. After taking that position, he went a little wide.
Yeah, and he's still off the pace. He should be going faster than that. I hope nothing happened.
Yeah, something's not right with Jim Gallagher's car. Because here comes Bruce Raymond. So Gallagher dropped a wheel off at the exit of turn 5. Not uncommon, but that could have broken something in the drivetrain maybe. It's hard to tell.
It didn't look like it's anything in the front suspension.
Yeah.
It could be something in the rear axle, rear diff, something like that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Dragon's teeth are a lot rougher than they look. Let's see if he's able to coast it around this carousel.
Yeah, I think Raymond's going to catch him. Yeah, he has done so. Gallagher is pulling off somewhere from the exit of turn 8.
I'm not seeing him anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm not hearing of any white flags being reported anywhere.
Well, he's a veteran driver. He'll certainly know to find a safe spot to park the car if he can get it there.
But now the question is, Atwell seems to be the fastest or the second fastest car on track. How is he with Brad McAllister? Because now he's got Brad in his sights.
McAllister on the last lap set the fastest lap of the race at a 2:15.7. Atwell at a 2:16.4, so not quite as fast.
Yeah.
So I think McAllister is comfortable at the point, but we'll see.
Yeah, but Jim Guthrie has been in a lot of different race series. He's going to kind of sit back a little bit.
Yep.
He may not have the fastest car out there, but maybe he's going to let this race come to him a little bit.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point of the day that maybe in about 10 minutes, the sun's going to be low enough to maybe cause some blind spots. It's going to put some shade on the track, as you're seeing right here.
Yep. We've got 9 laps to go, or 30 minutes, whichever occurs first.
The way the day's been going, I'm going to say 9 laps. Jim Gallagher into pit lane, going into the Cope Race Cars pit box. Hopefully they can fix that here soon.
Atwell also dropped a wheel off there at the exit of turn 5. But he seems to be still at speed.
I love watching photographers pan like that because they look like they're in a ZZ Top music video where they all like point the same way at the same time. That's fun. Brad McAllister doing really well. Always runs that number 24. I like that.
Yeah.
And then there's John Atwell, currently our points leader, with Guthrie right behind him. Guthrie has been competing in the Western Championship in the TA2 series for a few years, and then just last year kind of adopted the TA Cup series.
McAllister and Guthrie McAllister in the Mustang, Guthrie in the Camaro.
What's Christina Lamb's time compared to these?
Christina's last lap was a 2:20.0, so she's about 5 seconds a lap off the pace of the leaders, but she stayed in front of Kakprowicz. In fact, has opened up about a 2-second lead, but she's not quite quick enough to run down Bruce Raymond. He's about 5 seconds up the road. Atwell just set the fastest lap of the race from second. So just as you suggested, Atwell letting this race come to him, and he's got a little more pace than the cars around him.
I'm hearing reports from Tom, our producer, the front splitter on the 6.6 car may have broken off. Let's see, that should be Christina Lamb. It does seem to be riding high.
Yeah.
Not sure if we can get a good view there, but maybe the next view, that's not good. TRB will have some work to do on that. And you can see Mike Cope race cars and Rebecca climbing in there, and they were looking at the hood. They were looking at the engine. So I mean, we saw him go off at 5, and that's where he was slower. Here you can see the front, and she's coming in.
Yeah, Christina into the pit lane. So some sort of issue with that number 66 as her tough weekend continues.
But she's pulling into pit lane under her own power.
Well, that's
an improvement.
That's a good news. Yeah.
And then look at this, Naz. It's just a battle of last names I can't pronounce.
Kakbruix and Olkowski now battling for 5th position as Christina makes it into the pit lane, heading for her pit box. So this battle suddenly is for 5th spot. Kakbruix in 5th, Olkowski at 6th, with the retirements of Gallagher and Lamb. So 6 cars still running. John Atwell in 2nd is the fastest car on the racetrack.
And you said Kakbruix is 3rd in points right now?
Checking. 3rd of the drivers here. He's 4th in points. Jim Lebeco is 3rd, but he's not racing with us this weekend. So Kakbruix will move up to 3rd.
If it finishes like this, he should move up to 3rd.
Yeah.
As you see Mission Beach there, look at all the people there for the go-kart event that's happening this weekend. There's Bruce Raymond with those beautiful snake eyes. I've always loved that car. I just like just those little touches like that.
Yeah, yeah. Raymond's kind of all by himself. He's about 10 seconds behind Jim Guthrie and about 9 seconds in front of the Kakbruix-Olkowski battle.
I love the there's a World War II fighter plane motif on the Kakbruix car.
Yeah.
I've always liked that. He brought that to COTA a few years ago. I've always admired that, the livery on the side of his car with the wrap.
Rob is out of San Antonio, Texas, in the 5x5 brewing machine.
Come on, Naz. Naz is funny. He's at almost every event, and sometimes he's crewing, mechanic, cooking, doing whatever. He went deep.
Yeah, and that's going to give Naz the run, and I think he's gotten it done.
I think he has.
Yeah, Kakbruix goes too deep into turn 1 and loses that position. So Naz up to 5th now.
And that is kind of what we mean when we say let the race come to you.
Yep.
You know, as long as you just kind of keep hitting your marks, don't overdrive, maybe something will happen in front of you.
Let's see if Kakbruix can answer back, as he's right back on the tail of Naz, as these two have been very evenly matched, and now the positions are reversed. So Naz will have to keep his nose clean the rest of the way. Oh, Kakbruix trying to do the over-under here. He gets alongside in the run up to turn 6, and I think he retakes that position. He does. Hang in there, Naz. You got a shot.
Come on now.
Easily the best battle on the racetrack.
Ooh, Naz outbraking him a little bit. Yeah, there you could see the kind of fighter jet motif on the side of his car. I love that.
Atwell in 2nd is the fastest car on the racetrack, but he's about 4.5 seconds behind Brad McAllister.
Okay. Brad McAllister's been racing long enough, good race car driver. He's just going to probably try to maintain a gap.
Yep.
He probably has somebody up on the tower spotting for him and just saying,
they're letting him know
what the
interval is. Yeah. It's the radio equivalent of holding out a pit board to say, +4 or whatever, so he can control the pace of the race.
There were several seasons when Ernie Francis Jr. was dominating TA that he would do that. He's like, I'm going to just get up 500 yards and then just maintain that gap. And Mario Andretti used to say, win as slowly as you can.
Exactly.
And I feel like that's what Brad McAllister might be doing here.
Yeah.
But you're right, this is the best battle. Caitlin is catching the best battle, as she's done all day long. We were here the other night for the drag races. You see the tire marks there. It's really neat how they do the drag races here, and there were a lot of people here for that.
That's nice.
I think it's on Wednesday nights, Tuesday nights. Tuesday nights here. I've been camping here since Tuesday night
I hear you.
at the National Park of Speed.
Absolutely.
No better place to be camping with a bunch of friends.
Yeah.
And this gap, Naz, sometimes he closes it and then sometimes it opens back up.
Yeah.
These are two pretty equally yoked cars and drivers here.
Yeah. You know, one makes a little mistake, the other takes advantage. They've swapped that position a couple times now.
So we're almost halfway on time. I think right now it looks like this is going to end under laps.
Yeah, we've got 6 laps to go and 22 minutes, whichever occurs first. So
Oh, Naz, I've seen this now twice at top of turn 6. The car wants to shake on him when he's trying to straighten out the wheels and get on the throttle.
yeah,
I don't know if he's getting on too early, but Jim Gallagher back in the pits again.
yeah, he went out to do another lap, but he's a lap down. And so he went out to do another lap just to, they probably made some changes. He wanted to take it a lap to just see if it's working. And I'm guessing the answer is no.
Either that or he's saving it for tomorrow's
Yeah,
race.
yeah,
like,
yeah.
does it work? Let me go do almost like a hardship lap, and then let's see what happens here.
Yep.
As the leader crosses the start. Ooh, the fight for the lead, though, is starting to close up.
It's down to about 2 seconds.
Uh-oh.
And on the last lap, Atwell was about 1.5 seconds faster.
Okay.
So Brad McAllister, if he's controlling the pace,
I don't know. He might be making a liar out of me, John.
he needs to get the message from his spotter to hey, turn up the wick a little bit here. 5 laps to go.
Turn 14 with our drone. The Stack Auto Lifts turn 14. Up this, I love this shot here up the hill.
Yeah, well, from the bridge. It's a long shot from the turn 1 camera.
The opening shot of the Paul Newman movie Winning. I love that movie. As they come through, and are these our leaders? Ooh,
I
this
think
is the fight for the lead, John.
that's getting a little bit closer.
Man, Caitlin, Tom, they can find the action on the track.
I'll tell you what.
So right now, I think Brad McAllister's aware that he's in his mirrors, and looks like John Atwell's catching him.
Yeah, I think McAllister's going, uh-oh. I thought I was comfortable out in front, and here comes that 0-2 car. Look at Atwell, man, just hitting his marks beautifully. Drifting right out to the edge of the exit of the carousel and then through the kink. Long shadows here down in Kettle Bottoms.
Both very good drivers, both longtime TA2 drivers, and they use their TA2 cars in different series. Like we were talking about GT2, TA2 Club, TA2 Pro, TA2 Western. This is going to be a fun battle. Brad out of the Portland area, and Atwell, I think he's out of Texas.
Yes, Azle, Texas.
I don't think you're allowed to say that on a broadcast.
A-Z-L-E.
Oh, okay, I got you. As they come up this long straight, if Atwell could get in a draft at all, he's there, John.
Oh, yeah. Looking at it. In fact, Atwell just set fast lap of the race at a 14.5. McAllister set his personal best at a 15.1. So Atwell's got it down to 1.5 seconds, and with 4 laps to go, he's got time. As this lead battle, great shot here from the drone under the Sargento Bridge. Down through the Marine sweep into the heavy braking zone at turn 5. Yeah, McAllister's feeling the pressure.
Yes, he is. And I had to step away because I remember years ago when I started in Trans Am, there was a rule in Trans Am that you had to have the headlight stickers, the grill stickers on the front of your car for the race, or you could be penalized. And I'm noticing Atwell doesn't have the headlight stickers, but they're looking, but they don't think that's a rule in TA Sprint.
Okay.
But this gap, it's weird because sometimes McAllister looks like he's faster, and then maybe Atwell's out braking, and then vice versa. There is no rhyme or reason to this.
Yeah, they have strengths at different points on the racetrack. They're both Mustangs, so you would think, pretty equal as far as the car and the prep.
They're both white, so that's the same speed.
Of course, yeah. Atwell's got a little, you notice the grill opening is narrower, so he doesn't have as much air flowing through.
And look at now Brad is hitting all the apexes through kettle bottoms. Maybe Brad got a little bit lazy with his marks when he thought he had a lead, and now he's like, all right, refocus, Brad. I got to hit my marks.
Time to get back to work. Yeah.
You can see when they're on the gas, the front end lifts up about 6 inches, and when they're on the brakes, the front end drops to almost nothing.
Yep. Almost scraping the ground under heavy braking.
A little bit of a softer front end, I think, for Road America.
Yeah. Let's see the comparative lap times. Yeah, McAllister answers as he sets the fast lap of the race, about 1/10 of a second faster that time. So I think you're right. I think McAllister's got enough pace that if he pays attention, he can stay out in front. So let's see if John Atwell can turn it up another notch and maybe force Brad McAllister into a mistake. Jim Guthrie, a distant third. He's about 22 seconds behind this battle. Bruce Raymond, a distant fourth. As Jim Gallagher still out there lapping.
That's good.
He's 2 laps down to the leaders, but again, setting the stage for tomorrow.
Yeah.
As these same cars will be running in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race tomorrow afternoon.
With the information that we have right now, John, which car would you want to be in? Would you want to be Brad, who's just trying to hit his marks, trying to do everything right, or Atwell, the chaser? I think I would rather be the chaser.
Yes, I think so. Psychologically, at least, that's easier. It's harder to be the hunted than it is to be the hunter, I think.
And when you're chasing somebody like that, you see where they hit the brakes, and you say, "Can I go 10 feet deeper?"
Yep.
And can I get on the gas? And you can kind of make up some of those gaps.
Yeah.
And when you're the front, you're constantly guessing. And if you look in your mirror and you look in your mirror a little bit too long, you might miss a mark.
Yeah. McAllister, a little wider line through the carousel, and that takes a little more time. So that, Atwell's able to maintain a little tidier line. But you're right. I think McAllister's car is a little quicker through the back part of the racetrack here.
But is he close enough to be feeling any kind of draft through these straights? I don't know.
I don't know, but he's not going to be much closer than he will definitely be picking up a draft. And that will definitely be to the advantage of the second place car.
And they're both hitting the brakes right at that shadow of the Fly Green Bay sign. Ooh, McAllister going a little bit deep, though, and he's going to lose a little bit of grip there.
Yep, and that's going to open the door for Atwell to have a little better run here. Let's see what the clock tells us as they cross the stripe. Atwell now the fastest car on the racetrack, a 2:14.4, almost 4/10 quicker than McAllister.
Wow.
The interval at the line is 1.2 seconds.
Awesome. I'm loving this TA Sprints. 2 laps to go.
White flag next time by.
Ooh, and this is going to be another good finish like we had at Sebring.
Yes, indeed. And Atwell came from the back in Sebring to do it again. So maybe he just likes to come from behind.
Jim Guthrie comfortably in 3rd. Bruce Raymond seems to be comfortably in 4th.
Yep. And the battle between Kaprowicz and Okoski has not changed. Okoski's fallen off the back of that battle. They were nose to tail for much of this race, and now he's about 6 seconds behind. So I think that order is pretty much settled.
John, just from my naked eye, if it stays like this, it seems like Atwell would get him in 4 laps.
Yeah.
So either Atwell needs to turn it up or Brad needs to put a wheel wrong.
Yeah. And of course, when he gets close like this, you can force the leader into a mistake.
Oh,
so, you just intimidate him just a little bit. Make him think he's got to push a little too hard, and that can cause the mistake. But McAllister's, a pretty savvy race driver.
Yeah.
I think he's probably fine.
He's been here before.
Yeah, see how much wider he is coming through the carousel.
Yeah. He's almost in the middle of the track.
Yeah.
Brad has been here before, and I don't know. I know both of these drivers, but I don't know if they know each other.
Yeah.
Or been on track together. So Atwell might be like, "Oh, I'm going to get in his mirrors and bother him," and I don't think you're going to shake Brad that easily.
Yeah, and McAllister's from the West Coast, so you would think they probably don't race against each other a lot, other than in our championship.
But Atwell's a little bit quicker through Canada, I feel like, or he's maybe out braking him.
Yeah.
But is he going to get the white flag this time?
White flag this time.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Yeah. Coming right down to the wire. The best battle on the racetrack's the one for the lead as they come to the line to see the white flag.
And Brad doing both of them almost hit the same exit there at 14.
Yep.
There's the white flag.
So let's see if Atwell's been holding something in reserve for this final lap. They've swapped fast laps for the past couple. This time by Atwell still faster, a 14.3 versus a 14.4.
Wow.
Only a tenth of a second faster.
You're right. He does have a smaller grill opening.
Out of turn 3. The final run down to turn 5. Again, the best overtaking opportunity coming up at the bottom of the hill here.
Now this is where Atwell's going to maybe try to go a little bit deeper than he might feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
Just to try to catch him a little bit, but then your exit out of here, because it's also uphill. Not only is it an exit, but you got to go uphill next.
He is definitely closer.
Yes.
He'll have 2 more opportunities. Down at turn 8 at the bottom of Hurry Downs and then into Canada are the 2 best opportunities. If he can just get a great run through this section of the racetrack.
And he's been really good at Canada, I feel like.
He's got a shot. I don't think he's close enough to make a move here, but if he can get, again,
He's getting closer.
Yeah, we
He's moving.
saw McAllister
Let's see
going,
what happens in the carousel.
going a little wide through the carousel. That'll give Atwell a chance to close down.
Who has the best front left tire right now?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Atwell seems to have better grip.
Yep. Right out to the edge, both of them. Nicely placed.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Into the kink.
I'm loving this.
Last opportunity coming up right here, I think. If he can't get alongside here, I don't think he's got enough to catch him.
Maybe a drag race out of 14, but Canada's your best.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this. Right on his bumper. Oh, but not close enough to make the move. But he's
gosh.
on the bumper. He might get the draft up the hill, get alongside, and snatch this away at the line.
Bring us home, John.
Come on, baby. Let's see it. McAllister at the front. Atwell right behind him. Atwell's going to take the wide entrance into 14 to get alongside and
Drag
run up
race.
the hill. Here we go. He's got the momentum. He's gone alongside.
Oh,
Look
no
at
way.
this. Atwell did not lead a lap of this race until the last
my
one.
gosh.
Last turn of the last lap. Takes the win. I bet he was thinking about that the whole time. So, yeah, no problem. I got this.
Unbelievable.
What a fantastic motor race.
My goodness. And, yeah, like you said, the only time he ever led was the last straightaway.
Yeah, exactly right.
Uphill.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Brad is going to be kicking himself.
Yes. Yeah.
And Brad did everything right.
He did. He
Yeah.
did not make a mistake
That's
anywhere.
the most frustrating.
Exactly
At least
right.
you could say, oh, well, if I wouldn't have done this.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
oh, my goodness.
Exactly right. Let's give a shot to our third place finisher, Jim Guthrie. Some 30 seconds up the road, but hey, he's on the podium,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. Bruce Raymond will come home in 4th spot. He just set his personal best
Way to go,
on the
Bruce.
last lap.
Nice.
Kakbrowicz in front of Olkowski. And then Gallagher a couple laps down after a couple pit stops to solve a problem. Raymond comes by about 18 seconds behind Jim Guthrie. There's Kakbrowicz as he takes 5th place honors, and Naz Olkowski, the last car on the lead lap.
And ladies and gentlemen, if this looked as fun as it was, and it was a ton of fun, you need to join us for TA Sprints, because I promise you, at what I've seen in the first 2 races, this is going to be a growing class and a great way to kind of dip your feet into this stock car, late model, road racing thing. And there's so many of these TA2 cars out there available. Come play with us and run these TA Sprints at the greatest tracks in North America.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Could
That
not
was-
ask for a better one. They're going to do this again tomorrow at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Can't wait.
Yeah, that was amazing. And I'd love to see now what Brad is going to bring to this.
Yeah, yeah. What changes he'll make overnight, perhaps, thinking about it. And this will be interesting because they're going to race tomorrow morning, and then right after lunch, they got to jump back in the car and do the full-length Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race.
Unbelievable. I'm going to run down the winner's circle, John, but I've had a blast with you today. Andy Lally, you should be really happy because your first 2 TA Sprint races have been absolutely amazing.
Indeed, indeed. Great stuff. Ben Sissel, thanks so much for joining us in the commentary booth. And that's going to put paid to our Saturday here at the National Park of Speed. On behalf of Eric Miller and our entire crew, thanks to Caitlin, thanks to Tom, thanks to Cam, our drone operator. Fantastic images all day long. And tomorrow we'll do it all over again. So on behalf of everybody here at Road America and everyone from Racing America, thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.